America are the industry's best, making us the first choice to this exciting continent. So get your passport ready and join ESPN and Pan Am's World Tour in Rio.
Why sit in the doldrums when you can ride the crest?
The Atlantic difference.
Get the Atlantic difference. 8% on your money market guaranteed for 2 months. Call 1-800-4-ATLANTIC and make more money with Atlantic's money market. 8% guaranteed for 2 months. Call the Atlantic coast to coast for an 8% money market. The Atlantic, member FSLIC.
This bud's for all that you do.
It could be any time now.
No, Bill had to leave. Can I help you?
A friend is counting on you.
We need copies by 4:30.
I'll cover it for you.
Not a word.
You keep on coming through, 'cause you make America work, and this bud's for you.
Here's to you, Beechwood Age, for that clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
This bud's for you.
Perfect weather greeted the golfers for the third round of the Phoenix Open on Saturday, and the result is that 15 golfers are within 5 shots of the lead going into Sunday's final round. Here's the leaderboard. Corey Pavin with birdies at 16 and 17 is the leader at 13 under par. Paul Azinger is in second place at -12. Doug Toole at -11, along with Fuzzy Zeller and Jay Haas, with Bob Tway at 10 under par. So that's an impressive leaderboard, just 3 shots of the lead among all those golfers. Well, the preparations are all over, and players and fans alike have done pretty much all they can to get ready for the Super Bowl. The Giants and their fans may be a little bit concerned about one aspect of the Broncos that's pretty hard to prepare for, and here's Tom McDonald back with that report.
Only one National Football League quarterback ran for a touchdown, passed for a touchdown, and caught a touchdown pass this season, and that player plays for the underdog Denver Broncos. Denver opened the season with a gadget play against the Raiders. Steve Sewell threw a touchdown pass to the quarterback, John Elway. Denver earned a reputation as a team that would resort to chicanery when they tried 5 trick plays in one game. Tackle Dave Studdard scored 1 touchdown during the regular season. He'd like to catch another.
I think it'd be exciting to catch a touchdown pass in the Super Bowl. I don't want to put it in because if I get him to put it in and then they throw me the ball and I drop the sucker, then I got to go back to it and say, I don't want him slapping me upside the head.
The Giants also have some trick plays of their own. Against the 49ers in the playoffs, a fake field goal put the Giants in scoring position.
Yeah, considering that's about the only time I really get to do anything is if we put something like that in. I think you got to call it at the right time for any of those to work. And luckily this year, the 3 I've been involved in, we've called it at the right time, and we've confused the defense or the field goal rush team, and they've worked.
The odds makers don't believe the Giants need to resort to trick plays to win. Giants are favored by 10. In Southern California, Tom McDonald reporting.
Well, there is a big day ahead of us here on ESPN, and it's not all the Super Bowl. You see the final round of the Phoenix Open, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, or rather 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific Time, the final round of the Phoenix Open. And, of course, Super Bowl Sunday, really, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time. Chris Berman, Allie Sherman, Alan Massengale, and all the others will have a complete preview of the Super Bowl. That is 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time right here on ESPN. But that is it for this edition of SportsCenter. I'm Sharon Smith.
Coming. You're about to get hit with another big heating bill.
Afraid of high fuel costs? Dave Lennox has a pulse gas furnace that could cut your winter heating bills almost in half.
Attaboy, Dave.
Find out how you can cut your fuel bills almost in half. Call R.S. Hahn & Sons of Easton, your local independent Lennox efficiency experts. Ask about our Lennox pulse gas furnace with a 20-year heat exchange warranty. R.S. Hahn & Sons, caring about your comfort since 1904.
Watch that bobcat stalk his prey.
He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted.
Ends 20 years later, a Super Bowl highlights marathon. Super Sunday only on ESPN.
Don't drink and drive. A public service message from ESPN.
Today we begin at the beginning. Do you remember when the beginning of the Super Bowl was? The date? January 15th, 1967. Where was it? The Los Angeles Coliseum, and it was more of a media event than it was a football event. They called it in those days the World Championship of Football. A little bit later on, Lamar Hunt's little boy called it the Super Bowl, Daddy, and it is the Super Bowl today. But back in January of 1967, a little bit more than 60,000 people showed up to watch the game between the Green Bay Packers, dominant in the National Football League, and the Kansas City Chiefs of the American Football League. Well, there was an unlikely hero that day. His name was Max McGee. We'll come back with Super Bowl I in just a moment.
Who says you can't have old world taste and a new world waste? Old world aging and the new world's youthful spirit. Europe's finest hops in America's finest light beer. Michelob Light, old world quality from Anheuser-Busch. Michelob Light, the best of both worlds.
Michelob Light, oh yes you can have it all.
This America's Cup update is brought to you by the companies of Bell Atlantic. To bring the America's Cup home, Dennis Conner must now defeat the Australian Kookaburras.
Very impressed with the way they've been coming on. Seem like they have more and more confidence in their boat and the equipment, sailing well. And I think the addition of Peter Gilmore in the cockpit has added a bit more strength to the thinking overall. And I'm very impressed with the whole program. I think it'll be a heck of a good series.
Seat of the pants sailing alone can't win the America's Cup. It takes split-second timing. Today's state-of-the-art technologies are used to analyze every second of every maneuver. Knowing the right move to make and when to make it is what gives the leader the edge. Looking good. That's the kind of strategic thinking Bell Atlantic brings to your communications needs to keep you in the lead.
This fatal third down failure was the child of frustration. Dawson, under brutal pressure from a Packer blitz, lobs a weak pass over the on-rushing defenders. With nothing on it, the ball flutters into the hands of Wood. If there was one play upon which the game turned, this was it.
I thought I was going to go all the way on the daggone thing.
Did somebody flick a toe or something? Kind of.
No, somebody came from behind, I was undecided whether to change field or not on that thing.
You might have made a started going for that quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I started to do.
Overmatched as a team, some Kansas City players still had their moments. Number 55, E.J. Holub, shows unusual speed for a linebacker as he runs step for step with Jim Taylor to stop a sweep. The left side linebacker, powerful Bobby Bell, demonstrates his strength and agility as he fights off a block to make this tackle. In the circle, tackle Buck Buchanan knocked back 2 steps at the moment of impact, still with persistence and good pursuit, manages to wrestle Jim Taylor to the ground. Four times in the course of the game, Dawson did throw the ball to Otis Taylor, but it was far from enough. The timing was faulty on Dawson's first 2 passes to Chris Burford, his other top receiver. Both balls were caught dramatically, but out of bounds. However, Burford is a fine end. He caught 4 passes for 67 yards to lead the Kansas City receivers. Mercury quick Mike Garrett gave American Football League fans cause for pride. Garrett was one of the best backs on the field.
Come on, let's go, hey! All right, give it to Garrett! Give it to Garrett! Give it to Garrett! Good boy. Good Mike. Good ball, Mikey! Woo-hoo!
When they did give the ball to Garrett, he brought the fans to their feet with skittering stop-and-go runs through the Green Bay defense. A beautifully balanced runner, Garrett time and again slipped tackles to gain additional yardage. Mike Garrett is a complete player. He blocks. His fakes were so convincing, but often he was tackled when he did not have the ball. And when his quarterback is in a hole, Garrett lends a helping hand. Above all, though, Mike Garrett is a great natural runner. Kansas City did have some stars, but Green Bay was a team of stars.
Announcing Travel Internet, America's first national discount travel agency. Compare these incredible savings on complete vacation packages that include round-trip airfare and first-class hotel accommodations. Boston to Hawaii, 7 nights from just $6.79 per person. From Los Angeles, just $3.79 per person. Philadelphia to Nassau, 3 nights from only $2.39 per person. Los Angeles to Jamaica, 6 nights from just $5.29. Pittsburgh to Disney World, 3 nights only $2.59 per person. From St. Louis, just $3.29. Los Angeles to Puerto Vallarta, 7 nights only $2.69 per person. From Denver, just $3.29. We guarantee to give you the lowest available prices on vacation packages, cruises, and more. Travel Internet will meet or beat any published vacation package price available at your time of booking. Take advantage of these tremendous savings today. Call this toll-free number for price quotes from your area. Call now while special vacation packages are still available.
When you're out overnight after a day like today, where do you go for some peace and quiet? La Quinta Inn's, just right overnight.
Wednesday, see the team that scores the most three-pointers per game. Providence takes aim at Georgetown in a Big East shootout. Then, the Louisville Cardinals look to regain their championship form when they meet Metro Conference rival Memphis State. It's all live Wednesday night on ESPN.
On the third play of the game, Green Bay lost one of its stars when Boyd Dowler suffered a separated shoulder. He was replaced by 34-year-old Max McGee, the unlikeliest star of the afternoon. McGee fielded his first pass like Willie Mays and went on from there. McGee's catch is even more startling in super slow motion, and it was a portent of things to come. The crafty Green Bay veteran used his 11 years of NFL experience over and over to take advantage of the young Kansas City cornerbacks. McGee beat Willie Mitchell to the outside. He beat Mitchell to the inside. When the desperate Chiefs resorted to double coverage, McGee beat both defenders. Although he had caught only 4 passes during the entire NFL season, on this vital afternoon, McGee caught 7 passes for 138 yards and 2 touchdowns. He demoralized the Kansas City secondary. Carroll Dale, the Packers' other wide receiver, also found Kansas City's stacked defense an invitation to success. Dale gratefully accepted the short passes conceded by Mitchell, who was deathly afraid of the bomb. Hammered to the earth by Fred Williamson on this play, Dale learned something. Later, he used this hard-won knowledge to sting Williamson. After the Green Bay Bombers laid open the Kansas City defense, Packer runners ran through the wounds. Jim Taylor, behind violent blocking, ripped through the gaps torn in the Kansas City defense. On that last touchdown, Max McGee's chain reaction block piled up Kansas City's stacked defense. Elijah Pitts also ran to daylight through the Kansas City line. On that touchdown, you can see the savage charge of the Green Bay offensive line. Fleming, Skoronski, and Thurston wipe out the tiring Kansas City defenders.
There are 2 ways to get an authentic NFL game jersey. Play in the NFL or call 1-800-453-2800. Yes, now you can have the same jersey worn by your favorite NFL player. The real thing from NFL Pro Line. Made by the same manufacturer that supplies each of the 28 teams. With any name and number, even your own name. And you can wear an authentic NFL sideline sweater, just like the coaches. This rugged heavyweight T-shirt NFL players wear for workouts and in games, made by Champion and Starter.
and carry an elegant attaché case by Wilson in genuine football leather. Call 1-800-453-2800 now for your authentic NFL game jersey, the NFL sideline sweater, the workout T-shirt for your favorite NFL team, and the Wilson leather attaché case. Have your credit card handy. Only credit card orders can be accepted. Call now for the authentic NFL Pro line. 1-800-453-2800.
For Players Club International, Mr. Telly Savalas.
You know, I love the excitement in Atlantic City and Las Vegas. And okay, I get VIP treatment. Now you too can get VIP treatment and big savings just by carrying the Players Club Go card. You too can save 25 to 60% off rooms, 25 to 50% off top name entertainment, always 25% off food and beverages. Look, you can stay at some of the finest resorts in the world's most exciting vacation cities. Hey, no strings attached to get the club's benefits. You may save more than the cost of your membership the very first time you use your Players Club Go card. After that, it's bonus time, baby. You listen to Telly? Call Players Club today.
Call me now. I'll send you all the information you need about Players Club. And if you join now, you'll receive this handsome travel wallet absolutely free.
Call 1-800-544-1000 now. That's 1-800-544-1000.
Quarterback Bart Starr was the architect of the Green Bay victory. On the Packers' first series, while his blockers were adjusting, Starr was harried by the Kansas City rush, but he never lost his poise. Firing into the Kansas City defense with cool precision, Starr first hits Fleming, then mixes his targets expertly. On this march, he finds Pitts. Dale. And finally, McGee for the touchdown. These four passes ate up 82 yards. On third and short yardage, Starr likes this daring play. The play-action fake completely fools the Kansas City defense, and Dale is wide open. Unruffled when a penalty nullifies the touchdown, Starr proves again why he is the best quarterback in football. Where Kansas City failed on its third down opportunities, Starr never misses. On 3rd and 5, he hits Max McGee for 10. On 3rd and 10, he connects with Dale for 15. On 3rd and 6, it's Fleming for 11. On 3rd and 7, Starr finds his fourth different receiver, Elijah Pitts, for another first down. A magnificent performance earns Bart Starr the game's most valuable player award. For the first time in 7 years, Vince Lombardi's Packers, 35-10 victors over Kansas City, can claim the indisputable world championship.
Well, it looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
Dad, are you up?
85,000 Pennsylvanians suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Most are cared for at home by family members.
Dad, are you okay?
The sun never sets for a family dealing with Alzheimer's disease. If you need help caring for a loved one, contact your local area agency on aging.
Come on, Dad. Let's go back to bed.
What did Moet do
after making great champagnes in France? Chandon. Chandon. California's encore to champagne.
Two heavy-hitting lightweights collide when Cubanito Perez meets Charlie Choo-Choo Brown. Friday night on ESPN's live Top-Ranked Boxing. Hello and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl number 2. Super Bowl 1 was in Los Angeles. Super Bowl 2 was at the Orange Bowl down in Miami, Florida. But one of the participants remained the same. The Green Bay Packers had won their 3rd consecutive National Football League championship. Truly the salad days of the late Vince Lombardi and the wonderful Packers. But the representative of the American Football League was different. It was the Oakland Raiders. Now, the Oakland Raiders had Darryl Lamonica at quarterback. Remember him? They called him the Mad Bomber. Liked to go deep all the time. And the man with the big mouth on defense, and he had a right to have a big mouth on defense, was Big Ben Davidson. It looked like it was going to be close, but again, it was the Green Bay Packers, as you will find as we review again Super Bowl 2.
Right now, Time magazine has good news for everyone who's ever wanted to make an important phone call, but couldn't find the number. Because if you order Time now, you'll get a free gift with your paid subscription. Time's exclusive phone file. It's a combination telephone and flip file directory to keep your phone numbers where they belong, with a phone. So instead of having to reach for a number...
Write it down. Oh, here it is.
You just reach for the phone and the number's right there. With Time's gift, you can have all your numbers in one place. And with Time magazine each week, you can have the whole world in one place. Fascinating, exciting, entertaining, and informative. Time reaches to the heart of events and brings them home to you with a superb writing and photography that makes the experience of Time unique. And now it can be yours for almost half off the cover price. And with a thank you gift, that means you'll never have to look high and low for a phone number. Instead, it'll always be at your fingertips. Time even makes it easier for you to call with push-button dialing. It has call muting for privacy and automatic redial. There's a handy pen and pencil holder, an area code directory, even a built-in clock. It's a Time magazine exclusive, and it's yours free when you subscribe for 30 weeks of Time at nearly half off the cover price. Payable in 3 easy installments of just $9.79 each. And all you have to do is call our toll-free number.
What's the number?
1-800-221-1700.
Got it.
And with your paid subscription, you'll get Time's unique phone file free. So call now.
What was that number again? It was...
That's 1-800-221-1700. It's the most practical telephone ever invented. And it's part of Time's best offer ever. So don't miss it. You'll never lose a phone number again.
Right from the beginning of the game, there was a sense of superior Packer power. Grown strong, but not fat on history. The first time Green Bay got the ball, quarterback Bart Starr directed them to the Oakland 32-yard line. Don Chandler kicked a 39-yard field goal to give the Packers a 3-0 lead. Near the end of the first period, Starr began another march into Oakland territory. The longest gains in this drive were a 17-yard pass to split end Carroll Dale and a 14-yard run by Starr himself.
Let's work out there.
At the outset of the second quarter, Chandler kicked another field goal, this one from the 20, and Green Bay moved ahead 6-0.
Hey, Andy,
anytime you have a tight 40L and anytime they come in with a tight U, you have to get a call back on the weak side.
Throughout the season, Oakland's defensive line, led by Big Ben Davidson, had consistently put pressure on opposing passers. Confident of this rush from the front four, Oakland's cornerbacks developed the habit of playing pass receivers extremely tight to cut off the short pass, assuming that there wouldn't be a long one. This tactic cost them a touchdown in the middle of the second quarter when Starr on first down found Boyd Dowler deep down the middle for a 62-yard touchdown. The scoring pattern, Dowler explains, was a basic one.
Quick post is what it amounts to, but just he and I out there, man on man, and I kind of horsed by him. I bumped him when I came off the line of scrimmage, and he bumped me. We bumped each other, I guess. You put it that way.
The Raiders were behind 13-0. But if they were impressed, they did not act it.
Like that. Hit him from behind like this on top and throw him down.
Darryl LaMonica, their young quarterback, went to work with poise and efficiency. He ran Hewitt Dixon and Pete Banaszak into the line, and for the first time in the game, they made good yardage. LaMonica then switched to his passing game and moved the Raiders to the Packer 23 with two well-directed throws. LaMonica wound up the drive by passing to end Bill Miller for a touchdown. The strategy which resulted in Oakland's first score is worth reviewing. The touchdown play came out of a double wing formation that was designed to flood the left side of Green Bay's secondary with three potential pass receivers. One of them, Bill Miller, found an open spot just beyond linebacker Dave Robinson. Miller pulled in LaMonica's perfectly thrown pass and beat safety man Tom Brown to the end zone. Miller's touchdown cut the Packer lead to 6 points. And at this juncture in the game, the Raiders gained the momentum.
Get a rush in there now.
Oakland's defense broke down Green Bay's blocking and forced the Packers to punt from deep in their own territory. But Oakland was denied an excellent scoring opportunity when Roger Byrd fumbled Donnie Anderson's short punt, and the Packers recovered. The Raiders had made their first serious error, and it turned out to be a costly one. Starr immediately moved Green Bay into field goal range with a short completion to Dowler. With 6 seconds left in the half, Don Chandler kicked a 43-yard field goal. Chandler's kick did more than make the score 16-7 at halftime. It gave Green Bay an edge they never lost. In fact, Packer co-captain Willie Davis felt that this could have been the game's turning point.
Specific turning point, I thought maybe when we got the field goal right before the half, instead of them having the ball at midfield, maybe in trying a field goal, we had it and got a field goal and put us 16-7. And I think this made a big difference because they possibly could have completed a ball and got maybe a field goal and would have tightened the score.
In the third period, Green Bay pried apart Oakland's defenses and assumed complete control of the game. Ben Wilson and Donnie Anderson moved confidently through the Raiders for steady gains.
Let's run it down their throat now.
But it was Bart Starr's passing And as important, his selection of passes that made the difference. Starr provided the game clincher on a call that is, for him, standard operating procedure. It was 3rd and 1 on the Green Bay 40. Starr faked the line plunge, then lofted the ball to elderly Max McGee. Starr has used this play successfully many times in the NFL, and according to Oakland safety man Howie Williams, the Raiders were aware of it.
We knew the play was coming, and we'd set up an arrangement whereby we were going to jam McGee in and not let him out. But as it turned out, McGee slipped through.
12-year veteran Max McGee demonstrated the value of experience when he outfoxed 3 Oakland defenders and caught the ball for a 35-yard gain. Donnie Anderson caught a shorter pass and brought Green Bay to the Oakland 1. 2 plays later, Anderson cantered into the end zone for Green Bay's 2nd touchdown. Anderson's run made it 23-7. And at that moment, everyone understood that the outcome for all purposes had been determined. Green Bay would be champion again.
Gentlemen, as Big Boss of Big Boss Motors, I've got bad news. Our competition, that other dealer, is outselling us hands down. You know why that's bad news? Because they have better service, a better sales staff, more cars, and their customers keep coming back for more. We can't compete. Do you understand?
We're that other dealer. We're Brown Daub, and whatever it takes, we give.
Watch that bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
Your mission, Paul, is to get these pictures developed, but you must remember to ask for Color Watch.
Color Watch, 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 Color Watch.
For great film developing, make sure your dealer uses only Kodak products. But to get that assurance, remember to ask for... Color Watch. The Kodak Color Watch system helps make great developing possible.
Friday night, former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo Choo Brown faces a new kid in town, Cubanito Perdez. Both are known for knockouts, and you could bet there'll be no holding back. Live Friday night at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN's Top Rank Boxing. 1980. Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
For the 2nd straight year, the Super Bowl gave the people of Green Bay, Wisconsin, reason to be proud, for it proved that their Packers were the best team in all of football. For Oakland Raider fans, the game was like watching a man on the side of a hill trying to hold back a huge boulder. Eventually, it was bound to start rolling. But there were times when the Raiders seemed to be saying that if it did, it would not roll on this day. Several times during the first 3 quarters, Oakland's defense shut down Packer marches deep in Raider territory. They obliterated Green Bay's running game and twice forced the Packers to settle for field goals. Tom Keating, Oakland's aggressive young tackle, bucked and slugged in the trenches with Green Bay's Gale Gillingham and Ken Bowman, and once boiled through to come down with Starr on his lap. Of Oakland's front 4, Keating was the one who caused the most trouble for the Packers, but the one most noticeable from the stands. was 6'7" Ben Davidson, number 83. In 1967, Davidson was named to the All-AFL team, and his reputation for fury was well documented in this championship game. On offense, Oakland was not as impressive, although there were several outstanding individual performances. Red Dixon, the Raiders' big fullback, was the team's leading ground gainer. In the third period, his bludgeoning legs accounted for all of Oakland's yardage. Dixon gained not only 52 yards rushing, but also the respect of Henry Jordan, Green Bay's veteran tackle.
Well, he's one of the hardest runners we've met. I won't say he is the hardest because it's hard to compare, but he was doing some real good running out there. In fact, he did a lot just on his own, you know, with no blocking.
In Oakland's offensive line, the most noteworthy performance was turned in by a rookie guard, Gene Upshaw, number 63. Upshaw blocked superbly all day, and not once did he permit Henry Jordan, number 74, to get to the passer. The Raiders, as they clearly demonstrated in this game, have the enthusiasm, muscle, and size to become a truly superior football team. All they lacked, and it was a noticeable lack on this Sunday, was the Packer experience. The Raiders are a young team, and their greenish hue became very apparent in the harsh light of a championship game. Oakland fumbled 3 times and suffered 1 interception. Green Bay capitalized on nearly every mistake and won the game with professional efficiency. At the heart of Green Bay's precision attack was quarterback Bart Starr. Poised in the face of Oakland's furious rush, Starr picked his plays well, with his usual self-assurance and almost instant recognition of defenses. When the Raiders blitzed, Starr usually caught them in it and pitched short passes over the middle to tight end Marv Fleming. But more often than not, he handed the ball to fullback Ben Wilson, who responded by gaining 65 yards. Wilson wasn't supposed to start, but he did, and emerged as the game's leading ball carrier. Wilson also provided the only suspense the game produced when he spent the 4th quarter on the sidelines searching for a lost contact lens.
I'll be a son of a gun.
Although Green Bay's steady ball control offense was effective, it was the defense which established the dominance of the Packers over the Raiders. It was written before this game that the Packers live by their defense. On this Sunday, the Raiders may have died by it. Through 3 quarters of play, they permitted the Raiders only 7 pass completions. Cornerback Herb Adderley intimidated Oakland's receivers with his savage tackling. And in the 3rd quarter, he drove down the last firm nail in the Raider coffin when he intercepted a pass and raced 60 yards to the Packers' final touchdown. Adderley's interception was the result of his ability to anticipate LaMonica's delivery, and his touchdown was the result of a shattering block thrown by number 77, Ron Kostelnik. Adderley's score, coupled with Don Chandler's fourth field goal, gave the Packers a 33-7 lead. Oakland's Bill Miller pulled in the final touchdown of the day, but all it did was make the game closer on the records than it had been on the field. The game and the world title belong to the Packers of Green Bay.
Whew. I just finished one of the greatest workouts I've ever had. You know, it's been 3 years since I retired from playing football, but I still feel like I'm in great playing shape. Now, yes, how'd I do it? Well, not with these fancy weights or these expensive exercise machines. Nope. All I need is the revolutionary jog and lift. Jog and lift is the perfect total body workout. Just 20 minutes every other day is all it takes to get in great shape. Jog and lift combines the best of jogging and weightlifting in one exercise. It's as easy as jumping rope, but with jog and lift, you also give your heart and your upper body a complete workout. Just 20 minutes is all you need to jump, skip, or jog your way into shape. Jog and lift burns off excess calories and fat that help you lose weight fast. These small circular arm movements help you lift your way to a strong, firm upper body. Jog and lift gives you a safe, high-rep, lightweight workout. By changing your grip from curl to reverse curl positions, you work out a different group of upper body muscles. Use all 4 hand positions, and you bring your entire upper body into play. Jog and lift is serious exercise with sturdy stainless steel components. The solid neoprene rope adjusts to your height. Special jog and lift weights let you go from beginning to advanced workouts with ease. If you're serious about getting into shape, jog and lift is the only workout you'll ever need. It even comes with a 5-year warranty. Hey, youngsters, better look out. Jog and lift's got old Terry Bradshaw in such great shape, I'm liable to make a comeback. Call toll-free and enjoy my favorite workout in your home.
Order your jog and lift today. Call 1-800-544-1000. Call 1-800-544-1000 and get the complete total body workout for just $149.95. Credit card customers use our Easy 3 payment plan.
In the final analysis, the 1968 World Championship game will not be remembered for what happened on the field. It will not be remembered for its spectacular plays, its strategy, or its violence. It will be remembered as the end of an era in professional football. For on this day, Vince Lombardi earned his final victory. 1 month after the game, he announced his retirement and thus brought to an end the most dynamic coaching career in pro history. During Lombardi's 9-year tenure as head coach at Green Bay, the Packers won 5 world championships. But he was more than just a coach to the men who played for him. Men like Jerry Kramer.
He had to be. He's been such a dominant force in our life for the last 10 years, you know. He's been the only reason for our great success at Green Bay. I believe that. I'm sure everyone else believes it. It's inconceivable to think that anyone would know that that was Coach Lombardi's last game and just let it go as another game. I'm sure that was on everyone's mind, and they wanted to do the best thing they could and play the game as well as possible for him.
And so, on this, Vince Lombardi's final afternoon as coach, the Packers were motivated by something far stronger than pride, or prestige, or money. The real turning point of this championship game did not occur on the field. It was not the result of a good kick, a fine run, a hard tackle, or an accurate pass. It occurred in the locker room at halftime, and it was the result of a few words.
We had all been pretty aware of the fact that Coach Lombardi was thinking very, very seriously about retirement. And while many of us cuss him or call him names or a number of things, it's something like you might do with your family. You can call your brother something, but don't let anybody else call him the same thing. This is the same way with Mr. Lombardi. We can cuss him, but don't let anybody else holler at him. And we all felt that this was going to be his last game. And I said to the fellas, I said, look, we got 30 more minutes this year. I said, let's give it to the old man. Let's play the last 30 for the old man. That's about all I said.
6:06 Eastern Standard Time. Vince Lombardi was carried off the field for the last time. He was carried not just to the locker room, but a few steps closer to the Hall of Fame.
Hi, Louis the Lightning Bug here. Now, lightning bugs are experts, see, on safety and electricity. And one thing for sure, and I ought to know, you never fly your kites where power lines go.
You never fly your kites where power lines go.
Now, if you're looking for a tree to climb, you never climb trees near power lines.
Never climb trees near power lines.
Play it smart, little buddy.
For a free safety booklet, call 1-800-248-0099.
Like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
Way to work, man.
There's just one place you need to go for all the names and games making sports news. ESPN Sports Center. 3 times every day, Chris Berman and Dale Gardner bring you the latest scores, the hottest trades, and the top plays from the world of sports. Sports Center takes you on the road with live remotes from major events like the World Series and the Indy 500. Sports Center, your total source for sports, only on the Total Sports Network, ESPN.
We will return to Super Bowl programming after this.
To play the game, to taste again that sweet anticipation, to know again that wonderful sensation of soaring high. Grab the sky. No one's ever felt so good before. I just can't wait to play the game, to live again that moment of elation, to join again that crazy celebration of breaking free. Look at me, time will come and steal away the years.
In this week's edition, we'll see the only championship game Vince Lombardi ever lost. Listen to the maestro of mayhem, Mike Reed, and watch the artistry of slinging Sammy Ball.
To play the game, to give it all you've got and win or lose. Just keep coming back for more. Never mind about the score. That's how you choose to play the game.
Hey, I'm Denise Austin. Join me every day to tone up and trim down. See how celebrities keep in shape and find out the latest on fitness.
In 1937, a shy young Texan named Sammy Ball was the first draft choice of the Washington Redskins. In his rookie season, he led Washington to the NFL title. The championship game that year was played in the snow in Chicago's Wrigley Field. And although it was the first time Sammy had ever played on a snowy field, he passed for 335 yards and 3 touchdowns. That was the beginning of an extraordinary 16-year career that eventually ended in the Hall of Fame. And along the way, Sammy set a bundle of records. He led the NFL in passing 6 times. No one's ever done that. He led the NFL in punting 4 times, and to this day, he remains the only kicker ever to average more than 50 yards per punt over the course of an entire season. Sammy played defense as well as offense, and he was the first man to intercept 4 passes in a single game. And when he retired in 1952, an entire page in this NFL record manual was set aside to display his achievements. Sammy was a true cowboy, and like a Zane Grey hero, he rode off quietly into the sunset, back to his ranch in Rotan, Texas, and that's where we visited him last week.
I love the country. I love the country life. I like horses. I like to fool those cattle, but I love a horse. And this is home to me. We've lived here since 1941, and it's a little far out in the country from any large town, of course, but we've got some small towns within 20 miles of us, so that's not so bad. I would never be happy in a big city. I don't care if they'd give me the whole damn city. I wouldn't like it if I had lived there all my life. When I was in school at TCU, I was flying to Washington to sign a contract, and Mr. Marshall told me to wear a cowboy hat and boots and have a little western flair there. And I did, but at that time I didn't wear boots. I didn't wear a cowboy hat at that time.
Sammy Baugh, as opposed to the way quarterbacks live this day and age, my first year I lived in a condemned hotel in Washington because the rent was free. Of course, Sam saved enough to buy a large cattle ranch, so the old story was Sam used to come to camp every year with a new pair of jeans and a $5 bill in his pocket, never changed either one.
I think the first championship game I ever played in, my first year, I think it was the thing that meant the most to me, because I never thought I'd ever play in a championship game in the pro league. I'll just be honest with you. And I'll tell you, I never saw a bunch of boys that were cut up as much as everybody on both teams playing that ball game. That was a terrible field to have to play on, because every time you hit the ground, that frozen mud would just cut you, and you had little places bleeding all over you. It was a very poor field to play a football game on.
He had a charisma to attract fans. I remember in Philadelphia at Shibe Park that when we played, and Sammy Baugh was playing in those days, when we played the Redskins, that we turned down out on Lehigh Avenue in front of Shibe, we turned down 15,000 people that couldn't get in. He was an attraction.
Defending Sammy Baugh was almost an impossible situation. People that saw him play, I'm sure, will agree with me on that, because he threw the ball from a running position many times as he took the ball from center, short and long, in a hurry, or faking into the people, flaring out and going deep, and made the defense a very tough situation.
A boy was rushing me, and he was a good football player. That's what he was supposed to be doing, but he was hitting me with his fist, and as though he was hitting at the ball, he was coming down, and he was always catching me right in the face. And at that time, we didn't have any mask on or anything, you know. I told him next time we'd call a pass, that I told him not block him, just let him come. Well, I threw the ball and hit him right there on where that headgear went across his forehead, and I guess it shut off the blood or something. And anyway, he stood there a minute and just fell flat on his... I thought I'd killed him. It scared me more than did him. But it didn't help a bit, because he still came just as hard next time as he did before.
Bringing Sammy Baugh, though 36 years old and with 15 seasons of pro competition behind him, gives no signs of nearing the end of his amazing career. Voted the greatest living quarterback of all time by the Associated Press poll, the venerable Sammy is ready for another full season. Every time he throws the football, completes a pass, gains a yard, scores a touchdown, Baugh sets a world record.
A lot of people today think of Sammy Baugh as being a great passer because of his records, and probably still has some, but he also was one of the greatest defensive backs in the National Football League. I think he led the league in pass interceptions a couple of years. A pretty fair ball carrier, the greatest quick kicker that ever lived.
Everybody today, I think, the quarterbacks of today, they do nothing but emulate the throwing styles that Sammy Baugh started years and years ago. I think that Sammy Baugh was the greatest football player that ever played the game.
They played one of the greatest matches in history. John McEnroe and Max Wielander renew their rivalry at the Nike International, Tuesday night on ESPN.
In 1960, the Philadelphia Eagles won the NFL championship. And to this day, no one can figure out how. They had a great quarterback, Norv Van Brocklin, but they didn't have much speed, and their defense was not much more than wishful thinking. But somehow, they reached the NFL championship game, and there capped an unforgettable season by defeating Vince Lombardi's Green Bay Packers.
The one game that will stay in my memory forever in the 14 years, or even my college days and high school days, was December 26th, 1960, when the Eagles defeated the Green Bay Packers for the World Championship. It's the only championship that Coach Lombardi ever lost. That day, I went both ways. I played 58.5 minutes. I was 35 years old. I played left side linebacker. I snapped the ball on punts, extra points, and field goals, and played offensive center.
The 1960 championship matched legendary Vince Lombardi's Packers against Buck Shaw's talent-starved Eagles, a team many felt had no right to be in a championship game.
What Buck Shaw used to say before every game was to constantly remind us that we may not be as good as the team we were going up against, and that we were going to have to play over our heads in order to win the ball game.
We just had a bunch of guys, hungry guys, that would just, bite, scratch, poke, punch, do anything they had to do what they had to get the job done, and that's why the Eagles wound up in the championship.
I have a world championship ring. I was a member of a world championship team. I was not a good football player.
Few of the Eagles who played in Franklin Field that December day were. Philadelphia had two stars, captains Chuck Bednarik and Norm Van Brocklin, a quarterback who was like a second coach on the field. He led an air-oriented offense sparked by a scrappy little receiver named Tommy McDonald. The ground game barely existed.
We had hardly any running game at all. In fact, a lot of guys, they used to tease us and say, the Eagles halfbacks run for daylight. What daylight?
The Packers did, however, run to daylight with a star-studded backfield of Paul Hornung, Jim Taylor, and quarterback Bart Starr. They had just begun their 3-year run of conference titles under Lombardi. But according to Van Brocklin, being the underdog didn't faze Buck Shaw.
We were all keyed up, teeth chattering, waiting to go out and play the Green Bay Packers. And this is a typical Buck Shaw speech. He walks up and looks at his watch, and he says, "Well, I guess we better go out, boys." That's it.
The calm guidance of Shaw and the hot hand of Van Brocklin paced the Eagles. In the finest hour of his 12-year career, the Dutchman was magnificent. When Green Bay had the ball, Bednarik number 60 waged a private war with Jim Taylor as the Eagle defense held the pack to a single touchdown. Philadelphia had just two themselves. The first on a 35-yard pass to Tommy McDonald, as Van Brocklin twice brought his team from behind. With time running out, he crossed up the Packers' pass-conscious defense and stayed on the ground. Ted Dean's score put the Eagles in front 17-13 with just a minute 20 left to play. Bart Starr and company went right to work, moving the ball downfield to the Philadelphia 22. Lombardi's team had time for one last play.
It was the last play of the football game. I knew we were out of timeouts. I knew that a field goal wouldn't help us in that situation. Bart knew it was a desperation play. He dumped the ball off to me in a little swing pattern. I caught the ball and saw Bednarik there. And
I grabbed him and I knocked him to the ground. Of course, by that time, some of the other guys came, and I looked at the clock at the same time, and I was looking down at him, and he was telling me in that funny southern accent, "Get off of me, you blankety blank, blank, blank." And I saw the clock go 5, 4, and he's squirming, and I got to figure 3, 2, 1. It was 0. I said, "You can get up now, you blankety blank, blank. This game is over."
The Eagles' three heroes, Buck Shaw, Van Brocklin, and Bednarik, all retired that afternoon. Bednarik soon relented and played one more year, but the 1960 championship is unsurpassed in his memory.
That game, it's the greatest thing ever happened to me, because I'm still known as the last guy to play both ways.
Two heavy-hitting lightweights collide when Cubanito Perez meets Charlie Choo-Choo Brown. Friday night on ESPN's live Top Rank Boxing.
Mike Reed cut short his career as a pro football player to begin a new occupation, one that's brought him here to Music Row in Nashville, Tennessee. Now, the flowing melodies of country and western music are a far cry from the violent beat of the NFL. But Mike Reed has succeeded in both professions. Today, he's a successful songwriter for Ronnie Milsap. 10 years ago, he was a maestro of mayhem for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Mike Reed was a pass-rushing prodigy. A consensus All-American at Penn State, Reed made an harmonious transition to the pro game. In 1970, he was named AFC Defensive Rookie of the Year. And during his 5-season career, he was twice accorded Pro Bowl honors. Reed was a virtuoso who played defense in a major key. When he wasn't studying the opposing game plans of a Noel or Madden, he could be found interpreting the sheet music of Chopin and Beethoven. An accomplished pianist and composer, he was invited to perform his work as a guest soloist with the Cincinnati Symphony. Reed enjoyed holding center stage, and he felt that football gave him the same opportunity to bask in the spotlight's glare and earn the applause of an audience.
I always saw it as a way to perform. I've always gotten a kick out of performing. To me, it was a lot of fun to go into a football stadium with 70,000 people and all the colors and the cheerleaders and the little horn band on the side doing the Led Zeppelin medley, you know, that whole thing. To know that all those people came to watch me, and that when I beat a guard for a quarterback sack, that the reason I was so glad they put numbers on your jersey, man, so that they could see that this was my number, and they knew that I did that. I was never a very big player. I was 250 pounds, which is not small, but I was on the short side for a defensive tackle. My game was speed, quickness, and if there was anything at all that I could do to put up in front of a guy, you know, to break his concentration. A lot of times in games, I might start telling
a guard what I'm going to do. If I knew it was a pass rush, I might tell him what side I'm going to take. When you tell a guy, now I'm coming to your outside, and bam, you do beat him. You know, maybe you beat him with the quarterback, and I come back and I look, say, I told you. I do it again and beat him again, you know, and about that time he doesn't know what to think, and then maybe you get him believing you, and you beat him to the inside. Then you start lying to him. Then you start breaking it up, telling the truth, lying, telling the truth. And then maybe if you sack the quarterback more than once, you might start talking to the quarterback about talking to the guy that's let me in his face all day.
Reed was a bright and gifted athlete who held the world on a string, but suddenly he lost his grip. This intense competitor became entangled in his quest for excellence. The perfect pitch Reed strived for on the football field was drowned out by discordant notes.
Football became an environment in which, mentally, okay, I was one more year and I would have been ready for the Enchanted Kingdom. They would have sent me off in a little wagon saying goodbye. I wasn't like the drooling beast. They didn't like drag me over to the locker room on the end of a chain, say, okay, it's time to get ready, and hit me with the Valium or anything like that. But I felt that I was giving my life and my heart and soul to something that was making, that I was just really a mess, you know.
Reed became the NFL's first case of burnout.
I'm not one that in my life that has been given to tears, but I found myself, you know, coming apart that way by myself in my room at night. And sensing all along that I didn't really, this isn't really normal for people to live like this. I didn't quit football to get into music. I quit football to quit football. I never thought I would be making a living in music. I never thought I would be a professional songwriter. Even though I wasn't making any money and was stuck in a little dive somewhere, I had the great emotional I could keep that same emotional fevered pitch, because when you're in a little joint playing for 50 people or 75 people, you're playing your own song, and it's only 75 people, but those 75 are hanging on.
Of course, come on, we need $4 signs for 5,000.
Were the daily lives of the fishing family.
Top, go, top, dollar sign. All right, he's up.
It was a sense of a sense of failure. A lot of things, feelings that we can feel in this life that I frankly felt were important to feel. That brought me a little more in touch with things, you know.
No sad songs need be sung for this former maestro of mayhem. Mike Reed's fingertips now hold the key to inner peace and harmony.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson. Is there a person out there, at least a football fan out there, that does not remember Super Bowl III, Orange Bowl, Miami, January 1969? You should. This is the one in which the American Football League, the New York Jets, won. This is the one that Joe Namath said, I guarantee that the Jets will beat the Colts. Well, the Colts did not have Johnny Unitas. Earl Morrow was filling in, had been nearly all season long, and Unitas was to play in the game, but still the Colts were the prohibitive favorites. But little Weeb Eubank, who had won with the Colts a National Football League championship, came back with the Jets and became the first ever to win a Super Bowl for the American Football League. A big moment in the National Football League history, Super Bowl III at the Orange Bowl in Miami. We'll have it in a moment.
Give me a light. Bud Light. Cold but chilly.
If you just ask for a light beer, you never know what you'll get.
Give me a light.
Bud Light. So if you want the less filling light beer with the first name and taste, don't just ask for a light beer.
Give me a light. No, Bud Light.
Bud Light. Because everything else is just a light.
Are you still making shredded knuckles? Still wrestling with expensive toys? Then Wrap 2 is for you. Just attach one of these blades and away you go. A little cabbage quickly turns into a carload of coleslaw, and you can color it with radishes without raking your knuckles. Change blades and Wrap 2 slices anything. To clean, all you do is rinse. The third blade can glide through the hardest cheese. Think this ice can jam it? Wrap 2 crushes that idea. The fourth blade does all your fine grinding, but there's more. You get a second machine that makes French fries by the fistful, makes carrot sticks, and even makes diced vegetables. Plus, you get our special bowl that fits securely on the base. It's an extra hand that means no more uh-oh, and there's no uh-oh to the price. It's only $29.95. Want more? Then watch this potato. It comes out mashed. But where's the peel? Unbelievable. Try it with an egg. One push here, egg salad here, and the shell here. Amazing. You get it all for only $29.95. Order yours now.
For COD and credit card orders, call toll-free 1-800-441-2929. Save the COD charges by sending $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling to Wrap 2, Box 121, Plainville. Order this complete food preparation system now.
On December 29th at New York Shea Stadium, Joe Namath riddled the Oakland Raiders with 3 touchdown passes and led the Jets to a surprising victory and the championship of the American Football League.
Please let the players in the room.
Right now, Baltimore is leading in the NFL.
Victory over Cleveland in the NFL championship was so impressive that all the men of football were convinced that the mighty Colts would win easily against the young Jets in Miami's Super Bowl. But a relaxed and confident Joe Namath made it clear that in his mind, there was no doubt that the Jets would win. We're a better team than Baltimore, he said. We'll win the Super Bowl. I guarantee it. For the Jets, for the Colts, and certainly for millions of football fans, the worth of Broadway Joe's statements could only be measured on the field of action. Baltimore's defense started the championship game as if they would settle the issue very quickly. They hammered down the New York runners and boxed in Namath's receivers. After 3 minutes of this treatment, the Jets relinquished the ball to Baltimore's offense. On his first call, Earl Morrow threw to John Mackey, who batted the Jets with a 19-yard run. Morrow then turned to his ground game. Tom Maddy, number 41, and Jerry Hill, number 45, powered the Colts past midfield. Once in New York territory, Morrow returned to his passing attack and connected with Tom Mitchell on the New York 19-yard line. But there, Morrow threw 2 incompletions. And on third down, he was pressured out of his passing pocket and was forced to run for no gain. Baltimore wasted its first scoring opportunity when Lou Michaels missed a field goal from the 27. On the final play of the first period, Lenny Lyles, number 43, gave Baltimore a second chance when he knocked the ball from George Sauer, and the Colts recovered on the Jets' 12. The first quarter belonged to the Colts, but in the second quarter, with Baltimore pressing for a score, the feeling of the game changed suddenly. It changed on the one accomplishment which most often reverses the trend in a football game, the denial of a sure touchdown. From the Jet 6, Morrow passed to Tom Mitchell. The ball caromed off Mitchell's shoulder pads and into the hands of New York's Randy Beverly. For the second time, the Colts squandered a scoring chance, but even more significant, they lost control of the game.
Hi, I'm Nora Anderson of the Princeton Power Aerobic Workout. Uncle Bob and I are shaping up for cystic fibrosis. Isn't that right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
You can help a good cause and get in shape at the same time. February 2nd through the 8th is Shape Up Week for CF at a participating health club near you. Every time you work out during Shape Up Week, you'll be raising money to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. Right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
So when you go to your health club this week, ask them if they are participating in Shape Up for CF. And what should people do if their club tells them no, Bob?
Ask them why.
Very good. I'm so proud of you for working out so
Think
hard.
I could keep in shape like this if I didn't?
Even if you aren't an investor, the stock market can affect your business. So subscribe to the Wall Street Journal and profit from the market without investing anything more than the cost of a newspaper.
Call 800-372-3000 for this special introductory offer. 13 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $29.75. Phone 800-372-3000 now for the Wall Street Journal.
Wednesday, see the team that scores the most three-pointers per game. Providence takes aim at Georgetown in a Big East shootout. Then, the Louisville Cardinals look to regain their championship form when they meet Metro Conference rival Memphis State. It's all live Wednesday night on ESPN. Two heavy-hitting lightweights collide when Cubanito Perez meets Charlie Choo-Choo Brown. Friday night on ESPN's live Top-Ranked Boxing.
Joe Namath used Beverly's interception as the springboard for a brilliantly executed 80-yard touchdown drive. On 3 successive running plays, Namath sent Matt Snell into the spongy right side of the Colt defense. With Baltimore properly concerned with the Jet running attack, Namath went to the air. He first threw to Bill Mathis on an outlet pass for 6 yards. He then connected with split-end George Sauer twice, once for 14 yards, and again for 11. Namath's 4th completion, a flare into Snell, moved the Jets to the Colts' 9. From there, Namath went back to the run, and Snell carried twice, scoring the second time from 4 yards out over the sagging right side of the Colt line. The touchdown was vital to the Jets, for it proved that they could move the ball against the powerful Colt defense. With a 7-0 lead, the job now fell to New York's defense. Throughout the second quarter, the talented Colts constantly threatened to score, but never did. They moved the ball handily, but each time they arrived at the gates of the end zone, the Jets produced a drive-stopping effort.
Oh, come on! You dirty Colt! You dirty guy!
With Baltimore threatening on New York's 15, Johnny Sample intercepted a pass by Earl Morrow. It marked the third time the Jets turned back the Colts inside the 20-yard line. With 25 seconds left in the half, the Colts again penetrated Jet territory. This time, Morrow called for a bit of razzle-dazzle that he had used successfully earlier in the season. 4 months before against the Atlanta Falcons, the play resulted in a touchdown pass from Morrow to flanker Jimmy Orr. Against the Jets, it began successfully, but Morrow's pass to fullback Jerry Hill fell short and was intercepted by Jim Hudson. The real tragedy of the play, however, was the fact that Jimmy Orr, the primary receiver, was standing all alone within easy reach of the end zone. Morrow did not see him and threw instead down the middle, where Hudson intercepted. The first half ended with the Jets ahead 7-0, and Baltimore's precision and power, so evident on the icy turf of Cleveland's Municipal Stadium, seemed to be melting away under the warm Florida sun.
Go get in there, Baltimore! Get it, Baltimore! Let's get on the board, baby! Let's get on the board!
On the first play of the second half, Tom Matty fumbled. The Jets recovered, and Jim Turner kicked a field goal to make it 10-0. From then on, the third quarter belonged to New York. Joe Namath manipulated the offense so well that the Jets had possession of the ball for all but 3 minutes of the period. Namath called about half the plays at the line of scrimmage and read Baltimore's shifting defense like an old pro. Namath's quick arm nullified Baltimore's fearsome blitz, and his accurate passes to George Sauer, number 83, consistently punctured the Colts' pass defense. Between passes, Namath continued to punch at the weak right side of the Colt defense with his running backs for small but important gains. The third quarter was dying, and so were the Colts. The Jets' margin was small, but definite. Joe Namath was enjoying one of his finest days. Earl Morrall was not. Late in the period, Jim Turner kicked a field goal to give New York a 13-point lead.
We get another score, though. We need another score. Can't let him get the big return. All right, Tank, ready to get us through there. I would have got you in the middle, Tank, but I wanted to go with that 37, see? It doesn't matter. That's what I know, but I would have, you know. If it had been the game thing, I might have went that way.
A game that was supposed to be a laugh-in for the Colts was now a grim battle for survival. At this point, Don Shula replaced Earl Morrall with a man whose reputation was built fighting and winning such battles. With John Unitas, rested Baltimore's only hope of victory.
You're in my heart, you're in my soul. You'll be my breath should I go. You are my lover,
Mercury for 1987, shaped to hold the road and to capture your heart.
You're in my heart, you're in my soul. You'll be my breath.
Mercury, the shape you want to be in.
Fact. Without money, many of the best things in life are unattainable. Fact. You insure to protect. You invest to grow. When you're not sure where to invest, knowing about Kemper helps. Ask a securities broker about the investment products of Kemper Financial Services. Mutual funds, money market funds, unit trusts, life insurance and annuities, real estate. Kemper Financial Services, a concern for your future.
Just finished my first day at a great new job. You know where I found it? Here, in the National Business Employment Weekly. Every issue tells you about the best jobs available. Managerial, professional, technical. At top companies across the country. Top salaries from $25,000 a year to $250,000. Every issue has articles to help you land the job that's right for you. Writing a better resume. Coming across strong in interviews. Marketing yourself. Then when you get the job you want, articles that help you manage your career, like setting career goals, salary statistics, how to ask for a raise and get it. The National Business Employment Weekly helps you get a great job, helps you do a great job. Don't make a career move without it.
Ask for the National Business Employment Weekly at your newsstand, or if you prefer, get the next 8 issues by first-class mail for $35. Call toll-free 800-372-3000. 8 weekly issues, $35. Call 800-372-3000 now.
At the beginning of the fourth period, Jim Turner kicked his third field goal to increase New York's lead. The Colts were 16 points behind in the last period. Similar odds had been conquered before with John Unitas at quarterback. But now, with his famous passing arm no more than a tattered memory, he could offer only a fighting heart and a will to win. Inspired by the presence of their old champion, the Colts finally did what they were supposed to do, did what they were capable of. When Baltimore reached the New York 25, Unitas was betrayed by his ailing arm. His pass intended for Jimmy Orr was underthrown, and Randy Beverly made a juggling interception. Colts, it was a frustrating culmination to a good drive, but it confirmed the fact that with Unitas at quarterback, sore arm or not, they recaptured the fire and determination that had been their trademark. Unruffled by the appearance of the old master, Joe Namath marshaled his team on a carefully considered, time-consuming march that carried the Jets into Colt territory. Stalled at the Colt 35. But with the Jets ahead by 16 points, young Joe Namath was only 7 minutes away from being pro football's championship quarterback. But in those final 7 minutes, Broadway Joe learned that there is still a place for a proud old man in a young man's game. The darkening field of the Orange Bowl, John Unitas ignored his aching arm and pushed the Baltimore Colts to their first score. Points behind, the Colts gambled on an onside kick and won possession on the New York 44. With only 3 minutes to play, all the hopes and dreams of an entire season rested on the shoulders of one man, one old pro. One last moment for the master. Two champions on a Sunday afternoon. A new one as a quarterback. An old one as a man.
For the widest selection of top-of-the-line televisions in the Easton area, go see Wyrick & Sons. Wyrick's features the best in Magnavox, Philco, Quasar, and Toshiba TVs and VCRs. Pat Wyrick & Sons specializes in sales and service of high-quality TVs like the Solitaire Collection by Magnavox, the most sophisticated televisions on the market today. If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for my customers. That's Pat Wyrick's motto. Pat Wyrick & Sons TV Sales and Service, 1235 Tatamy Road, Easton, where quality counts.
For powerful adult drama, dial up Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. It happens every day.
Is Joe in? No, Joe lives here.
It happened to Marjorie. But it won't happen again because Marjorie's not a victim anymore.
Smile.
Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice.
You know, I love the excitement in Atlantic City and Las Vegas, and okay, I get VIP treatment. Now, you too can get VIP treatment and big savings just by carrying the Players Club Go card. You'll save money on rooms, on top-name entertainment, on food and beverages. Just join the club that's honored the world over. Atlantic City, Las Vegas, Reno, Tahoe, the Caribbean, all around the world. Hey, no strings attached to get the club's benefits. You listen to Telly? Call Players Club today.
What did Moet do after making great champagnes in France? Chandon. Chandon, California's encore to champagne.
The biggest names in sports go one-on-one with the questions you want to ask. One-on-one, Monday nights at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson. Welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl number 4, Tulane Stadium, New Orleans. I could tell you all about the Purple People Eaters of Minnesota, about the Kansas City Chiefs, but a personal note about a good friend, Len Dawson, quarterback, Kansas City. One of the network's news departments alleged that Len Dawson was involved in gambling. This came just days before the Super Bowl. Suffice to say, Len Dawson, his entire family, his friends, the Kansas City Chiefs, were appalled and were distressed. Later, it was proven not true, of course. And Len Dawson came back to be a hero of Super Bowl number 4. Also remembered because Hank Stram said, look at them out there. They're running around like it's a Chinese fire drill. The Purple People Eaters were eaten by the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl 4, which you'll see after these messages.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
You can't use a step ladder to get off the roof, a straight ladder to change a light bulb, and neither is good for painting ceilings. So here's Super Step. It's every ladder you'll ever need and more. It's a tough 12.5-foot straight ladder that you can bend and lock into a 6-foot freestanding step ladder, or an adjustable scaffold that's strong enough for 2. But there's more. Fold and lock this way and you have a workbench or table. Fold and lock again and it's a pair of sawhorses. Can't reach the window without breaking down plants? Use Super Step this way, and you won't crush a leaf. You can even paper that tricky stairwell safely and easily. Each of these Loctite hinges withstands 5,000 pounds of pressure. Ever see a ladder bend like this before? Don't buy all these ladders, scaffolds, and more. You'll spend over $500. One Super Step does all these jobs. And when you're done, just fold it up and store it away. Super Step comes with this incredible 10-year limited warranty and a simple 3-part payment plan. Don't send any money. Just call 1-800-453-6600. We'll bill your credit card 3 payments of $38 each, and we won't bill the last payment till you've tried Superstep at home for 30 days. Or if you prefer, send a check for full payment to Superstep, Box 121, Plainville. The total price is just $99 plus $15 shipping and handling. Call 1-800-453-6600 now.
Get it up in the air, Jan. Let's go, boys. Hey, let's go, man. Pop it out of that end zone, Jan. Come on, boy. Get it up in the air. Get it up in the air. Cover, red cover. Right return.
After 4 minutes of play, the Chiefs gained possession of the ball and immediately revealed Hank Stram's well-conceived offensive game plan. Stram had decided that the Chiefs could move against the Viking defense on quick pitch passes in front of the Minnesota cornerbacks.
Throw that thing on the outside, Leonard. That double wing, do it more often. You throw it one, he can't cover that thing, Lenny. Throw it anytime. That pitch on the outside. That's a good time to throw it right there, you see. Let's go tight eye, double hook. That stuff in front is like stealing. We got to do more of it.
Quarterback Lynn Dawson proved the worth of Stram's strategy. 6 of his 7 completions in the first half were quick, sudden throws to the sideline.
That's it. That's the one. They can't cover that in a million years. No way in the world they can cover that stuff. See, that's like stealing over there. Double team those ends. No way they can cover that stuff. See, keep them down so we throw over the top.
Take it to them, Lenny.
The Chiefs operated from a bewildering cluster of offensive formations, leaving the Vikings too confused to properly defend the passes.
We're catching them moving. We're catching them moving a little bit. They're not ready for that quick count. Look at them running around. They didn't even know where to go on the lineup. They didn't know where Mike was. Didn't know where he was. They didn't know where to go. Yeah, Kosulki was running around there like it was a Chinese fire drill. They look like they're flat as hell.
Pass! Watch a pass!
After Dawson had the Vikings thinking about his quick passes to the outside, he moved his attentions to his running game. Kansas City's running backs moved like lizards, slithering in and out of slits and crevices in the Viking line. Although they did not break free for long runs, they gained consistently and gave the Chiefs essential control of the first quarter and genuine domination of the second.
Come on, Lenny. Pump it in there, baby. Just keep matriculating the ball down the field, boys.
Let's go there, baby. Push it on down.
What'd you have? I didn't have call play. I wonder if we can go blue slots, 32 XGO, back into the sideline here. All right? Keep negotiating that ball right down the field, boys.
The least visible but most important aspect of Stram's game plan was executed by Kansas City's well-schooled offensive line. Wary of the quick, wild rush of Minnesota's 2 all-pro ends, Carl Eller, number 81, and Jim Marshall, number 70, the Chiefs made them cautious early in the game. They ran the ball inside and outside and varied their blocking pattern so often that neither Marshall nor Eller could totally commit himself to driving in on the quarterback.
Field goal.
In the first quarter and again in the second, Jan Stenerud kicked field goals and gave the Chiefs a 6-0 lead.
That's a good start. That's a good start. A good kick. That's the way. Yeah, that's it. All right. Okay, let's do a job. Hey, these guys can't move the ball against us. Let's do the job on it, babies. Come on. Watch a play-action pass. Play-action pass. And make sure you keep him in that pocket.
The early momentum initiated by the Chiefs' offense was sustained by an adventurous defense designed to squeeze Joe Kapp in the pocket and to reach Minnesota's tough runners before they could get started. Overpowered by the Chiefs' enormous defenders, the Viking running game gained only 24 yards in the first half.
Make sure you mark it right. Make sure you mark it right. Oh, you lost your place. Measure it. Take the chains out there. Oh, they didn't make it. By God, they made that by an inch. He definitely gave an extra foot. Bad. Very bad.
When Kapp turned to his passing game, Kansas City's close guarding cornerbacks and linebackers smothered his short passes and intimidated his receivers on longer ones.
Come on, turn around! Our ball! It's our ball! The guy didn't see the ball.
It's a free ball. They didn't see it.
Didn't see the play. What? We got 6 people out there and you can't see.
That's a lousy call, ref. Open your eyes.
How in the world can all 6 of you miss a play like that? All 6 of you miss a play. Then the ball was knocked loose when he made contact. Boy, that's a bad call. Mr. Official, let me ask you something. How can 6 of you miss a play like that, huh? All 6 of you. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we made contact, and nobody...
I thought you were talking about you being on the field.
No. What?
Midway through the second period, the Chiefs' secondary forced the game's first turnover when Jim Marsalis knocked the ball from John Henderson and Johnny Robinson recovered on Minnesota's 46. At this point in the game, Hank Stram decided on a most unlikely gambit.
Listen, let's have a blue right slot, fake, draw, 908, 51, G-O reverse, you know. Yeah, okay? Here comes a reverse coming from tight eye. Here comes a reverse from tight eye. Could be wide open here coming up. Tight eye reverse. You might pop something over back into this side, you know? We got a reverse coming from tight eye. Come on, get him out of there, Lenny. Come on, baby. That's right. It happened fast, boys.
The 51 GO reverse would plague the Vikings all day, and it's worth repeating. Carl Ella, number 81, was lured inside by the initial fake, then chopped down by Dave Hill, clearing the outside for a 20-yard gain by Frank Pitts. Pitts' run set up another field goal by Stenerud, and the Chiefs' lead increased to 9 points.
We break them down with these threes, and then we get on that board with some big ones.
Come on, Vikings, get it back. Come on, we got to get to 7.
Hey, we don't give them anything, man. We keep throwing that pressure on, putting the coal in the fire, kicking a pie behind. Let's go, come on. No frozen rope. Get it up in the air so we can cover this thing, all right? Let's go.
Minnesota's Charlie West opened the way to the game's first touchdown when he misplayed the kickoff, and Kansas City recovered.
We got the ball, boys.
5 plays later, with the ball on the 4-yard line, Coach Stram called for a
65 toss power trap. Look for 65 toss power trap. What does it look like?
Hey, look for a 65 toss power trap. Let's see what it looks like.
Gloucester, tell him 65 toss power trap. Get in there for 65 toss power trap.
Let's block.
Come on, let's get 7 points.
Come on, let's go.
65 toss power trap. That might pop wide open, Rats.
Get in there.
Is that there, Rats? Nice going, baby. Yes, sir, Rats. Yes, sir, boys. Was that there, Rats? Nice going, baby. Yes, sir, Rats. Yes, sir. Yeah! The Minter. Okay, let's go, boys. Let's go, babes. Was that there, boys? The old mentor?
I saw it again on television.
Go. Coach pumped it in there, boys.
As we review the 65-horse power trap, watch the Kansas City line entice the Vikings to the outside, leaving Mike Garrett an open path through the middle. Garrett's touchdown made the score 16-0 and closed out half completely dominated by the Kansas City Chiefs.
Watch out. It's coming. You're about to get hit with another big heating bill.
Afraid of high fuel costs? Dave Lennox has a pulse gas furnace that could cut your winter heating bills almost in half.
Attaboy, Dave.
Find out how you can cut your fuel bills almost in half. Call R.S. Hahn & Sons of Easton, your local independent Lennox efficiency experts. Ask about our Lennox pulse gas furnace with a 20-year heat exchange warranty. R.S. Hahn & Sons, caring about your comfort since 1904.
Watch that bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
Wall Street. Unpredictable, fast-paced. What happens here affects your investments and your future. Now, you're only a phone call away from the action with the Dow Jones Market Report. For a 1-minute update on the latest market news, call the Dow Jones Market Report. It's the shortest distance between you and Wall Street. Find out what's up. Call 1-900-976-4141 today. Cost per call is 50 cents from anywhere in the USA.
Wednesday, see the team that scores the most three-pointers per game. Providence takes aim at Georgetown in a Big East shootout. Then, the Louisville Cardinals look to regain their championship form when they meet Metro Conference rival Memphis State. It's all live Wednesday night on ESPN. The biggest names in sports go one-on-one with the questions you want to ask. One-on-one, Monday nights at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
The opening minutes of the second half offered a complete reversal of the pattern which had been established in the first half.
What in the hell's going on out there with those blocks? What play did we blow? Wendell Hayes. Where's Wendell Hayes? Wendell Hayes. Where's Wendell Hayes? Wendell Hayes. Get in there. We can't make mistakes in this game. Come on, beat his head. Come on, Mark. Oh! Kill him. Ow! Stick him. Go! Damn it, move! Hold on, baby! Get him! Get him! They want we're made of, D! Come on, D! Get on, D! Come on, give him a shot of some song. Blaster, Rich, get in there. Hurry up. Get out there. Come on, get out there faster. Hey, there was too much leakage on that play. There's too much leakage down there, I'll tell you that, boys. Come on. Let's wake up.
Hit him, baby, Banks. Way to hit him, baby.
Way to hit him, Jim. What's the matter with that snap? We blew two of them down there. They looked like they were late. Come on, we can't be making any mistakes down here. Who are they calling?
Surprised and outfought, Kansas City's offense managed only one first down, then turned the ball over to the other half of the Purple Gang and its fierce ringleader, Injun Joe Cat.
We gotta go, D!
Injun Joe blazed a 66-yard trail to the Kansas City goal, running and passing for all but 10 of the yards himself. Dave Osborne's touchdown cut Kansas City's lead to 9 points.
Because we're going to win this game, yeah, ain't that right, Joe? Yeah, we're going to win this game. We're going to make these guys wish they never come off the reservation. That's telling them.
Hey, make sure you now pick out somebody and block. Bring this ball back for us, and let's put out the fire. Listen, Lenny, again, first down, throw that, get your square out here. They haven't come close to covering him.
The Chiefs responded to the Vikings' score by returning to the strategy which had proved so effective in the first half. And when Minnesota challenged the Chiefs' short passing game, Stram instructed Dawson to switch to his deceptive running attack.
Reverse. Here comes the reverse, boys. Yeah, here comes the reverse.
Here goes again, reverse.
Right there, partner.
You got it.
First down.
You got the first down. Here it is. Move it. Oh, hey, move it up a little bit. You look at his foot here.
Hold on. Let me have it.
My God, look where his front of the foot is and where you put the ball. Yeah, but here's, yeah.
It's right where it's supposed to. First down.
You did good. You did good. You marked it good.
Switch it on.
No, he's all right.
First down.
That's good. You marked it good. You marked it good. You did a hell of a job. Nice score. Great job. You marked it good. That's an excellent call. Those officials are doing a hell of a job. Was that reverse there, boys? It was there, wasn't it, boys? It was there, wasn't it? All right, watch the flip.
With the ball on the Viking 46-yard line, Dawson decided to resume his passing tactics. It was a wise decision. In a brilliant individual effort, Otis Taylor turned a routine hitch pass into a devastating touchdown.
That's there, boys. It was very important that we score on that last drive, I'll tell you that.
A repeat of the touchdown reveals it began from the same sideline pattern, which had worked so successfully in the first half. Taylor's remarkable run gave Kansas City a 23-7 lead late in the third period.
How many of you out there have read either Time or Newsweek? Okay, no hands, you know who you are. Now ask yourself, how come you've never subscribed? And if you did, how come you've let your subscription run out? Maybe you weren't getting the news you really needed. Maybe you should be subscribing to U.S. News instead. You see, in sacrificing articles about Madonna, you get 10 better ways of managing your money. Rather than all the glitz about passing trends and fashion, you learn how folks just like yourself become millionaires. Instead of all the gossip, you get news you can do something with, like choosing the right colleges for your children. No matter where you turn to, you get clear, concise news of the world and nation, plus information you can put to use, like keeping up with technology, buying the right stocks, cutting your taxes, enhancing your career. I mean, what more could you ask for? How about U.S. News at a basic price that's lower than Newsweek, lower than Time? Guaranteed. Just 67 cents an issue, more than 65% off the cover price. And if you call now, 1-800-228-5100, you'll also receive free this exclusive U.S. News phone system with this unique built-in phone directory that puts the number you need right at your fingertips. Plus this push-button phone with memory and automatic redial. So call 1-800-228-5100. You can even pay in 3 easy installments of just $5.99 each. That's 27 weeks of U.S. News at more than 65% off the cover price. Plus this free U.S. News phone system. All at a rate that's lower than Newsweek. Lower the time. Guaranteed. So call now. 1-800-228-5100.
Trailing by 16 points, the Vikings pinned their fading hopes on the strong arm of determined Joe Kapp.
Come on, offense, let's go! We gotta get to 7!
But all the willpower in the world could not pull Kapp through the rough Chief defense. 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter. One by linebacker Willie Lanier, number 63. And the other by safety Johnny Robinson, number 42. Ended all hopes of a Viking comeback.
That ball looked like it had helium in it.
Hey, you can't float those balls in Harley.
That's right.
Lock it up.
Much of the credit for the interceptions must go to the persistent giants of the Chiefs' defensive line, who dealt Joe Kapp a season's worth of punishment in a single game. Through it all, Kapp was brave and tough, as he always has been. But by the end of the day, he was physically beaten, something he has never been. Defeat is a personal thing,
Nice going.
but victory belongs to everyone.
Nice going, Willie.
Hey, Johnny.
Johnny, let's go Stram get in there.
Johnny, hey, Johnny.
Let's get in
Hell of a job. Nice going, baby. Nice going, baby. That's a big kick for us, boy. Nice going. Hey, Bobby Stein. Hey, Bob, nice going, boy. Go ahead for Mike, Lenny Dawson.
How'd it be, Leonard? You're a champ.
Nice going, Leonard. Nice going, baby. Nice going, baby.
On January 11th, 1970, victory belonged to Hank Stram and his Kansas City Chiefs, the world champions of professional football.
Announcing Travel Internet, America's first national discount travel agency. Compare these incredible savings on complete vacation packages that include round-trip airfare and first-class hotel accommodations. Boston to Hawaii, 7 nights from just $6.79 per person. From Los Angeles, just $3.79 per person. Philadelphia to Nassau, 3 nights from only $2.39 per person. Los Angeles to Jamaica, 6 nights from just $5.29. Pittsburgh to Disney World, 3 nights only $2.59 per person. From St. Louis, just $3.29. Los Angeles to Puerto Vallarta, 7 nights only $2.69 per person. From Denver, just $3.29. We guarantee to give you the lowest available prices on vacation packages, cruises, and more. Travel Internet will meet or beat any published vacation package price available at your time of booking. Take advantage of these tremendous savings today. Call this toll-free number for price quotes from your area. Call now while special vacation packages are still available.
Most successful investors do their own investing, control their own financial affairs, and can utilize a discount firm like Schwab & Company very effectively. The great advantage, I think, in dealing with a Schwab employee who is salary-based in compensation is that you will always know that he does not have a conflict of interest riding on your transaction. Even more than the savings on commissions that we provide investors, we give them a haven where they can conduct their business without all of the hassles and the opinions and pressures from salespeople. I have always been an investor myself, and I have tried to think of everything that we do for our customers through the eyes of myself. Would I like it as a customer? Would I not like it as a customer?
Save money on brokerage commissions. Call Charles Schwab now for this free booklet. Toll free 800-228-6609. That's 800-228-6609. Find out what Charles Schwab can do for you.
Pro Football Observers throughout the years.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson. Welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl V, Orange Bowl, Miami. And it was the Dallas Cowboys in their first ever appearance in the Super Bowl, not their last, but their first. And the Baltimore Colts, strangely enough, the Colts had lost in 1969 as members of the National Football League. Here they were 2 years later as members of the American Football Conference, playing against Dallas. Well, this was a ball game that a lot of folks, except a young kicker by the name of O'Brien, would like to forget. As a matter of fact, they called this game the Blooper Bowl. Why? Because there were 11 turnovers in this game, and a defensive player won the award for the first time. And not only that, the defensive player was on the losing team. Strange game with a great ending, thanks to the kicking of Jim O'Brien. Super Bowl V from Orange Bowl in Miami in just a moment.
Thank you for your order, and be sure to look for your free gift. Would you like to receive a free gift, too? I'll be right back to show you how.
Roger, Mother Goose. Radar locked on target. 00532 miles. Looks like a piece of cake.
Even with millions of dollars worth of computerized guidance systems, heat-seeking missiles, and state-of-the-art avionics,
Fox 1, Miss Lloyd.
it's still the cool steel nerves of the pilot that wins battles.
He's going down. Trouble. 2 bogeys in my 6. I'm out of here. Looks like I've lost him. Correction, he's on my tail. Just fired.
And you can fly with these pilots in the Epic of Flight, the Time Life book series that follows the history of aviation, beginning with the fighting jets. This is the book that lets you fly over Mig Alley in Korea and sit in the earliest jets with a gun's eye view of battle. Relive the war of 1,000,000 sorties in Vietnam. Dance across the desert to Mirage 3 during the battle over Sinai. And fly to victory over the Falklands in the amazing Harrier jump jet. Each book traces a different chapter capturing the greatest moments in aviation, highlighting the pilots that made the difference. And it starts with the fighting jets. So call toll-free and begin your adventure in the Epic of Flight.
Sierra Hotel. Bogey going down. Give me a vector. I'm coming home.
Hi, I'm Carol at Time Life Books. Call now and receive your first book, Fighting Jets, for 10 days free. Keep it, pay $13.95 plus shipping and handling. Other books will follow, one every other month. Keep only the ones you want, cancel at any time. If you call now, you'll also receive this digital watch free with your purchase. Call 1-800-922-4400. That's 1-800-922-4400.
Super Sunday, 1971. A bright day of promise for an extraordinary game of pro football. Early in the first quarter, the fickle nature of Super Bowl V began to emerge. Baltimore's Ron Gardine misplayed a punt, and Dallas recovered on the Colt 9. Three attempts to reach the end zone failed, and the Cowboys had to settle for a field goal. Mike Clark's kick gave Dallas a 3-point lead, but it was a disappointing end to an early opportunity.
Well, I
think we ought to just go with our regular stuff and blow them out of there. They're playing a little strong toward Pettis, I think.
The next time the Cowboys had the ball, Coach Tom Landry instructed his quarterback, Craig Morton, to concentrate on the running game. Twisting through the Colts like two Texas tornadoes, Walt Garrison, number 32, and Dwayne Thomas, number 33, proved the worth of Landry's tactics. Only once did Morton resort to that old and honored cowboy trademark, the long pass to Bob Hayes. Hayes' catch brought Dallas to the Baltimore 6. But for the second time, Landry's offense was stopped by Don McCafferty's defense. On third down, a hard rush by Billy Ray Smith, number 74, forced a desperate pass from Morton. The pass was incomplete, but even worse was the fact that Morton was called for intentional grounding, and Dallas was penalized 15 yards. The longest march of the game was shrouded in failure. The Cowboys had to settle for a field goal, and again came away with 3 points instead of 7. Once in a great while, the clouds of chance will overshadow the plans of men. Such was the case in Super Bowl V, when John Unitas dropped back to throw early in the second quarter. His pass bounced off the intended receiver, Ed Hinton, then was tipped by the Cowboys' Mel Renfro, and then caught by the Colts' John Mackey, who raced 75 yards to a touchdown. The Cowboys protested the play, claiming Renfro never touched the ball. If he had not touched it, the score would have been nullified. Passes can't be tipped from one offensive man to another unless a defender touches the ball in between. As the play is repeated from 2 different angles, watch the spin of the football accelerate when Renfro's fingers graze the laces. Unitas's touchdown pass evened the score, but it was his last look at the sun before the coming storm. The extra point attempt was blocked, and the next time Unitas took the field, Dallas made him pay dearly for his quick glimpse of glory. third down, Unitas escaped from his disintegrating passing pocket, only to be met by linebacker Leroy Jordan, whose perfect shoulder tackle jarred the ball loose, and Jethro Pugh recovered on the Colt 28. Craig Morton moved the Cowboys to a touchdown with 3 quick passes to his running backs, Dwayne Thomas, number 33, and Dan Reeves, number 30.
Well, it looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
Dad, are you up?
85,000 Pennsylvanians suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Most are cared for at home by family members.
Dad, are you okay?
The sun never sets for a family dealing with Alzheimer's disease. If you need help caring for a loved one, contact your local area agency on aging.
Come on, Dad. Let's go back to bed.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Tuesday, a Big East doubleheader tips off with Connecticut jamming against Boston College. Then, the Villanova Wildcats' Doug West won't waste time renewing his one-on-one rivalry with Willie Glass in St. John's. 2 Big East battles starting live Tuesday on ESPN. 1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
At the opening of the second half, the Cowboys gained a foothold and threatened to break open the game. A jolting tackle forced a fumble. Dallas recovered and marched to the Colt 2-yard line.
Put it away, baby! Put it away! Let's go!
It was another opportunity for the Cowboys, but again, their hopes were shattered on the rocks of the Colt defense. Dwayne Thomas was hit hard at the goal line, fumbled the ball, and Baltimore recovered. It was a big play for the Colts. A touchdown might have clinched the game for Dallas, but instead the recovered fumble made a new beginning for Baltimore. This trial by fire stoked every heart And for the first time in the game, the Colt offense seized the initiative. Earl Morrall replaced the injured John Unitas at quarterback and brought with him a hard-born determination to succeed where he once had failed. In 1968, Morrall led the Colts to Super Bowl III. And when he crumbled beneath the charge of the New York Jets, he was called a Sunshine Soldier. But today, he was a sturdy commander, and his experienced arm was the only consistent element in the Colt attack. Twice in the fourth period, Morrall moved Baltimore into scoring positions. But both times, the Cowboy defense denied the Colts a touchdown. Chuck Howley ended one drive with an interception in the end zone. The other drive ended with the most unusual play of the afternoon. Morrall handed to Sam Haverlack, who completed a pass to Hinton. Cornell Green ripped the ball loose, but neither team could recover it before it rolled out of the end zone. The officials ruled the play a touchback and awarded the Cowboys the ball on their own 20. Another look reveals the extemporaneous quality of this play. Haverlack was supposed to pass the ball back to Morrall, but Jethro Pugh, number 75, disrupted the pattern. Haverlack threw instead for John Mackey, but Ed Hinton caught it. When Cornell Green swiped the ball from Hinton's hands, neither team could recover it. Out of this offensive failure came a renewed determination on the part of the Colt defense. The emphasis was on the job ahead, not on the wreckage that lay behind. A pass intended for Walt Garrison was deflected into the hands of the Colt safety, Rick Volk. The real cause of the interception was the high-handed rush of number 85, Roy Hilton, who forced Morton to make an inaccurate throw. Volk carried the ball to the Dallas 3. Tom Nowatzki powered into the end zone, and Super Bowl V was a tie game.
Thank you for your order, and be sure to look for your free gift. Would you like to receive a free gift, too, and save money at the same time? I'll be right back to show you how.
In the movies, good guys wore white, bad guys wore black. But the real West wasn't black and white. Marshal Wyatt Earp started out as a gunslinger, and ruthless outlaws like Jesse James became popular heroes. Now, Time Life book shows the West like it really was. This book, The Gunfighters, reveals the men behind the legends. Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch, John Wesley Hardin, who shot a man for snoring, Billy the Kid, Judge Roy Bean. He once fined a dead man $40 for carrying a concealed weapon. Their stories are all here. So are their guns, plus rare photographs and great Western art. The Gunfighters is yours for 10 days free. If you like it, receive volumes every other month. The Great Chiefs, the Gamblers, each has the look and feel of hand-tooled saddle leather. If you care about the West as much as I do, you'll want every one. The Old West from Time Life Books. It makes me feel like I was there.
Hi, I'm Kathy at Time Life Books. If you call now, you'll get the Gunfighters for just $4.95 plus shipping and handling. That's $8 off the regular price. Plus, you'll receive this Western belt buckle free when you purchase your first book.
Call 1-800-228-3600. That's 1-800-228-3600.
This offer ends soon, so call now.
With 7 1/2 minutes remaining, the two survivors of the most competitive season in NFL history stood toe-to-toe and slugged it out in a fight to the finish.
Come on, offense! Hey, offense! Let's go! Watch the roll on! Watch the roll on!
Safety double blitz work like a charm.
Way to hustle. That's the big thing. Way to hustle.
Let's go, Trent! Go, Dwayne! Go, Dwayne! Go, Dwayne! All right, Dwayne! All right, Dwayne! That's the way to run the ball!
A season living in its last seconds ignites the spirit of the true champion. Slowly but steadily, the Cowboys began to weaken under the ever-tightening grip of the Colt defense. The Cowboys did not break under the pressure, but they bent. A pass from Craig Morton bounced off the fingertips of Dan Reeves and was intercepted by Mike Curtis. Once again, and for the last time, the relentless Colt defense shaped the character of Super Bowl V. Curtis returned the ball to the Dallas 28 and put the Colts in range of a field goal.
One side, give a man over right, a man over left. Nobody gets set till I holler set. All right, now tell them all when you go in. Let the fullback. Hey, Jerry, just tell the lineman in there. Come here. You got the hold? Jerry, let Jerry set him. Tell him in the huddle. All right. Nobody got to hold him on the set now. Right. Just to make sure Bubba gets it now. Make sure he's on the set. You got to hold him. Let him move. We're going to win this game.
The World Championship of Professional Football would be settled in one final play.
Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Please.
All the money, all the glory, and all that counts in pro football rode on the right foot of rookie Jim O'Brien.
Gentlemen, as Big Boss of Big Boss Motors, I've got bad news. Our competition, that other dealer, is outselling us hands down. You know why that's bad news? Because they have better service, a better sales staff, more cars, and their customers keep coming back for more. We can't compete. Do you understand?
We're that other dealer. We're Brown Daub, and whatever it takes, we give.
Watch that bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
Effort. It's what separates one company from another. Effort. It's what it takes to stay ahead. Effort. It's the difference between a job and a job well done. Effort. It's what makes Hilton America's business address.
Wednesday, see the team that scores the most three-pointers per game. Providence takes aim at Georgetown in a Big East shootout. Then, the Louisville Cardinals look to regain their championship form when they meet Metro Conference rival Memphis State. It's all live Wednesday night on ESPN. Two heavy-hitting lightweights collide when Cubanito Perez meets Charlie Choo-Choo Brown. Friday night on ESPN's live Top-Ranked Boxing.
Pro Football Observer throughout the year.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson. Welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 6 to Lane Stadium. We called it the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans, Louisiana. And the participants, Dallas. The Cowboys now, after that rough decade of a start, were truly a power in the National Football League. They were back for their second try. In the American Football Conference, there was a team called the Miami Dolphins. Remember Jim Kick, Larry Zonka, Paul Warfield, Bob Greasy? They were in their first Super Bowl ever. But it was not to be the day for the Dolphins. That was to come later in the 70s. This was to be a day for the Dallas Cowboys, led by Roger Staubach and a great running back who did not last long in the league. Remember him? Dwayne Thomas. So Super Bowl 6, it is Dallas and Miami. The site is New Orleans, and you will review the game when we come back.
Every job in America is affected by what happens in this room. Now, perhaps you've never invested a cent in the stock market, but even so, your business is influenced in countless ways by those who do. That's why the Wall Street Journal monitors the market so closely. Every rise, every fall, every trend. Each day, the Journal tells you how the market's activity will affect the overall business climate. But more than that, it analyzes the implications for every corner of American business, including yours. So the Wall Street Journal can help you profit immensely from the stock market without investing anything more than the cost of a newspaper.
Call 800-372-3000 for this special introductory offer. 13 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $29.75. Phone 800-372-3000 now for the Wall Street Journal.
2-1 the count.
Hi, honey, I'm home. Ooh, I like the way it looks.
I'll be finished soon.
Oh, good. Look, I brought you some new fishing clothes.
Hey, those are nice. Thanks. In fact, I'll wear them this afternoon.
From work to weekends, Dickies are America's favorite work clothes, made with Celanese Fortrel polyester.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Is it true that a Big Mac attack starts with a craving for 2 all-beef patties?
Oh, boy, does it.
Followed by a tendency to repeat yourself?
Oh, boy, does it.
And a total loss of concentration?
What's that?
A total loss of concentration.
What's that?
An inability to speak clearly.
Now we'll go to trendy at that.
An urge to share? What about the Coke?
Super Bowl 6 matched two coaching philosophies. Tom Landry's multiple offense, Don Shula's basic ball control. Over the years, the precision of the Cowboy offense has not altered. But in 1971, the synchro mesh of the Dallas attack added some salty dog, the Dodger, Roger Staubach. The scramble is not Tom Landry's favorite play, but Staubach had successfully used the tactic in 9 straight victories since being named starting quarterback. Today, Staubach's shoulder shaking would lead him down a dead-end alley of Dolphins. In the first quarter, Staubach left the pocket 5 times and lost a total of 9 yards. While Dallas searched for its game legs, Miami came out ready to roll. At quarterback, Shula had reformed scrambler Bob Greasy, now disciplined to direct a basic ground game with Larry Zonka and 21 Jim Kick, a matched set of power backs. Early in the game, one play personified Shula's method. Kick cut down the backer. Guard Larry Little blew out the corner. Zonka shed a tackle, and Miami became the first team to cross the 50. Larry Zonka fumbled for the first time in 238 carries, and a moment of early Dolphin advantage passed to the Cowboys. the young Dolphin defense turned to its leader, Nick Bonacante. Starbuck returned with a plan to strike at this Miami nerve center to gain control of Bonacante's middle area. The implement of attack was a running game designed to start flow one way, then send the ball carrier cutting sharply back against the gray. Trapped out of position and blocked on every play, Bonacante saw control of the middle slipping through his fingers as Dallas running backs began to probe the heart of the Dolphin defense. The Dolphins finally held, and Dallas settled for a Mike Clark chip shot and a 3-0 first quarter lead. A Miami mistake had been converted into a Dallas score. The game plan had faltered. Another was beginning to assert itself.
Hi, Louis the Lightning Bug here. Now, lightning bugs are experts, see, on safety and electricity. And one thing for sure, and I ought to know, you never fly your kites where power lines go.
You never fly your kites where power lines go.
Now, if you're looking for a tree to climb, you never climb trees near power lines.
Never climb trees near power lines.
Play it smart, little buddy.
For a free safety booklet, call 1-800-248-0099.
Well, that looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Monday, a big night of basketball on ESPN. Pittsburgh faces Syracuse Orange man Ronnie Cycli in one of the best inside games in the Big East. Then, Michigan State makes a run at Northwestern in the Big Ten game of the week. Big Monday starts live at 7 Eastern here on ESPN. 1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
The shadowy shapes of Cowboy Pass haunted Landry. A symbol of Dallas defeat had returned wearing aqua. To end the Paul Warfield curse, Landry dispatched number 34, Cornell Green, to follow every movement, to track him from sideline to sideline and cut off every inside route. With Green blanketing inside, cornerback Mel Renfro could drop outside. Smothered inside out, Warfield began to feel pressure where there was none. To stop the Dolphin ground game, Landry turned to another source. Bob Lilly had shared every nightmare the Cowboy Pass. Now he set out to rid himself of the memory. Lilly, the intimidator, breaking down Miami's plan of control, and then pursuing it into all-out retreat. In the heat of the moment, ex-scrambler Bob Griese had reverted to his old wild ways. Griese Tracy's 29-yard loss was a dramatic evidence of the trend of cowboy domination, but a less obvious pattern of control was being established along the front lines. Licio, Nyland, Manders, Nye, and Wright. The cowboy offensive line, a machine well-oiled with experience, now held sway in the trenches. With clockwork precision, holes were pried open, and Walt Garrison popped through. The rugged kinship of Garrison and the offensive line softened Miami resistance. Now Staubach could rest easy in the pocket and strike up a passing attack. Still, something was missing, and that something Staubach needed to look no further than his own Hutto. Number 19, Lance Allworth, was ready, but he had spent a frustrating first quarter running roughshod through the Dolphin zone while Staubach scrambled. He took his problem to the proper authority. And when the Dallas ground game stalled, the magical hands of Lance Allworth were ready. For a decade, the feats of this man have been legend, but now he was about to make what he would call later the two most important catches of his career. Allworth's first catch, he once again wove his way to the open area of the zone. On the second, his quick feet tapped out touchdown. A super receiver had finally found a fitting showcase for his skills. Allworth's touchdown gave Dallas a 10-0 lead with less than 2 minutes remaining. Gill finally sifted through his escort to put the Dolphins within range at the Dallas 24. But Miami touchdown hopes fell harmlessly off Warfield's chest. A replay demonstrates why. Warfield broke free behind Green, but the Dallas safety reacted back to deflect the ball. Time was short, and Miami called on its tiny Cypriot hero, Garo Yepremian, to salvage 3 points. Miami had demonstrated its quick striking capabilities, and in a half dominated by Dallas, the Dolphins left the field still in contention 10-3.
Daddy, what's Vietnam?
What's Vietnam? A question a child might ask, but not a childish question. A question that in the past has led not to answers, but only to other questions. What were we fighting for? Why didn't we just drop the bomb? How could we fight an enemy we couldn't even see?
Did all those people die?
Time Life Books and Boston Publishing present The Vietnam Experience, the series designed to answer the nagging questions.
Did we win the war, Daddy?
Each volume looks at the war from every point of view. No matter where you stood, you'll gain new insights into your own position, as well as those you may have opposed. You'll attend secret meetings at the White House and walk into an ambush to draw enemy fire. From Quezon to Chicago to Saigon, you'll be there, learning much you didn't know about Vietnam and much you didn't know about America.
Why did we fight the war, Daddy?
Call toll-free and start putting the Vietnam experience into focus with Combat Photographer. You'll see what it was like over there from a perspective the media couldn't provide, an historic perspective that only now are we able to consider. It is important that we honor and remember those who gave their lives for our country. But honoring isn't enough. Remembering isn't enough. We must answer the question, what's Vietnam? For ourselves and for the next generation.
Will I have to fight in a war, Daddy?
To order your first book, call now, 1-800-248-5400. It'll be sent to you free for 10 days. Keep it and pay just $14.95, plus shipping and handling. Others will follow about one every other month. Keep the ones you want, cancel anytime. So call 1-800-248-5400.
The second half opened with tactical maneuvers on both sides. Shula and Bonaconti discussed means to seal the middle, while Landry planned counteraction. Miami sensed the importance of this first series. Hold or be swallowed up. Bonaconti rooted in and tackled Manny Fernandez stacked over center. The shocked Dolphins watched Dallas fly outside. The flanks opened, and Dwayne Thomas flowed into the secondary. When Miami scrambled to adjust, Landry sent in a fake pitch flanker reverse, and Bob Hayes flashed for 16 more yards. Then back to Thomas to weave his way home. "71 yards in 8 plays, 7 of them sweeps, and the stunned Dolphins were suddenly down 17-3. The quick Cowboy success was accepted without celebration. Still half a game remained, and Dallas had been guilty before of accepting victory too quickly. Veterans remembered other games seemingly won, only to be lost. This time, they would not rest until they had thrown off the demon of defeat. Thomas, Garrison, Calvin Hill, and the offensive line plundered the Dolphins for a Super Bowl record 252 yards rushing. And Staubach settled into his role of captain with easy confidence. But each time Staubach reached back to put Miami away for good, the staggering Dolphins would hold on by a fingertip. Every time it was cornered, the scruffy, no-name defense would hold its own, then lash back. The Cowboy offense controlled the game, but could not put it away. Dolphin fate lay in the hands of a defense called Doomsday. Doomsday measured Miami for defeat. With all its tools of victory depleted, the hour had grown late, very late for Miami. And now doomsday would end the dream for good, with another veteran of past failure, Chuck Howley, accepting the honors. In every season since 1966, Tom Landry had watched his team lose the one game that really mattered. Now he looked on as his Dallas Cowboys finally sealed sweet victory. Dallas led 24-3. And for the first time in their history, the crown fit. The hour had grown late, and the joyous trumpet blasts of Miami's arrival were now silent. The bright orange balloon of Miami's season had descended. The high crest of emotion now shrunken hard in the cold afternoon sun. But a memory remained, the image of a remarkable season put together by an unlikely team. The Dolphins were determined to have one last moment. Miami's last drive ended as had its first, and the domination was complete. In the gloom of the moment, the Dolphins could not be consoled. But a real triumph remained. They had come so far, so fast, and they would get another chance. Dallas had needed 6.
Number 1, Dallas Cowboys. Hey, Bob, who got that ball?
Well, he fumbled, and then I hit it.
It hit his slide.
Yeah, he fumbled it, and then whenever he went to get it, I hit it in my hand.
What a time to get it. Just think, those people that had those white handkerchiefs waving before we came out, I think they're going to use them to dry their eyes now. Look at them. Dry your eyes and weep. We're number 1.
Hey, let's get better now. We'll improve out here next couple series. Let's go.
Yeah, we're in good shape now. All we have to do now is just hold the ball.
Yeah, there we go. One solid quarter. Running tough, baby. Running tough. Ready? Set. Hutchie, hutchie, hutchie.
You all get back in there.
Did we get enough?
Looks like it.
First down, dynamite.
Get back in there.
Go, Cal. Turn it up. Go, Cal. Run, baby, run!
I can feel it. A shot. Get up, Calvin. Get up, Calvin, and run harder, baby. Whoa, he's a little bull. Hey. Oh! Come on, official. Late hit. You know it was a late hit. Don't hit him, Calvin. Don't hit him. You're too big. Gotta be cool. You gotta be cool.
Get in there. Get in there. Get in there.
Take it in.
Woo! Scott, target every time he goes up in the air, he loses the ball. Stay on your feet. Dog. I guess you realize now this is a pretty rough game. Or either that or you just keep your tongue in your mouth. All right. Ooh, man.
Finally. Oh. What do you think, Coach?
I think it's pretty nice. Pretty good. Congratulations. I'm really happy.
Hurry up, Mike! We're fighting number one. All right. Woo! Number one.
The Dallas Cowboys accepted their championship, not with a wild scream of triumph, but with an easy sigh of relief. 12 years separated Tom Landry from his first dream to its realization, and in the end, the long, hard road made the final destination seem all the sweeter.
Hi, I'm Nora Anderson of the Princeton Power Aerobic Workout. Uncle Bob and I are shaping up for cystic fibrosis. Isn't that right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
You can help a good cause and get in shape at the same time. February 2nd through the 8th is Shape Up Week for CF at a participating health club near you. Every time you work out during Shape Up Week, you'll be raising money to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. Right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
So when you go to your health club this week, ask them if they are participating in Shape Up for CF. And what should people do if their club tells them no, Bob?
Ask them why.
Very good. I'm so proud of you for working out so
Think
hard.
I could keep in shape like this if I didn't?
Powerful punching. Bruising action. On ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Each week, ESPN is your ringside seat to see today's best young boxers exchange blows. Former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo-Choo Brown takes on Cubanito Perez in Top Rank Boxing's main event live Friday night on ESPN. Count on championship rounds of Top Rank Boxing live on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson. Welcome back to more Super Bowl highlights today. Super Bowl VII, and went back to where it all began in 1967, the Coliseum in Los Angeles, California. This is a game that had everything going for it. George Allen had the over-the-hill gang of the Washington Redskins. They were everybody's darlings on the East Coast, at least in the Washington area, at least. The Miami Dolphins had been there before with Kick, Zonka, Warfield, and Greasy. And they'd come from behind in their championship game to knock off Pittsburgh and go into this game with a perfect 16-0 record. Everything going for the game, but as it turned out, it wasn't much of a game except for the Dolphins and their fans. Miami was just too good for the over-the-hill gang that looked over the hill. Super Bowl VII, when we come back here on ESPN.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. your fate should be this good.
The sports stars of tomorrow are doing their best today in America's high schools. Every Saturday, ESPN Scholastic Sports America looks at the record setters, the scholar athletes, the outstanding teams, players, and coaches. It's the one and only weekly program featuring high school athletes from all across the country doing their best. Join Chris Fowler every Saturday at 6:30 Eastern for Scholastic Sports America on ESPN.
I'm Lorne Green, and I'd like to talk to you about something I believe in very strongly: career training. A lot of you may not be able to attend regular classes. So here's how you can get your career or high school diploma and even your degree studying at home in your spare time through ICS. ICS has helped millions of people like you for over 90 years. That's quite a record. You call this number for full information on exciting career fields like computer programming, high school, auto mechanics, hotel restaurant management, veterinary assisting, child daycare, bookkeeping, TV, VCR repair, medical office assisting, or degrees in business management or accounting. I urge you to make this important call now.
Call 1-800-824-5600. Operators are on duty right now to send you the free information that Lauren Green spoke about. Call 1-800-824-5600. That's 1-800-824-5600.
The probing eye of a nation focused in on a 9-inch strip of Coliseum turf, control of which would determine the game's outcome. In the first quarter, the confrontation was no contest as up and down the line the Dolphins took root and controlled scrimmage. The heart and soul of Washington ground power, Larry Brown, was confronted with a wall of red, his own blockers forming the barrier. While Miami stopped the Redskin attack in the middle, number 32, Jack Pardee, and the Washington defense sought to control the outside game. To do this, they keyed Miami's superb pulling guard, Larry Little, number 66. Pardee's first move on a sweep was to pick off Little and let the runner go free. Stripped of his escort, even big back Larry Zonka could be handled by tiny cornerback Pat Fisher and his quick feet. The no-names were brilliant, but Pardee's over-the-hill gang matched them throughout a bruising first quarter. Faced with defensive stalemate, the Dolphins turned to a different tact. A Bob Greasy to Paul Warfield pass is no surprise, except when delivered on first down. The out-of-character maneuver netted 18 yards and provided Greasy with field position to test the nemesis of his running game, Pat Fisher. Greasy sent Howard Twilley to the corner and delivered a perfect pass, just over a leaping linebacker and outside a beaten Fisher. Miami accepted the game's first score with typical reserve, but the two quick strikes had split open a defensive standoff, and Washington surrendered the first measure of psychological advantage.
For the widest selection of top-of-the-line televisions in the Easton area, go see Wyrick & Sons. Wyrick features the best in Magnavox, Philco, Quasar, and Toshiba TVs and VCRs. Pat Wyrick & Sons specializes in sales and service of high-quality TVs like the Solitaire Collection by Magnavox, the most sophisticated televisions on the market today. If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for my customers. That's Pat Wyrick's motto, Pat Wyrick & Sons TV Sales and Service, 1235 Tatamy Road, Easton, where quality counts.
For powerful adult drama, dial up Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. It happens every day.
Is Joe in? No, Joe lives here.
It happened to Marjorie.
But it won't happen again because Marjorie's not a victim anymore.
Smile.
Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. To rise, to meet the challenge.
Steady on course 320.
To master the most advanced skills.
You're at the rendezvous point.
To meet the future with new confidence.
Also the deck, surface the ship.
Rise, eye.
To break through. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
Friday night, former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo Choo Brown faces a new kid in town, Cubanito Perdez. Both are known for knockouts, and you could bet there'll be no holding back. Live Friday night at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN's Top Rank Boxing. The biggest names in sports go one-on-one with the questions you want to ask. One-on-one, Monday nights at 9 Eastern on ESPN.
No name returned, determined to hold the newly forged lead. Their method would be the 53 defense, with Manny Fernandez settling head up over center and using his quickness to nearly beat Redskin backs to the handoff. The purpose of 53 was to predetermine Bill Kilmer's play calling, to set up the ball hawks of Miami's deep zone, to force Kilmer into third and long situations, to test his arm early and often. Kilmer's third down pass had been intended for number 42, Charlie Taylor, but he found the middle crowded with Dolphins, and Jake Scott pulled off a single-handed steal. The Dolphin defense had called the shots, taken the ball from a frustrated quarterback, and given it to a confident one. A fake pitch on 2nd and 2 fooled the run-conscious Redskins again. And once more, it was Pat Fisher who got burned, this time by Paul Warfield. But after 20 minutes of perfect football, Miami had at last proved fallible. An illegal procedure penalty wiped out Warfield's touchdown. The setback might have caused a letdown, but middle linebacker Nick Buonaconti recalled the pain of a previous Super Bowl too vividly. The Dallas Cowboys had destroyed Miami in Super Bowl VI with cutback running. The Dolphins knew Larry Brown would test them with the same tactic. This year they were ready. The Dolphins had drilled on maintaining precise pursuit angles, sealing off every avenue of escape, front and back. This was team defense, each man's course coordinated with the teammates. 11 men on 11 paths of pursuit, all with one mission: seek out Larry Brown and punish him. Once again, Miami had forced Washington's hand. With 2 minutes left in the half, Buonaconti sent Doug Swift in on a blitz, then dropped to the middle and waited. Buonaconti's interception told the whole first half story. Miami's cold persona had extinguished the fires of Redskin spirit. Larry Brown had been dealt a game's worth of pain in just one half. George Allen's enthusiasm had turned to nervousness. Calmly, Manny Fernandez and Don Shula looked on as Miami offense secured the vantage ground. Jim Mandage came up with Greasy's 6th completion in 6 attempts, And then number 39, Larry Zonka, led number 21, Jim Kicks, to a sliver of end zone daylight, and the half of Dolphin domination ended 14-0.
I just finished one of the greatest workouts I've ever had. You know, it's been 3 years since I retired from playing football, but I still feel like I'm in great playing shape. Now, yes, how'd I do it? Well, not with these fancy weights or these expensive exercise machines. Nope. All I need is the revolutionary jog and lift. Jog and lift is the perfect total body workout. Just 20 minutes every other day is all it takes to get in great shape. Jog and lift combines the best of jogging and weightlifting in one exercise. It's as easy as jumping rope, but with jog and lift, you also give your heart and your upper body a complete workout. Just 20 minutes is all you need to jump, skip, or jog your way into shape. Jog and lift burns off excess calories and fat to help you lose weight fast. These small circular arm movements help you lift your way to a strong, firm upper body. Jog and lift gives you a safe, high-rep, lightweight workout. By changing your grip from curl to reverse curl positions, you work out a different group of upper body muscles. Use all 4 hand positions, and you bring your entire upper body into play. Jog and lift is serious exercise with sturdy stainless steel components. The solid neoprene rope adjusts to your height. Special jog and lift weights let you go from beginning to advanced workouts with ease. If you're serious about getting into shape, jog and lift is the only workout you'll ever need. It even comes with a 5-year warranty. Hey, youngsters, better look out. Jog and lift's got old Terry Bradshaw in such great shape, I'm liable to make a comeback. Call toll-free and enjoy my favorite workout in your home.
Order your jog and lift today. Call 1-800-544-1000. Call 1-800-544-1000 and get the complete total body workout for just $149.95. Credit card customers use our easy repayment plan.
Washington fans welcome their stricken team back from intermission with a purpose. Emotion had brought them this far. Emotion could save them now.
How about every damn guy in here? Everybody listen to this. We got 30 minutes to live. We've talked about character. We're going to see how much character every damn guy has here. Now let's hit somebody. And let's be proud of ourselves and be physical. First series on offense, first series on defense.
Allen's orator brought back the fire, and Kilmer came out swinging with an aggressive outside passing attack. Redskin receivers ran short outs underneath the Dolphin zone, and finally, Washington mounted a drive. With 6 carefully structured completions, Kilmer took his team the length of the field right up to touchdown's door. When it counted most, Redskin execution had faltered. Charlie Taylor was open for an instant, but stumbled just before the ball arrived. Still, Washington had 1 down left to recapture the emotional momentum which had brought them this far. Once again, Manny Fernandez assumed the role of spoiler. With hope for a touchdown buried beneath massive number 75, the Redskins would have to settle for 3 points on a Kurt Knight chip shot from the 25. But even this was not to be. Washington's most important drive had yielded nothing. The frenzied burst had withered as quickly as it had flared, and George Allen's 30 minutes to live was now down to 21. While despondent Bill Kilmer cooled his heels, calculating Bob Greasy moved in for the kill. But the determined Redskin defense had already caught his act, and the element of surprise had flown. With the air attack becoming more hazardous, Miami turned to its broad back ground soldiers to put the game away. Zonka and Little had failed with sweeps in the first half, so now they turned to their brutally basic inside game, pounding away from tackle to tackle for short, savage gains. Each Zonka blow softened Washington resistance. Then one play battered it into full retreat. Zonka's rambunctious 49-yard run seemed to settle the issue. All that remained was another pinpoint, greasy touchdown pass. But number 23, Brig Owens, had a different idea. Owens' interception with 8 minutes left gave Washington one more chance. One more chance for Larry Brown's aching legs to summon up lost power. One more chance for the offense to atone for 3 quarters of failure. At last, this was Bill Kilmer's kind of game. Tough, brawling, rough-hewn, but crudely effective. Helmet askew, belly protruding, puck sagging around his ankles, Kilmer was once again spiritual leader of the Redskins. Jerry Smith was wide open, but the ball never arrived. For between Kilmer and his receiver loomed yet another trick of the gods, the goalpost. Bill Kilmer's fate had been predestined, and on the next play, Miami sealed it for good. Scott's second interception put the game in proper perspective. It had been a day of defense, Miami team defense. A defense intentionally constructed by Don Shula without stars, for each no-name is part and parcel of the whole. But one man had stepped out of obscurity. Manny Fernandez fulfilled the lineman's dream by dominating the most important game of his life. Fittingly, this regal day of defense was crowned with Scott's interception, and Miami had all but secured the first shutout in Super Bowl history.
Remaining in the football game. A field goal here should ice it for the Dolphins. Yepremian's attempt will be from 34. Here's the snap. The kick is up. It's blocked. The football is loose. Yepremian's after it. He picks it up. What's he going to do? He's trying to throw it. The ball is batted up in the air. Picked up by the Redskins. Mike Bass down the sidelines. He should go all the way. Damn! What an incredible turn of events. Let me see if I can reconstruct what happened. Yepremian's field goal was low into the line. The kick was blocked. The ball popped loose. Garrow finally found the handle, and then he tried to throw a pass. His arm went forward. The ball didn't. Garrow batted it up in the air like a volleyball, and Mike Bass of the Redskins picked it up all the way down the sidelines for a Redskins touchdown. Suddenly, Washington is right back in the ballgame. It's 14-7 with plenty of time remaining.
We got a lot of time. A lot of time left.
Morris on a sweep to the right. He's brought down by Pat Fisher. The official rules that he's out of bounds. The clock is stopped. 1:51 remaining. Second down and 6. Bob Creasy drops back to pass. A dangerous maneuver deep in their own territory. It's complete to Paul Warfield. It looks like he has the first down, a big first down with 1:45 remaining, and somehow the Redskins have to get that football.
Now we got to think in terms of taking that ball away. See, taking that ball away. Make the tackle, but the second guy go for the ball.
The Redskins have to use up a vital timeout. It's 3rd down and 7 at the Miami 33.
What yard line? All right, you're in for kick.
Morris again on a sweep to the right. It looks like he has some running room. Oh, he slips and falls. Down he goes, and now the Dolphins will have to punt.
Play situations. Let's go.
The Redskins are in a 10-man front. Here's the snap, and here comes the Army. Seifel barely gets it away.
Now listen, this is a world championship.
The 1972 season has come down to final minute and 9 seconds.
Now let's go, Billy Kilmer, come on, buddy! Pass!
Kilmer drops back to pass. He throws. It's into the Washington bench area, nowhere near an intended receiver.
Hey, Kilmer! That a bar, Kilmer!
Washington is now out of timeouts. This could be the last play. Kilmer is back to pass. He's in trouble. He's trying to shake loose. He's wrapped up by Stanfield and Denherter. Down he goes, and that's it. The Miami Dolphins are world champions.
Finally, it had ended. Emotion spent, the Redskins realized, as had Miami the year before, that reaching this game meant nothing without final victory. Washington's powder blue Sunday was now backlit with failure, while Miami's year of doubt had ended in the sun. Don Shula had wiped clean a clouded past. His team had established an incredible precedent for the future. Don Shula and the Miami Dolphins, undefeated champions of the world.
You're about to get hit with another big heating bill.
Afraid of high fuel costs? Dave Lennox has a pulse gas furnace that could cut your winter heating bills almost in half.
Attaboy, Dave.
Find out how you can cut your fuel bills almost in half. Call R.S. Hahn & Sons of Easton, your local independent Lennox efficiency experts. Ask about our Lennox pulse gas furnace with a 20-year heat exchange warranty. R.S. Hahn & Sons, caring about your comfort since 1904.
Watch that Bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
There's only one place to be in February for live sports excitement every night. ESPN. The dramatic concluding races for the America's Cup mark the start of 28 days of non-stop sports thrills. Mondays, ESPN teams the incredibly talented Big Ten with the powerful Big East in unbeatable doubleheaders. You'll see the best of the ACC, Pac-10, and Metro Conferences too. And postseason play begins on ESPN with the Sun Belt Tournament. Sundays mean super shootouts featuring the NHL's finest. And don't miss two special all-star showdowns with the Soviet national team. ESPN's February serves up the world's top tennis players at the $1.8 million Lipton International Championships. The world's fastest humans set new standards at the Los Angeles Times Indoor Games and USA Mobile Championships. For a fast pace of another kind, there's a Speed Week special from Daytona and the MISL All-Star Game. It's all coming your way live in February on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson. Welcome back to Super Bowl Highlights, the place, the only time they ever held a Super Bowl there, Rice Stadium in Houston. And it's Super Bowl VIII. Miami coming off a 17-0 season the year before, including their win over the Washington Redskins out in Los Angeles, had come from behind again to go on to the Super Bowl and make their third consecutive appearance. Minnesota back for the second time. You know, the Super Bowl, they say, is the attainment for any team in the National Football League, the super attainment. And indeed it is, to win your conference or division, to win the playoffs, to make it to the Super Bowl. It's what all the teams and fans look forward to. But sometimes the Super Bowl is not so super. And this is one of those. Oh, I don't mean to turn you off. If you're a Dolphin fan, you'll love it. If you're a Minnesota fan, one more day of frustration. Back in a moment.
Hi, I'm Paul Horning, and football's been a big part of my life. To keep up with it, I go straight to the source, the sporting news. For my money, nothing else even comes close. Each issue covers more yardage than you get from broadcasts, newspapers, and all other sports weeklies and monthlies combined. Who's making the tackles and getting that vital third down yardage. The previews, picks, and football's hottest issues. And you'll get the same straight story on baseball, basketball, hockey, and boxing too. That's the way I like my sports coverage. And this is where I get it, in the sporting news. So can you.
Reach for your phone now and call toll-free 1-800-592-6000. You'll get 36 issues of the sporting news for 3 installments of only $6.54. You'll also get special preview issues at no extra cost. This is a savings of 1/2 off the regular subscription rate. It's our lowest price anywhere. So call now 1-800-592-6000. That's 1-800-592-6000.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Now you can get your morning news and information before you leave the house. Nation's Business Today. Back to basics information with a business person in mind. Breaking news from Washington, Wall Street, and the world. Updates on trade, technology, and Capitol Hill. Investment tips, sports scores, and weather reports for the traveler. Join Merrill Comer and Carl Grant and get a head start every business day. Watch Nation's Business Today. TV news for people who mean business. Weekday mornings at 6:30 here on ESPN.
In Super Bowl VIII, the Miami Dolphins would try to duplicate Green Bay's back-to-back world championships. But Dolphin coach Don Shula was more concerned with the task at hand. In his own words, Shula describes his plan of attack.
Going into Super Bowl VIII against the Minnesota Vikings, we felt one of the critical areas of the ball game would be the ability of our offensive line to handle Minnesota's great defensive line, and they predicate everything on coming off the ball as fast as they possibly can. Of course, they have tremendous athletes. Page is probably the best defensive tackle in football. We felt that going into the ball game that we're going to be able to take advantage of this tremendous quickness of an Alan Page by cross-blocking. On our cross-block, our left tackle, Wayne Moore, comes down hard on Alan Page. If he's slanting to the inside, he takes himself out of the play. If he's slanting to the outside, he's coming right into the area that Wayne Moore is blocking down, and this nullifies his outside slant. Kuchenberg on this play lets Wayne Moore go first, and then he pulls to the outside, and he blocks out on their defensive end. The play was very effective, and it was only because the cross block was the type of blocking that should be used against these hard-charging defensive linemen. There were two plays that we had set up in the ball game to take advantage of the experience of a Carl Eller and a Jim Marshall. Eller and Marshall have been playing so long that every time that they read the blocking pattern of the offensive line, they react instinctively to this blocking pattern. The play starts out as a trap on the defensive end. And when the defensive end reads and reacts tough to the inside, then the ball carrier, instead of cutting inside, continues to the outside. And we made everything look like it was the inside trap play. When Eller closed to the inside, then we still were able to get the ball outside to Mercury Morris, and it was a very effective play. Another way that we were able to make the defensive lines hesitate was misdirection. The offensive linemen pull in one direction, the backs start out like they're going with the offensive lineman, and then Larry Zonka comes back with the football against the flow, and this is a effective play because it starts out like it's going in one direction, and then it ends up going in the opposite direction, hence the term misdirection.
The Dolphins had drawn first blood with a drive that approached perfection and set the tenor of what was to follow. The offensive line had been brilliant as they outmaneuvered, outflanked, outfought, and outright handled the feared purple people. Mixing cross blocks to take advantage of Page's quickness, negative influence traps to get outside Eller and Marshall, and misdirection, Miami swept 62 yards in 10 plays for a 7-0 lead. In the crucial opening confrontation, Miami's offensive line had met the foe and established a decided advantage. Now it was Minnesota's turn. The Vikings' offensive line knew they had to retaliate quickly, and they fired out with purpose. But for every Miami man handled, two more popped up in his place. Miami defense soars to greatness on pursuit, each man with a designated path to the ball carrier, spinning a systematic web of control, coordinated by discipline and determination. The many-headed monster of Miami pursuit was especially frustrating to Rookie of the Year Chuck Foreman, number 44. The Vikings would go the first 24 minutes of the game with only one first down. Miami buried Minnesota with pursuit and then turned the ball over to Bob Greasy. Much pre-game speculation surrounded Paul Warfield's pulled hamstring, so Greasy sent number 42 in motion, spreading the Minnesota secondary. With the flow going outside, Greasy dropped straight back, then looked over the middle and found tight end Jim Mandich. Having already established the running game, Jim Langer and Bob Kuchenberg switched to pass protection, double-teaming the furious rush of Alan Page, giving Greasy time to complete 4 for 4 in the first quarter. The fourth completion went to Marlon Briscoe inside the 5. Then Jim Kick replaced Mercury Morris and performed his specialty. With 2 plunges, Kick took the ball over for Miami's second touchdown. After 1/4 of domination, the die had been hammered deep. The Dolphins were in complete control, 14-0.
Announcing Travel Internet, America's first national discount travel agency. Compare these incredible savings on complete vacation packages that include round-trip airfare and first-class hotel accommodations. Boston to Hawaii, 7 nights from just $679 per person. From Los Angeles, just $379 per person. Philadelphia to Nassau, 3 nights from only $239 per person. Los Angeles to Jamaica, 6 nights from just $529. Pittsburgh to Disney World, 3 nights, only $259 per person. From St. Louis, just $329. Los Angeles to Puerto Vallarta, 7 nights, only $269 per person. From Denver, just $329. We guarantee to give you the lowest available prices on vacation packages, cruises, and more. Travel Internet will meet or beat any published vacation package price available at your time of booking. Take advantage of these tremendous savings today. Call this toll-free number for price quotes from your area. Call now while special vacation packages are still available.
Bay's English Muffins proudly presents a symphony of flavors your family will applaud. Bay's English Muffins. They bring your favorite ingredients into perfect harmony every time. In your grocer's dairy case, Bay's.
Tuesday, a Big East doubleheader tips off with Connecticut jamming against Boston College. Then, the Villanova Wildcats' Doug West won't waste time renewing his one-on-one rivalry with Willie Glass in St. John's. 2 Big East battles starting live Tuesday on ESPN. 1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darryl Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
Now the Dolphin defense turned to its 53. Bob Matheson carried in the 53 defense, providing an extra linebacker for Miami's zone pass coverage. With a 2-touchdown advantage, the Dolphin zone was calculated to prevent long gains and make the short ones painful. Number 10, Fran Tarkington, would complete more passes than any quarterback in Super Bowl history. But the swarming Dolphins kept control by shutting off the passes he needed most. Each time Tarkington looked deep, his game breaker was under wraps. Number 42, John Gilliam, drew a stifling Dolphin double team. And finally, Tarkington ran out of time. While Miami's 53 defense handled the job of prevention, Don Shula paced the sideline, devising a new plan of attack for his offensive line.
Early in the game, our cross block was effective against the hard-charging Alan Page and Jim Marshall. You could see the concern on the part of the Minnesota Vikings football team when they felt that they were being hurt, yet they knew that they were taking their own responsibilities. Then they started to be more cautious, and this restrained them from charging as hard as they had been charging across the line of scrimmage. When we sensed this offensively, we decided to change our attack pattern to a more straight-on, man-on-man blocking pattern. And when the Minnesota linemen now started to wait to see what we were going to do, whether we were going to cross block or whether we were going to use negative influence and try to get the ball outside, then we were able to get on them in a hurry with our straight blocking, move them off the line of scrimmage, and again enable Zonka to find some running room.
With a change of strategy, the Dolphin running attack now turned to simple, brute power. Larry Zonka and his escort, a perfect blend of back and line, man-on-man blocking and man-on-man ball carrying. At last, Minnesota ganged up to stop Zonka, inches short of a first down, leaving Garo Yepremian a chip shot from the 28. Zonka and his blockers had padded the lead to 17-0. And with time running out in the first half, the Minnesota offensive line had only one way to go. At last, Talkington found Gilliam deep and uncovered, and suddenly the Vikings were threatening. With time slipping away, Talkington bootlegged his team even closer. With fourth down at the Dolphin 6, Talkington came up 3 inches short, and the Viking bench sent in word to go for it. These are the moments that test the true mettle of a champion. 1 minute, 4 seconds remaining, fourth down, time to dig in, time to reach down, time to find out which team wants it the most. Out of the pile rose the Miami Dolphins victorious. A replay shows why. For an instant, the Vikings had split the Dolphin defensive line, and number 62, Ed White, was leading Oscar Reed to the end zone. But number 85, Nick Bonaconte, closed quickly to meet Reed at the line of scrimmage, jawing the ball loose in first down territory. Miami's Jake Scott decided the issue with a diving recovery. Once again, a key confrontation had fallen to Miami. Minnesota's sudden uprising had yielded not 1 point, and the half ended with the Vikings discouraged and down 17-0.
Experts tell us how long we live is in large measure determined by how we live. Example, if you live in a large city, subtract 2 years from your life. If you work behind a desk, subtract 3 years from your life. If, on the other hand, you exercise strenuously 5 times a week, add 4 years to your life. Admittedly, there's no exact way to determine life expectancy. Life is uncertain. And because it is, we need to protect our loved ones financially. If you're a credit union member, an excellent time to do that is right now.
I'm just 35, and I've got a wife and 2 small kids who count on me. So when I learned there was a special deal for credit union members, up to $50,000 of term life insurance, I phoned right away.
At 50, I'm a long way from retirement, but I'm no kid. Like lots of people my age, I didn't want to take a medical exam, and I didn't have to.
I'm 42, pretty fit, and part of a 2-income family. One of us just couldn't get by alone, so I called about $50,000 of life insurance for both of us.
Think about your age and your family responsibilities. As a credit union member, you can apply for term life protection, the kind experts recommend because it gives you maximum coverage for your dollar. And you'll be guaranteed group rates, the lowest kind of rates. So don't just hope you'll be able to provide all the things your family needs. Make sure by calling now. We'll send you complete details of this exclusive offer and this free at-home longevity test to evaluate your own lifestyle. For yourself and those you love, call now.
If you're a credit union member age 18 to 59, call 1-800-228-3311 for information on this $50,000 term life plan and your free longevity test. That's 1-800-228-3311. There's no obligation. The information is free and so is the call. 1-800-228-3311.
The Miami Dolphins returned for the second half with a comfortable pad and overinflated confidence. On the first play, John Gilliam quickly brought them back to reality. Gilliam flashed for 65 yards, but back upfield, a clipping penalty cost the Vikings 45 yards of field position. The reprieve gave Manny Fernandez and the Dolphin defense a chance to regroup and handle a new Minnesota tactic. Fernandez stacked over center, then Tarkington sprinted out in an attempt to clear Dolphin pursuit. Fernandez never gave him a chance. While the Miami defense picked up where it had left off, Paul Warfield loosened up on the sideline, waiting to add another dimension to the Dolphin attack. Warfield had limped through the first half, acting as a decoy, protecting a pulled hamstring, waiting for just the right moment to cut loose. Now, on Miami's first possession of the second half, Don Shula called his signal, and Warfield exploded upfield. The tender muscle had responded, and natural greatness did the rest. This was a day of destiny for the Miami Dolphins, a day when even their own mistakes could not defeat them. As he drove his team toward another TD, Bob Greasy realized he had forgotten the snap count. He turned to ask his backfield, but they didn't know either. So he turned back to take his chances. Somehow it all worked out just beautifully. Larry Zonka blasted in, and the broken play gave Miami an awesome 24-0 advantage. To Don Shula, the source of this domination was obvious.
When our straight blocking began to become effective, then we realized that we were controlling the line of scrimmage. Now we were the team that was winning the battle up front. But after you win the battle up front, then you have to continue to work for position follow-through. There are some tremendous shots of Bob Kuechenberg keeping his position on Alan Page as the ball moves to the outside. This is what we call position follow-through, and by being able to do this, then Kuechenberg continues to build this wall between Alan Page and the ball carrier.
The Vikings had been pushed around and penalized all afternoon. Finally, their cool veneer wore thin, and angry rumblings began to break through. Down on the sidelines, the game is more intense, more real. Now, although hopelessly behind, the aroused Vikings would strike back in anger at the source of all their frustrations.
Right! Play right! Hey! Hey! Let's go, move! Come on, Greasy, get up! Get up! Let's go, move!
Slide power 21 on one.
Fittingly, Minnesota's last flurry ended in frustration as an offside penalty negated a successful onside kick. At last, the joy of Super Sunday had all drained away. The Minnesota Vikings had been decisively defeated, but it was more a result of Miami brilliance than their own failure. Minnesota had simply met the irresistible force and had been crushed. Defensive end Carl Eller summed it up best when he said, "I have never seen a more dominating team than the Miami Dolphins. All afternoon, I had the feeling that the outcome had already been decreed on high before we even took the field. It seemed I could hear Scottish bagpipes in the distance, keeping time as they came after us, wave after wave, gaining ground so easily, they seemed to be floating in suspended animation." It was a weird, surrealistic scene, as if we were on the sidelines, watching our own struggle, yet being powerless to do anything about it. After a while, it was obvious they could not be stopped. For Carl Eller and the Minnesota Vikings, Super Bowl VIII was a strange nightmare. For the Miami Dolphins, it was a dream of near perfection, a performance unequaled in Super Bowl history. As time ran out, accolades rained down on the Miami superstars. Larry Zonka had convinced the nation of his greatness with a Super Bowl record 145 yards rushing and was named Player of the Game. But there were others who shared at least equally in his accomplishment. 5 anonymous men had turned in a performance of artistry and rare beauty that few who watched the game were even aware of. Yet their coach and teammates knew, in the end, the game ball was in appropriate hands, as the Miami Dolphins, one and all, earned the right to be called world champions.
Well, it looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
Dad, are you up?
85,000 Pennsylvanians suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Most are cared for at home by family members.
Dad, are you okay?
The sun never sets for a family dealing with Alzheimer's disease. If you need help caring for a loved one, contact your local area agency on aging.
Come on, Dad. Let's go back to bed.
It's game day at Soldier Field.
Hey, there's nothing like being in the NFL. So come on, get into it.
Now you're in the NFL when you get into your NFL Pro Line jersey. Because now you can get the real thing, the same jersey the pros wear. Game jerseys for your favorite NFL team. Authentic.
That's my jersey.
Now it can be your jersey. To order your game jersey, call 1-800-453-2800. Have your credit card ready. Get the same jersey worn by your favorite player with his name and number or your own name. It's custom designed to NFL specs with over-the-pad cut, extra long body, and genuine locker tag. Made for the NFL by America's top sporting equipment makers. McGregor, Sandit, Champion, Russell, and Wilson. NFL Pro Line. Call 1-800-453-2800. Get into your NFL Pro Line jersey.
Herbert throughout the year.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 9, New Orleans, Louisiana. Through the first 8 Super Bowls on our highlight shows, I've not mentioned 2 words: Pittsburgh Steelers. It all changed on this bitter day down in New Orleans, Louisiana, in their first Super Bowl ever. Minnesota back for the 2nd straight year and the 3rd time in the 70s. 2 things to root for. Here's Minnesota. They had never won. This is their 3rd try in the Super Bowl, back where they lost their first appearance to Kansas City. But here are the Pittsburgh Steelers with a wonderful gentleman by the name of Art Rooney, the owner. For whom do you root? Steelers for Steelers, Vikings for Vikings. A lot of sentiment in this game. And it was a bitter cold day, as we said, but it was the beginning of an era not for the Vikings, but for the Pittsburgh Steelers, as you will see and remind yourselves when we come back with Super Bowl 9 from New Orleans.
If you'd like to know more about the world of computers, Time Life Books would like to lend a hand, beginning with Computer Basics, the first book in understanding computers. An exciting new series that shows you how computers work and how they work for you. You'll start by learning the binary code, the computer's secret language, and what makes up a silicon chip, the computer's own brain. All in plain, simple English that's clear and easy to read. Then we'll reach out with a close-up peek at modern-day software. You'll see how it's changing the way you shop and controlling the way you drive, with words and pictures that suddenly make the complex simple. Then we'll appear on the scene with a look at what turns computers into the games you play, the music you hear, the technology you depend on, with cutaway diagrams that are easy to follow. Then we'll stretch beyond into the world of computer graphics. You'll be amazed at the life-saving pictures computers take, the fascinating pictures computers create. With understanding computers, you'll look into a world that's changing our lives every day. And while we're giving you that look, we'd like to give you the time, this high-tech calculator alarm watch. So now, if you're ready to understand that world of computers, we're ready to lend a hand.
Call 1-800-638-1200. Examine Computer Basics for 10 days. Keep it a page as $14.99 plus shipping and handling. The watch is free with the purchase. Other books follow. One about every other month on the same trial basis. Cancel anytime. Call 1-800-638-1200.
Bill, have a good one, huh? Good luck. Brady, have a good one. Good luck. You too, Andy. Okay, boys, this is the big one. Let's play ball.
In the first quarter, Pittsburgh's strong running attack twice brought the ball across midfield to set up field goal attempts. But both kicks failed. On the first, Roy Jarrella hooked the ball wide. This failure set the tone for the kicking performances of both teams for the entire game. The Steelers' second foray into Minnesota territory was even deeper than their first. From the 16, Pittsburgh went after number 25, first-year cornerback Jackie Wallace. Terry Bradshaw found Frank Lewis free in the end zone, but Wallace quickly recovered to save the touchdown. On the next play, Bobby Walden bobbled the center snap, and the Steeler threat was ended. Pittsburgh had 2 excellent scoring opportunities in the first quarter, but had no points to show for it. Minnesota's offense, however, fared far worse. Trent Harkington said, "Pittsburgh expects us to run inside, and we will. We just have to get some muscle in front of our runners." But the only muscle Dave Osborne and number 44 Chuck Foreman saw was Steeler muscle, as Joe Green and Ernie Holmes jammed the middle tightly closed. After each series, Pittsburgh's defense left the field with glee. In fact, their entire bench was loose and laughing, almost absurdly relaxed. And well it should, for in the first quarter, Minnesota had been limited to just 27 total yards and a single first down. The steel curtain defense had decisively taken command of the game. In the second quarter, Jackie Wallace continued to be challenged by the Steeler offense, but the young cornerback responded with gusto. Wallace had a reputation for mistakes, and Pittsburgh picked him as a pigeon, a target to probe. Terry Bradshaw had tested him short and now tested him long, but Jackie Wallace, among all the well-known names on the Vikings defense, played the finest game of his brief career. Pittsburgh discovered the presumed weak spot just wasn't there. However, midway in the second quarter, Bradshaw buggy whipped a pass to John Stallworth, and Wallace was burned for the first and last time today. The 22-yard play was the longest of the game so far, but its real importance was in the field position it gave the Steelers. For the Minnesota defense soon clamped down and forced Pittsburgh to punt. The kick came from inside Minnesota's 50, and it put the Vikings in vulnerable position in the shadow of their own end zone. Thus, the scene was set for the first score of Super Bowl IX. It was fitting that the steel curtain defense was responsible for the first score in this game. For all afternoon, they manhandled Minnesota's offense. Pittsburgh set a Super Bowl record by bankrupting the Viking running attack. The incredible total was merely 17 yards gained against them.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Monday, a big night of basketball on ESPN. Pittsburgh faces Syracuse Orange Man Ronnie Cycli in one of the best inside games in the Big East. Then, Michigan State makes a run at Northwestern in the Big Ten game of the week. Big Monday starts live at 7 Eastern here on ESPN. Sunday, golf's top guns shoot for a share of over $500,000. Find out who wins the Phoenix Open live Sunday on ESPN.
Despite their mistakes and the absolute dominance of Pittsburgh in the first half, the Vikings were only 2 points down and would receive the second half kickoff. Roy Gerella slipped and squibbed his kick along the rain-soaked polyturf. But Viking veteran Bill Brown, number 30, couldn't handle the wet kick, and Pittsburgh had the biggest break of the game. The ball in great field position on the Minnesota 30-yard line. Behind playbook perfect blocking, Franco Harris went 24 yards before being forced out of bounds. Then, as number 72, Jerry Mullins, buried Wally Hilgenberg, Harris swept left and was free. The first touchdown of Super Bowl IX increased the Pittsburgh lead to 9-0. Though he seemed like a Sherman tank in a Steeler suit, Franco Harris was not an army unto himself. He had a lot of help from his friends. Pittsburgh's forward wall dominated the line of scrimmage by completely obliterating Minnesota's legendary Purple Gang. Behind combined devastating blocking, Franco Harris set a Super Bowl record 158 yards rushing and was named Most Valuable Player of the game. While the Vikings' defense was discouraged, the Viking offense was puzzled. For they never did solve the riddle of Pittsburgh's two tackles with their looping, stunting stack-over sets that terrorized center Mick Tingelhoff and completely eliminated the Viking running game. Forced to pass, Tarkington was like a darting deer among a pack of howling wolves. When he could get a pass over the on-rushing lineman, the results, more often than not, were disastrous. In this Super Bowl game, the mantle of greatness vividly passed from Minnesota's Purple Gang to Pittsburgh's Steel Curtain defense as a quiet quartet watched helplessly from the sidelines. Pittsburgh's dominance occurred even though they lost two starting linebackers, Andy Russell and Jack Lambert, for much of the game. Despite the loss of Russell and the presence of Dwight White, weakened with pneumonia, Minnesota continued to go directly into the Steelers' strength, where three All-Pros were concentrated. Number 59, linebacker Jack Ham. Number 68, L.C. Greenwood. And number 75, Joe Green. Still, the Vikings went exclusively to their right, where in a matchup of All-Pros, Greenwood devastated tackle Ron Yeri, hounded Tarkington into retreat, and like a volleyball player in pads, spiked three of his passes to the ground. Another key was the inability to hit John Gilliam, one of the most dangerous deep threats in the league. Often Gilliam got free, but Tarkington only saw Steelers. On one occasion, L.C. Greenwood batted a pass back to Tarkington, who caught it, then managed to hit Gilliam 40 yards downfield. But the play was whistled dead. An illegal second effort, in effect, an embarrassing Tarkington-to-Tarkington completion. But 4 plays later, Minnesota retaliated when rolling right as usual. Tarkington managed to loft the ball over Greenwood and Green. The result was a 28-yard completion, the longest of the game for the Vikings. With a rare visit into Pittsburgh territory, Tarkington surprised by rolling left for the only time today. But number 78, Dwight White, was waiting. Joe Green made the interception, and the Vikings' brief spurt was over. However, early in the final quarter, Minnesota got another chance when Franco Harris fumbled and Paul Krause beat him to the ball. Here, Tarkington went for broke, throwing the football as far as he could. It paid off handsomely, for John Gilliam drew an interference call on Steeler safety Mike Wagner. The penalty gave Minnesota its best position of the day, the ball at the Steeler 5-yard line. Now, with the momentum of the game teetering uncertainly in the Pittsburgh end of the field, the steel curtain clamped down again. Chuck Foreman jackknifed into the line and lost the ball. Joe Green came up with the trophy, and the Pittsburgh defense had again saved the day. But Pittsburgh's reprieve lasted only 4 plays. Matt Blair poured untouched into punter Bobby Walden, and Terry Brown had an easy touchdown. Incredibly, Minnesota was back in the game 9-6. But frustration and errors were not over for the Vikings. On the extra point, Fred Cox's kick hit the left upright, and Minnesota remained 3 points short of a tie. However, over 10 minutes remained to play in Super Bowl IX. Anything was still possible. With his team holding an uncertain 3-point lead, Terry Bradshaw had his finest moment. A quarterback is always in the spotlight, but today Bradshaw had somehow seemed on the periphery of events. Now, with the game up for grabs, the youngster kept a cool many thought he didn't possess. 3 times he completed third down passes, the first for 30 yards to Larry Brown on the longest and most controversial play of the game. It appeared Brown had fumbled and that Minnesota had recovered the ball on their own 28. It would have given the Vikings a tremendous boost at a crucial time. But the headlinesman, Ed Marion, overruled the initial decision, and Pittsburgh retained possession. The anguished Vikings protested vigorously, and after the game, many pointed to this call as a cruel turning point in their fortunes. But the official was correct. On the controversial play, Bradshaw spiraled a pass deep in the seam of the zone. Brown soon ran into a crowd, but he lost the ball after he hit the ground. Once Brown's body touched the turf, no fumble was possible. The 2 officials nearest the play, but behind it, immediately signaled Vikings ball, and the Steelers started off the field. But Ed Marion across field was the only one with a clear view of the play, and he correctly overruled his fellow officials. Pittsburgh had a new life. Now deep in Minnesota territory, the focus returned to Franco Harris and the Steeler running attack. The Purple Gang braced for the onslaught, but Bradshaw crossed them up. On a misdirection play, Harris went left, and the ball in Rocky Bleier went right through a gaping hole. The brilliant call was good for 17 yards and a Steeler first down, but Pittsburgh was soon faced with another third down situation, and Bradshaw again went to number 20, circling out of the backfield. The scrappy Bleier was hit immediately, but stretched for the vital first down. The clock continued to run as Minnesota's chances receded into the evening shadows. From the 4, Bradshaw ended the long 66-yard, 7-minute drive by rolling out and drilling the touchdown pass that clinched the game. Terry Bradshaw had given the Steelers an insurmountable 10-point lead over the demoralized Minnesota Vikings.
Got a VCR and a taste for high adventure? Prepare to take off on the most daring air missions of World War II. Your first target, Schweinfurt, deep inside Nazi Germany. In range for our bombers, but not their fighter escorts. You'll face the Luftwaffe alone. More bandits coming up from the tail, 6 o'clock.
Approaching the IP.
The Schweinfurt ball bearing plants, crucial to Hitler's war machine. A mission as costly as it was daring. And just 1 episode in the video cassette, Air War Over Europe. Only $4.95 when you subscribe to the award-winning series World War II with Walter Cronkite, produced by CBS News. Walter Cronkite covered the war firsthand. In Air War Over Europe, he brings it home to you with nearly 90 minutes of rare footage, including missions over Hamburg, Peenemünde, and the Ploeste oil fields. In later cassettes, you'll hunt down Germany's most feared battleship, the Graf Spee. As the Wehrmacht retreats, you'll race to secure the last bridge into Nazi Germany. And just months after Pearl Harbor, you'll strike back at Tokyo. Take Air War Over Europe for only $4.95. $45 off regular price. Keep it. Then about every other month, collect another high-quality cassette for $49.95. You always have 10 days to return any cassette for a full refund. No minimum to buy, cancel anytime. So if the action gets too hot, you can always bail out. Experience Air War Over Europe on your own VCR. Here's how.
Credit card holders call toll-free 1-800-453-9005 to get your first cassette for $4.95. That's 1-800-453-9005. Or send check to CBS Video Library, Department 851, P.O. Box 1111, Terre Haute, Indiana, 47811. Positively no CODs accepted.
Now, as darkness shrouded the field, the steel curtain forming an eerie tableau stamped indelibly on the memories of all who witnessed their great performance struck one final fatal blow. Mike Wagner's interception of the desperation pass was Pittsburgh's third, and all that remained for the beaten Vikings was to watch helplessly as Franco and his friends muscled down the clock. The Steelers' sideline celebration now seemed noisier and more crowded than Bourbon Street had the night before.
World champ, number one! Number one! Oh, we are the one. The one and only one. Right on, Dwight? It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time. 51 seconds as a matter of fact. Oh, we got to be the one. That's going to be our song now. We got to be the one. We got to be the one in 51 seconds.
Bradshaw and the Steeler offense easily ran out the clock.
16, 15, 14, 6, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
With their convincing victory over the Vikings, Pittsburgh Steelers had boiled 42 years of frustration into 60 minutes of brutally physical football. Their coach, Chuck Noll, got the ride of his life, for the Pittsburgh Steelers were the champions of the National Football League. But on this bitterly cold Louisiana evening, the warmest tribute of all came in the Pittsburgh locker room. The man they called the Chief, the Steelers' owner, Art Rooney, received the game ball from his team and the Vince Lombardi Trophy from the commissioner. The popular 74-year-old patriarch was a lovable loser no more. After 42 years, Pittsburgh's long wait was over.
Hi, Louis the Lightning Bug here. Now, lightning bugs are experts, see, on safety and electricity. And one thing for sure, and I ought to know, you never fly your kites where power lines go.
You never fly your kites where power lines go.
Now, if you're looking for a tree to climb, you never climb trees near power lines.
Never climb trees near power lines.
Play it smart, little buddy.
For a free safety booklet, call 1-800-248-0099.
Well, it looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're going to like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
To draw or paint, or maybe just sketch or doodle? Well, if you do, chances are you have the interest needed to become a serious art student. And here's how you can find out. By simply calling toll-free, Art Instruction Schools will send you without cost or obligation this enjoyable art test. You take it at home, in your spare time, and when you've finished, you simply mail it in. Your test is then reviewed and graded by experts, and that's all there is to it. So call or write today for your art test, and don't let the wonderful world of art pass you by. To get your free art test, call this toll-free number or write to Art Test and give your name, address, and age. Don't delay. Call this number now. Call 1-800-544-1000.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl Highlights. 10 years old in 1976, Super Bowl 10 down at the Orange Bowl in Miami, and the teams were Dallas, and that was strange because they were a wild card team, and for the second year in a row, the defending champions, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Dallas was a wild card entry and had an exciting opening round game in the playoffs against Minnesota. Remember way back then when Roger Staubach threw what was then called and would still be called a Hail Mary pass to Drew Pearson. He caught the ball in the final seconds of the game, and Dallas won that game. The next week, they went on to upset Los Angeles, and then they went down to the Orange Bowl. They got down to the Orange Bowl to play the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were the defending champions, but there was a man that was in their way, so much in their way with his acrobatic catches, he was the most valuable player. This was truly the year of a wide receiver, Lynn Swann. The story in a moment.
It's fun watching games on TV, but I'm the demanding type. Hi, I'm Paul Horning, and football's been a big part of my life. To keep up with it, I go straight to the source, the sporting news. For my money, nothing else even comes close. Each issue covers more yardage than you get from broadcasts, newspapers, and all other sports weeklies and monthlies combined. Who's headed for the playoffs? Their conference title? The Super Bowl. Who's making the tackles? Catching the clutch passes? Causing the turnovers? Getting that vital third down yardage? Who's ranked where in college football? And which pro teams may surprise? I love it. Not just the action, but the way the sporting news gives me an insider's look at what's really going on in football. The previews, picks, and football's hottest issues. And you'll get the same straight story on baseball, basketball, hockey, and boxing too. That's the way I like my sports coverage, and this is where I get it, in the sporting news. So can you.
Reach for your phone now and call toll-free 1-800-592-6000. You'll get 36 issues of the sporting news for 3 installments of only $6.54. You'll also get special preview issues at no extra cost. This is a savings of 1/2 off the regular subscription rate. It's our lowest price anywhere. So call now 1-800-592-6000. That's 1-800-592-6000.
There's just one place you need to go for all the names and games making sports news. ESPN Sports Center. 3 times every day, Chris Berman and Dale Gardner bring you the latest scores, the hottest trades, and the top plays from the world of sports. Sports Center takes you on the road with live remotes from major events like the World Series and the Indy 500. Sports Center, your total source for sports, only on the Total Sports Network, ESPN.
The tempo of the game was set from the start. Dallas's reverse on the opening kickoff surprised Pittsburgh, and only Roy Gerella kept Tom Henderson from going all the way. But the little kicker paid a big price. He suffered badly bruised ribs that would affect his performance all day. Dallas's flim-flammery had given them the ball in Steeler territory, and already everyone sensed this Super Bowl would break the mold. On the first play from scrimmage, L.C. Greenwood stripped Roger Staubach of the ball. Center John Fitzgerald was on the spot, but the Cowboys were forced to punt. Dallas soon got a second, even better chance when Pittsburgh punter Bobby Walden dropped the ball and the Dallas special teams swarmed quickly in on their prey. This scene was etched indelibly on the mind of Chuck Noll, for Pittsburgh's poor kicking game was something that would haunt him all afternoon. On the very next play from the Pittsburgh 29, the Cowboys' multiple movement created confusion in the Steeler defense. Staubach's play fake and Dallas's decoys cleared the middle. Drew Pearson filled the void, gathered in a perfect pass from Jolly Roger, and was free. The Steelers were stunned. It was the only touchdown they permitted in the first quarter of the entire season, a total of 17 games. The Cowboys had made it look easy. But led by Terry Bradshaw, the Steelers came roaring back. Lynn Swann's kangaroo catch put Pittsburgh in close. Then Bradshaw crossed up the Cowboy computer with play 333, an unusual three tight end formation that the Dallas defense knew Pittsburgh always ran from. When number 72, Jerry Mullins, went in motion as the third tight end, the Cowboys defense followed him toward the middle. But Bradshaw rolled right and hit a wide open Randy Grossman for the touchdown that tied the game. Team had fooled the other for a score, but Dallas had another surprise in store that frustrated Pittsburgh's defense. Their running game didn't figure to dent the steel curtain, but now using traps and draws, the Cowboys' no-name offensive backs drove downfield. They amassed 42 yards, nearly 3 times as much in one series as the Minnesota Vikings gained on the ground for all of Super Bowl IX. Finally, the Dallas running stalled, and forced to pass on 3rd and long, Roger Staubach had a close brush with disaster. Glenn Edwards' near miss of a coast-to-coast interception gave Dallas another chance, this time for 3 points on Tony Frisch's field goal. Dallas had moved the ball against proud Pittsburgh on 2 consecutive series and now led the Steelers 10.
Hi, I'm Nora Anderson of the Princeton Power Aerobic Workout. Uncle Bob and I are shaping up for cystic fibrosis. Isn't that right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
You can help a good cause and get in shape at the same time. February 2nd through the 8th is Shape Up Week for CF at a participating health club near you. Every time you work out during Shape Up Week, you'll be raising money to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. Right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
So when you go to your health club this week, ask them if they are participating in Shape Up for CF. And what should people do if their club tells them no, Bob?
Ask them why.
Very good. I'm so proud of you for working out so hard.
I could keep in shape like this if I didn't?
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Wednesday, see the team that scores the most three-pointers per game. Providence takes aim at Georgetown in a Big East shootout. Then, the Louisville Cardinals look to regain their championship form when they meet Metro Conference rival Memphis State. It's all live Wednesday night on ESPN. 1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darryl Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
At the start of the second quarter, Pittsburgh stormed back through the air. John Stallworth failed to hold onto a catch Dallas thought they had recovered, but the pass was ruled complete. An uncharacteristically emotional Tom Landry needn't have worried, however, for when Pittsburgh gambled to go for a 4th and 2 from the Dallas 36, All-Pro safety Cliff Harris stepped to the fore. The team's leading hitman, Harris taunted Pittsburgh all day. His intimidation tactics paid off when Franco Harris, of all people, took his eyes off a perfect pass. For the doomsday defense and pugnacious Cliff Harris, stopping Franco was the key to Super Bowl X. And they stopped him nearly every time he touched the ball. Franco Harris has the unique ability to cut back against the grain, leaving opponents flailing at air. But today, Pittsburgh's big gun was fired 27 times for only 82 yards. Harris never got outside all day. But while Doomsday erected a tombstone for Franco, they completely missed the target in Terry Bradshaw and the Pittsburgh passing attack. Error-free and seemingly with hours of pocket time, the rifle-armed Steeler quarterback exploited the Cowboys through the air. Lynn Swann's levitating leap was one of the great catches in football history. Though Swann, who would later be named the game's most valuable player, literally rose to the occasion on the 53-yard pass, Pittsburgh moved no further and looked to Roy Gerela to put the points on the scoreboard that would tie the game. It was the first of 3 kicks Gerela would miss on the day, but the modest 10-7 score in no way reflected the furious action crammed into the first half of Super Bowl X.
It began as a minor skirmish between poorly provisioned Confederates looking for shoes and 2 Federal brigades tracking enemy movements. But events outraced strategy until 70,000 Confederates and 90,000 Federals met in a quiet country town on July 1st, 1863. Gettysburg. Here, thousands would die and the fate of a divided nation would hang in the balance. The drama of this epic struggle unfolds before you in Time Life Book's vivid account of the saddest, bloodiest years in American history, the Civil War. Contained within these handsomely bound editions, you'll discover thousands of rare photographs, historic art and maps, and the close-up detail that only Time Life Books can give you. You'll meet General George Custer, one of the Union's youngest generals who led reckless cavalry charges, emerging unscathed, only to meet his end at the hands of a different enemy. And Private Wesley Cull, who's remarkable for the irony of his fate. He died on his father's farm at Gettysburg, fighting for the Confederacy. With Time Life Books, you'll not only understand the strategies of war, but through first-hand accounts, journals, and letters, you'll relive the glory and horror of Bull Run, Antietam, Shiloh, Gettysburg, the Civil War. Call now to receive your first volume, Gettysburg, to examine free for 10 days. Keep it, and with your purchase, we'll send you the Civil War Almanac free. Other volumes will follow, one about every other month. Buy as many as you like. Cancel at any time. Call now and learn more about the Civil War than the men who fought it.
To examine Gettysburg free for 10 days, just call 1-800-241-6600. Keep it in pages $14.99 plus shipping and handling. When you purchase Gettysburg, you'll receive the Civil War Almanac free. So call now. 1-800-241-6600. That's 1-800-241-6600.
In the third quarter, another Jarella miss was vital to the outcome of the game. Cliff Harris celebrated the kicker's misfortunes with glee, but number 58, Jack Lambert, quickly came to the rescue. Though Jarella's nemesis was spirited away from danger, the damage was done. Lambert, who many feel stands as the successor to Dick Butkus as the most fearsome defensive player in football, later said, "No one can be allowed to intimidate us. We're supposed to be the intimidators." Lambert used the incident to psych himself to an even higher level of rage. With Joe Green injured, Jack Lambert became the new symbol of Steeler muscle, sifting and rooting through blockers until he found the ball carrier. And Jack Lambert found them 14 times in Super Bowl 10. Harris's harmless heckling and Lambert's inspired reaction to it became a turning point for the Steel Curtain defense, and the Dallas Cowboys paid the price. A defensive target was center John Fitzgerald, the trigger on the Dallas shotgun. In an alignment that had both tackles helmet to helmet with him, Pittsburgh made the long, blind center snap even harder to execute. But the biggest factor on defense was blanket coverage by the Steelers secondary. The shotgun was designed to give Staubach extra time and improved sight lines to his receivers, but they seldom came open, and the Pittsburgh front four frolicked in. In the second half, the Pittsburgh defense jammed the shotgun and reduced it to a squirt, setting a Super Bowl record 7 sacks as a Niagara of gold and black poured down on Roger Staubach. Pittsburgh's Steel Curtain had physically taken control of the game. But despite their mastery on the field, what takes place on the sidelines is of equal import to a well-coordinated defense.
They've been running that P13 IC. They've been I-ing Fats. And with pass protection I and the I formation, screw the pass. It's play, pass, or run, so the hell with the pass. You get pass influence with an I, play the run. Because they got him to rush upfield, and that's when they've been running that delayed P13. That's what they're doing. Yeah. And the other thing is they ran a ride 35 and they cut all the way behind you. You can't help with that. That's got to be Lambert and that's got to be LC. When he sees that, he's got to close it. Because you start screwing with that, they're going to go up inside of you. Hey, LC, they cut all the way behind our stunt tackle. Did your guy I don't know what kind of block he used, but they got inside of you. And when you're in a two gap, he tries to jump inside.
Yeah. He just hauled me down. I was two gap and I went into one and he just rolled me down.
Drive that all the way back because they have no thought of going outside on that. It's all cut back. We're lucky we got out of that series. We got a lot learned there with 3 points. We ought to be all right.
Despite Pittsburgh's defensive dominance, the game was still 10-7 and belonged to Dallas. Then at the start of the final period, Dallas was forced to punt near its end zone. Chuck Noll called for an uncommon all-out rush with 10 men poised at the line ready to charge the punter. Mitch Hupps never knew what hit him. Reggie Harrison's kamikaze charge blocked the ball and sent it out of the end zone for a safety. As so often happens in pro football, a pivotal play was made by the special teams. Pittsburgh now trailed Dallas by a single point. The safety meant more than 2 points, for with a free kick coming, Pittsburgh would have good field position and the opportunity to score again. Indeed, the kick was taken by Mike Collier, and the rookie returned it inside Dallas territory. their backs to the wall, the Doomsday defense played tough, and Pittsburgh came up short of a first down. The Steelers' fate was once more riding on the foot of Roy Girella, whose aching ribs and bruised psyche did not engender much confidence at this juncture of the game. But the kick was true, and Girella made certain his nemesis, Cliff Harris, was aware of it. More importantly, the Pittsburgh Steelers had taken the lead for the first time in Super Bowl X. After the field goal, a great individual effort by safety Mike Wagner, number 23, stunned Dallas. On the same play that earlier had worked for a touchdown, Wagner had gambled and won. The Steelers safeties were supposed to kick out, go deep, which would allow Drew Pearson to cut across the middle alone, as he did on his first period touchdown. It's been our bread and butter play all season, Roger Staubach said later. It was the first time it didn't work. Wagner's great play put Pittsburgh deep. But on 3rd and goal, with the Dallas defense backed up on their own 1-yard line, the Steelers were stopped short of a touchdown again. Franco Harris recovered his own fumble, but Pittsburgh had missed a golden opportunity to put the game away. Roy Girella was called upon for a chip shot, and his kick was good. But Dallas was only 5 points behind, with plenty of time left in Super Bowl X. All day, Mark Washington had been a target for the Pittsburgh air attack. Now on 3rd and 4, Bradshaw read a blitz that would leave the cornerback exposed in single coverage with Lynn Swann. The result is Super Bowl history. The 64-yard touchdown pass had seemingly put the game out of reach. But while the graceful Swan was celebrating at one end of the field, Terry Bradshaw had been knocked senseless at the other. On the touchdown play, Tom Landry, trying to change the course of the game, had called an all-out blitz. D.D. Lewis, number 50, was the first man in but missed. And then with 2 more Cowboys bearing down, Bradshaw stood his ground and let fly. Accounts of the game report Cliff Harris hit Bradshaw, but it was number 63, tackle Larry Cole, who leveled him. One look at Cole and D.D. Lewis tells all you need to know about the results of the play. Terry Bradshaw left the field with a concussion, but he left a hero. Under his leadership, Pittsburgh had 4 scores in the space of 8 minutes, and ahead now by 11 points with only 3 minutes left, the Steelers appeared to have Super Bowl X salted away. But if Pittsburgh thought the issue was settled, Dallas didn't. With the clock running, the Cowboys came winging downfield on the arm of Roger Staubach. Staubach is a former naval officer who never gives up the ship. Against impossible odds, he took his team 80 yards on 4 passes to the touchdown that brought Dallas to within 4 points of the Steelers. Every one of the 80 million plus who watched this game knew what was coming next. Number 72 tackle Jerry Mullins successfully fielded the onside kick, and the Pittsburgh offense, now led by Terry Hanratty, tried to run out the clock. Pittsburgh gained only a single yard in 3 tries. Now, with 1:28 showing, the Steelers were faced with 4th and 9. Here, Chuck Noll made a controversial decision. Everyone expected Pittsburgh to punt, but knowing Dallas had already used up their timeouts, Noel disdained the punt and ran the ball again. Needing 9 yards, it wasn't even close. And Dallas had another chance to score. No one, not even Noel's own players, understood his decision. But it was born from Pittsburgh's punting problems. Walden had dropped one punt and nearly had 2 others blocked earlier in the game. Noel had no confidence in his kicking game, and rather than risk the punt, left the issue up to his great defense. It came down to Roger Staubach versus the Steel Curtain defense for one final round. Visions of the Minnesota Miracle flashed through the minds of Dallas fans everywhere. Staubach threw short to former Steeler Preston Pearson, who inexplicably turned toward the middle rather than get out of bounds to stop the clock. Now into Pittsburgh real estate, disaster nearly occurred. Seconds left, and the cool courage of Staubach contrasted with a frantic finish, but the quarterback was throwing against a stacked deck. Three seconds left. Time for one last play in the Super Bowl 10. One last chance for the Cowboys to complete their impossible dream. With Glenn Edwards' interception, Pittsburgh's victory was secure. From the opening kickoff to the final gun, Super Bowl 10 had more fireworks than any bicentennial celebration could possibly match. Chuck Noll joined Don Shula and Vince Lombardi as the only coaches to win the Super Bowl twice. The Pittsburgh Steelers now ranked with Green Bay and Miami as one of the great teams in pro football history. The Dallas Dream fell just 4 points short, but as Mel Renfro said, we have no regrets. We played as well as we possibly could. For the Steelers who won and the Cowboys who almost did, both be proud to be part of the greatest Super Bowl ever played.
For the widest selection of top-of-the-line televisions in the Easton area, go see Wyrick & Sons. Wyrick's features the best in Magnavox, Philco, Quasar, and Toshiba TVs and VCRs. Pat Wyrick & Sons specializes in sales and service of high-quality TVs, like the Solitaire Collection by Magnavox, the most sophisticated televisions on the market today. If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for my customers. That's Pat Wyrick's motto. Pat Wyrick & Sons TV Sales and Service, 1235 Chatham Road, Easton, where quality counts.
For powerful adult drama, dial up Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. It happens every day.
Is Joe in?
No, Joe lives here.
It happened to Marjorie. But it won't happen again because Marjorie's not a victim anymore.
Smile.
Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. There's only one place to be in February for live sports excitement every night. ESPN. The dramatic concluding races for the America's Cup mark the start of 28 days of non-stop sports thrills. Mondays, ESPN teams the incredibly talented Big Ten with the powerful Big East in unbeatable doubleheaders. You'll see the best of the ACC, Pac-10, and Metro Conferences too. And postseason play begins on ESPN with the Sun Belt Tournament. Sundays mean super shootouts featuring the NHL's finest. And don't miss 2 special all-star showdowns with the Soviet national team. ESPN's February serves up the world's top tennis players at the $1.8 million Lipton International Championships. The world's fastest humans set new standards at the Los Angeles Times Indoor Games and USA Mobile Championships. For a fast pace of another kind, there's a Speed Week special from Daytona and the MISL All-Star Game. It's all coming your way live in February on ESPN. founded Pro Football Observer throughout the years.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 11, the first time the Super Bowl ever put its feet down in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. And the participants, the Oakland Raiders, who had been in Super Bowl II, only to lose to the Green Bay Packers, back for only their second time after 9 years. And yes, the Minnesota Vikings. This was their fourth time in the decade of the 70s trying to win their first Super Bowl. So if there was sentiment, it was with Fran Tarkenton, his coach Bud Grant, and all those great veterans of the Vikings, those remnants of the Purple People Eaters. But the strength belonged to the Oakland Raiders and a fellow by the name of Kenny Stabler, who engineered everything at quarterback. Strike 4 for the Minnesota Vikings in Super Bowl 11. Out at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Back in a moment with the complete story.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
The first destination of ESPN and Pan Am's World Tour 87 is the Brazilian Grand Prix in Rio. ESPN and Pan Am will take 2 lucky couples to Rio de Janeiro for an all-expense-paid week of fun and excitement at the Grand Prix, April 12th. To enter the sweepstakes, watch Speed Week and catch the winning slogan. Write the slogan on a card with your name and address and mail to World Tour Sweepstakes, Post Office Box 907, Ridgely, Maryland, 21683. If you're one of ESPN's World Tour winners, Pan Am will fly you and a guest to Rio for a week of sunning on Ipanema Beach, dancing at the Copacabana, touring this exotic city, and enjoying the colorful Grand Prix festivities. Pan Am has 2 daily nonstop flights to Rio de Janeiro, each on a comfortable 747. Pan Am schedules and fares to, from, and within South America are the industry's best, making us the first choice to this exciting continent. So get your passport ready and join ESPN and Pan Am's World Tour in Rio.
AT&T is in graphic detail.
Hi, Hiroshi. Are you sitting down? Sure. What's up? Look at your fax machine. The next site you see will be the Warren contract. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
We got it!
We got it.
When you use AT&T long-distance service, you can fax good news in graphic detail to Tokyo and all over the world.
Feels good to win, doesn't it?
I could get used to it. AT&T, the right choice.
Super Bowl 11 offered a classic conflict. Pro football's 2 most successful teams in a final struggle for the most treasured victory in the game. Neither the Raiders nor the Vikings had ever won a Super Bowl. But over the last 10 years, they have been the most consistent winners in the National Football League. The Raiders, a team built by Al Davis and coached by John Madden, have won divisional titles in 9 of the last 10 years. The Vikings, coached by Bud Grant, have played in more Super Bowls than any team in history. In the opening minutes of the game, both teams probed and tested one another, piecing together bits of strategy in search of a successful pattern. The contest was a standoff until late in the first quarter, when the Raiders were forced to punt.
One man behind the line of scrimmage on the rush. Here comes the kick. It is blocked. It's blocked by Fred McNeil. It's loose on the 5-yard line. Running after the Minnesota Vikings. They down it on the Raider 2-yard line. First and goal to go. The first big break of the football game. And Raymond Guy has suffered his first block punt in a 4-year pro career.
It was a golden opportunity for Minnesota. But the Vikings, just 1 yard from the goal line, never got there. McClanahan fumbled. Willie Hall, number 39, recovered the ball for Oakland. The Vikings lost the initiative. Now the Raiders would seize it. Oakland launched its counterattack with a play that would be a harbinger of bad times for Minnesota. Clarence Davis ran left for a 35-yard gain. Quarterback Ken Stabler moved the Raiders across midfield with 2 passes to Dave Casper, Oakland's leading receiver in 1976. Casper was once an offensive tackle for Notre Dame. Now, as a tight end, he is the power gear in Oakland's freewheeling pass offense. Casper's second reception put the Raiders in position for the first score of the game.
Field goal, snap, spot, kick on the way. That one's good, and the Raiders finally get on the board. Scoreboard shows Oakland 3, Minnesota nothing.
The Raiders had marched 90 yards in 12 plays. Although they were stopped short of a touchdown, they had moved smartly through every avenue of their game plan. The next time they had the ball, they would take the same route. Only this time, it would lead them to the land of 6.
Watch out. It's coming. You're about to get hit with another big heating bill.
Afraid of high fuel costs? Dave Lennox has a pulse gas furnace that could cut your winter heating bills almost in half.
Attaboy, Dave.
Find out how you can cut your fuel bills almost in half. Call R.S. Hahn & Sons of Easton, your local independent Lennox efficiency experts. Ask about our Lennox pulse gas furnace with a 20-year heat exchange warranty. R.S. Hahn & Sons, caring about your comfort since 1904.
Watch that Bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
I'm Tom Watson. When I'm not playing golf, I like to read about it. And for my money, there's nothing better than Golf Digest. Golf Digest covers every angle of the game thoroughly. And now, you can get Golf Digest. Here's how.
Call toll-free 800-372-3000 for a year of Golf Digest, only $12.77, 46% off the newsstand price, and you'll receive as a bonus tips from the tour free. Call 800-372-3000 now.
Now you can get your morning news and information before you leave the house. Nation's Business Today. Back to basics information with a business person in mind. Breaking news from Washington, Wall Street, and the world. Updates on trade, technology, and Capitol Hill. Investment tips, sports scores, and weather reports for travelers. Join Merrill Comer and Carl Grant and get a head start every business day. Watch Nation's Business Today. TV news for people who mean business. Weekday mornings at 6:30 here on ESPN.
When the Raiders regained possession of the ball, they continued to run to their left. This strategy succeeded because of Oakland's ability to dominate the right side of the Viking defense, which consists of Alan Page, Jim Marshall, and number 58 corner linebacker Wally Hilgenberg. Guard Gene Upshaw pushed Page to the inside. Tackle Art Shell shoved Marshall to the outside. And when Hilgenberg came up to fill the hole, he was removed by Mark Van Egan. Clarence Davis, number 28, gained 137 yards in this Super Bowl. 105 of them came on variations of this play. The secret of its success was not only the powerful blocking of Upshaw and Shell, but also the blocking of running back Mark Van Egan, who neutralized the corner linebacker and gave Davis room to run. Hagenberg has been a linebacker in the NFL for 13 years. But in spite of his experience and skill, he could not avoid the battering blocks of Van Egan. During the regular season, Van Egan had gained twice as much yardage as Davis, but in this Super Bowl, he was more valuable to his team as a blocker. With Van Egan hitting out on Minnesota's corner linebackers, the other Oakland running backs were able to turn upfield for solid gains. 3 carries by Carl Garrett, number 31, moved the Raiders to the Viking 6. With Minnesota expecting another run, Stabler surprised them with a perfectly thrown sideline pass to Fred Biletnikoff, who touched down at the 1-yard line. On the next play, the Raiders resumed their attack on Minnesota's right side. But instead of plowing through it, they sailed over it on an easy pass from Ken Stabler to Dave Casper.
Holy Toledo! The Oakland line is just wiping out Minnesota's front.
Already, Bill, on that left side, they're going to Marshall and Hilgenberg, 2 older players, not very big and seemingly not very strong in the early going.
With 5 minutes to play in the second period, the Raiders marched to their second touchdown. The key play in this drive was a 17-yard pass to Fred Biletnikoff.
Fred Biletnikoff, first and goal on the half-yard line. Here's the power formation right side. Hand off to Banaszak. He powers over. Touchdown Raiders! Joshua Heifetz never played a violin with more dexterity than Kenny Stabler is playing the Minnesota Viking defense this afternoon in the Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena.
The Raiders' domination of the first half was reflected not only in the score, but also in the man-to-man matchups that, as much as any one thing, often decide the outcome of a game. A big reason for the success of Oakland's running game was the way Art Shell, number 78, consistently eliminated Jim Marshall. Shell was so overpowering that Marshall did not make a tackle the whole game. Center Dave Dalby engaged middle linebacker Jeff Seaman, number 50, in another matchup that often ended in Oakland's favor. Dalby disrupted Seaman's angle of pursuit. Then shoved him into the backwash of Oakland's churning ground attack. While Dalby and Shell won their battles at the scrimmage line, Fred Biletnikoff was winning another in the open field of the secondary. Nate Wright, number 43, had been given the unenviable task of trying to cover Biletnikoff. As might be expected, he did not fare well. Both of Oakland's touchdowns were set up by passes to Biletnikoff. The most dangerous receiver in Minnesota's passing attack is Sammy White, number 85. White led the NFC with 10 touchdown catches, but Skip Thomas, number 26, guarded White so closely that he did not catch a single pass in the first half. The Raiders used not one man, but 11 to stop Minnesota's mighty running back Chuck Foreman, number 44. Viking fans had hoped to see some of the magic Foreman had displayed all season when he led Minnesota in rushing, receiving, and touchdowns. But today, there was only one moment of magic And that was this catch and run that gained 26 yards. Was Foreman's only escape from the clutches of John Madden's determined defenders, who permitted him only 42 yards rushing for the entire game. With Foreman unable to run with the ball and White unable to catch it, Minnesota's offense was on the verge of extinction.
This America's Cup update is brought to you by The Atlantic. We can make a difference. To bring the America's Cup home, Dennis Cotter must now defeat the Australian Kookaburras.
Very impressed the way they've been coming on. It seems like they have more and more confidence in their boat and the equipment, sailing well. And I think the addition of Peter Gilmore in the cockpit has added a bit more strength to the thinking overall. And I'm very impressed with the whole program. I think it'll be a heck of a good series.
Why sit in the doldrums when you can ride the crest?
The Atlantic difference.
Get the Atlantic difference. 8% on your money market guaranteed for 2 months. Call 1-800-4-ATLANTIC and make more money with Atlantic's money market. 8% guaranteed for 2 months. Call the Atlantic coast to coast for an 8% money market. The Atlantic, member FSLIC.
There's only one place to be in February for live sports excitement every night. ESPN. The dramatic concluding races for the America's Cup mark the start of 28 days of non-stop sports thrills. Mondays, ESPN teams the incredibly talented Big Ten with the powerful Big East in unbeatable doubleheaders. You'll see the best of the ACC, Pac-10, and Metro Conferences too. And postseason play begins on ESPN with the Sun Belt Tournament. Sundays mean super shootouts featuring the NHL's finest. And don't miss 2 special all-star showdowns with the Soviet national team. ESPN's February serves up the world's top tennis players at the $1.8 million Lipton International Championships. The world's fastest humans set new standards at the Los Angeles Times Indoor Games and USA Mobile Championships. For a fast pace of another kind, there's a Speed Week special from Daytona and the MISL All-Star Game. It's all coming your way live in February on ESPN.
In the third quarter, the Vikings fell further behind. A Raider field goal made it 19-0. If there was fire in the ashes of the Vikings' hopes, quarterback Fran Tarkington was now the only person who could change the flicker to a flame. Throwing passes on almost every play, Tarkington moved his team 68 yards in 13 plays to their first touchdown of the game. Chuck Foreman and Ahmad Rashad, number 28, made key receptions in the drive. Sammy White made his first catch of the day, and it was good for a touchdown. The touchdown roused the Viking defense. For the first time in the game, Stabler lost yardage.
Big run! Barry back at the 27-yard line. The first quarterback back of the after with a purple gag.
As the final period began, Tarkington resumed his passing attack. But this time, the Raiders were ready, and plays that had worked earlier were no good at all now. Without a running attack and needing 2 touchdowns to win, Tarkington had to pass against a defense that had no reason to play him honest. The Raiders' rush, though formidable, posed no unusual problem for Tarkington. The real dangers lurked in the secondary.
Back to pass goes Tarkington. He's going down the middle, and White makes the catch. He is clean, but holds on to the football, losing the helmet. Chin strap flying one way, helmet the other. Holy Toledo.
With 4 linebackers and 4 defensive backs, the Raiders surrounded and terrorized Tarkington's receivers. Oakland eliminated Tarkington's targets, narrowed his field of fire, and finally proved the undoing of everything he had hoped to accomplish.
Back to pass on third. The rush by Hendricks peels him out of there to the left. He's backpedaling and throwing. Intercepted by Willie Hall at the 30. Back to the 40. Runs into traffic. Raider football. He's brought down at the 46-yard line.
The Raiders now had a choice of 2 plans. They could fence and parry to protect their lead, or they could attack to destroy and demolish. A 48-yard pass to Fred Biletnikoff put the Raiders 2 yards away from a touchdown that would end the competitive phase of Super Bowl 11.
Here's the snap. Give the ball to Banaszak. He powers over. Touchdown, Raiders! From ear to ear, he looks like a split watermelon.
The Vikings trailed by 19 points, and the remaining 7 minutes of the game became a despairing, hopeless quest for a goal they knew they would never reach.
Super Bowl championship. Francis back to pass. Throw the sideline. Picked off. It's going to be a touchdown. Willie Brown. 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. Old man Willie. He's going all the way.
After winning more games than any team in the NFL over the last 14 years, the Raiders proved to the whole world something their fans had known for a long, long time. A Super Bowl victory for the Oakland Raiders. A victory won not only for this season, but for seasons past. A victory that set a magnificent crown on the Oakland Raiders' unrivaled 14-year reign as football's winningest team.
Announcing Travel Internet, America's first national discount travel agency. Compare these incredible savings on complete vacation packages that include round-trip airfare and first-class hotel accommodations. Boston to Hawaii, 7 nights from just $6.79 per person. From Los Angeles, just $3.79 per person. Philadelphia to Nassau, 3 nights from only $2.39 per person. Los Angeles to Jamaica, 6 nights from just $5.29. Pittsburgh to Disney World, 3 nights only $2.59 per person. From St. Louis, just $3.29. Los Angeles to Puerto Vallarta, 7 nights only $2.69 per person. From Denver, just $3.29. We guarantee to give you the lowest available prices on vacation packages, cruises, and more. Travel Internet will meet or beat any published vacation package price available at your time of booking. Take advantage of these tremendous savings today. Call this toll-free number for price quotes from your area. Call now while special vacation packages are still available.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. Four-tails all out good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
Before the government gets hold of your tax return, maybe you should get hold of the Wall Street Journal. After all, it's your money. At least for the time being.
Call 800-372-3000 for this special introductory offer. 13 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $29.75. Phone 800-372-3000 now for the Wall Street Journal.
What's it going to take to win the Super Bowl? SportsCenter talks with the men who know Saturday at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to more Super Bowl highlights. Super Bowl 12, first time the Super Bowl had ever been played indoors. It was played indoors at the Superdome down in New Orleans, and the Dallas Cowboys, again showing muscle, were back to represent the NFC, and the Denver Broncos, the AFC. Oh, what days they were in the late 70s. Remember the days of the Orange Crush? That was the defense of the Broncos. Remember all of those orange T-shirts and flags and handkerchiefs around Mile House Stadium in Denver. The Denver fans went wild for their team under Red Miller. But in the Super Bowl, the Orange Crush didn't do the job on Dallas. The Dallas defense did the job on the Broncos. There were 8 turnovers, 4 interceptions, and 4 fumbles, and the Orange Crush was crushed. Dallas won the Super Bowl, as you will see again in a moment.
If you're trying to make your mark in business, you've probably run across something called the Old Boy Network. It seems that if you're not a member, your prospects are somewhat limited. Well, no matter what anyone says, the secret of business success isn't who you know. It's what you know. When you read the Wall Street Journal, you have all the connections you need. Connections to the boardrooms, the markets, the facts, the trends, the news, all the information necessary to help you make intelligent business decisions. In fact, if you read the journal on a daily basis, you won't be quite so worried about the old boy network, because you'll find that to achieve success, you don't have to be old. And you don't even have to be a boy.
Call 800-372-3000 for this special introductory offer. 13 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $29.75. Phone 800-372-3000 now for the Wall Street Journal.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Sanders set behind Roger Staubach. Now, here's the handoff and a reverse. The fumble in the backfield.
Right from the very first play, Super Bowl 12 was a coach's nightmare.
And Butch Johnson dropped the handoff.
It was fiercely fought, but frightfully flawed.
Jackson switches. They got Staubach. Fumble! Denver has it. No, there's no official indication yet. Hold it. The Denver players say they have it. Dallas got it. Dallas got it.
The game set Super Bowl records for the most fumbles, most turnovers, and most penalties. It lacked structure and style, but not intensity.
And they may call face mask. And the Cowboys are really going to protest because Charlie Waters was clearly being held by the man blocking him. But I think Charlie also grabbed the face mask of the blocker. And Tom Rafferty's getting into it with somebody.
Hey, 56, you can't do that. Hey, get that guy out of there. You can't do that. Rip his legs off. Rip him up there.
Here's the handoff. Goes to Bob Knowles. Craig still has it and wants it all. Going deep for Haven Moses. He's open. And now he's out. It's intercepted by Denny Barnes. The ball hung up in the air, allowing Denny to get Staubach flips to the left side. Fires deep for Dupree at the 10. Billy Joe fumbles the ball. It is recovered down at the 15-yard line by the Broncos. And now the Mobile. What an emotional game. Now it's swinging back the other way. Morton, play action, back to pass. Fires it out and it's intercepted again. Mark Washington to the 40, to the 50. I'll tell you why that ball was intercepted, because Ed Jones was all over Craig Morton like ugly on an ape, as they used to say when I was in school.
The interceptions and fumbles punctuated a drama dominated by two outstanding defenses. Different in design, but equal in effect. Denver's emotional orange-crushed defense buried the Cowboys under an angry avalanche of swarming defenders. While the Orange Crush performed as a group, Dallas's doomsday defense was a series of splendid solos. Number 54, defensive tackle Randy White. Defensive end number 72, Ed Jones. Defensive end Harvey Martin, number 79. While Dallas went after Craig Morton with its front four, Denver used its linebackers to lead the assault on Roger Staubach. The Bronco linebackers disrupted the Dallas offense with a daring variety of blitzes, and Staubach was sacked 4 times in the first half. But in one respect, Denver's play was as disappointing as it was successful. All season long, their defense had won games by capitalizing on opponents' mistakes. But today, Denver let each opportunity slip through its grasp. The Cowboys fumbled 3 times in the first 5 minutes, and Denver failed to make a single recovery.
And the Cowboys have recovered the ball.
This one simple fact tipped the balance of the game in the Cowboys' favor. Their defense made the big plays that Denver's did not. 4 times in the first half, the Doomsday defense intercepted Craig Morton. Denver's offense passed out gifts like a department store Santa Claus, and the hustling Cowboys gleefully scooped up the goodies.
At the 25-30, it cut down, fumbles the ball. Cowboys recover. Are you believing this? There's 6 turnovers in the first half for the Denver Broncos. Well, there are going to be so many things to talk about when this was over.
Dallas's offense managed to convert 3 of the turnovers into scores. 2 of them resulted in field goals. And after 1 interception, the Cowboys gained possession of the ball on the Denver 25. And from there, Tony Dorsett, number 33, led them to the first touchdown of the game. At the end of a bizarre and brutal first half, Dallas led 13-0.
Well, that looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're going to like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
Dad, are you up?
85,000 Pennsylvanians suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Most are cared for at home by family members.
Dad, are you okay?
The sun never sets for a family dealing with Alzheimer's disease. If you need help caring for a loved one, contact your local area agency on aging.
Come on, Dad. Let's go back to bed.
Even if you aren't an investor, the stock market can affect your business. So subscribe to the Wall Street Journal and profit from the market without investing anything more than the cost of a newspaper.
Call 800-228-1900 for this special introductory offer. 13 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $29.75. Phone 800-228-1900 now for the Wall Street Journal.
Friday night, former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo-Choo Brown faces a new kid in town, Cubanito Perez. Both are known for knockouts, and you could bet there'll be no holding back. Live Friday night at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN's Top Rank Boxing. Friday night, Dennis Conner begins the final leg of his quest to bring back the cup. ESPN's dramatic live coverage starts at 11 Eastern.
At the beginning of the second half, Jim Turner kicked a 43-yard field goal for Denver's first score of the game. Despite the offensive disasters of the first half, the Broncos were only 10 points behind, and their spirit got an added boost when it seemed as if Dallas would continue to have trouble holding on to the ball.
fumbles the ball, picks it up, sailed as he gets to the 21-yard line. Second fumble for Butch today.
It's not starting off as Butch Johnson's day, exactly. Fumbling that kickoff, fumbling the double reverse handoff on the Cowboys' first offensive play of the day.
Okay, everybody ready? Let's go.
Cowboys get it for the first time in the third quarter. They've got it
right.
in their own
Power 49 near Gio. It's on 2. It's on 2. Ready? Break.
Johnson's fumble was just an unpleasant reminder of the chaotic first half, and it was soon forgotten as all the parts of Tom Landry's intricate offense began to function in their prescribed pattern. Early in the third quarter, Landry used his running backs as primary passing targets. When Denver's linebackers finally closed down on this maneuver, Landry then instructed Staubach to use the running backs as blockers instead of receivers. The running backs cut down the rush of Denver's troublesome linebackers, and for the first time in the game, Staubach had time to locate late opening receivers downfield. The Cowboys' fast-action shotgun blasted open holes in Denver's defense, then demolished it with one booming bullseye.
A three-man rush again. Roger goes deep across the middle. Way downfield, and Butch Johnson caught. Touchdown! A sensational diving catch by Butch Johnson, the Cowboys' second-year wide receiver. Takes back everything we said about Butch not having a big day. He's fumbled it a couple times, but I'll tell you what, people talk about the greatest catch ever in a Super Bowl, and they talk about some that Lynn Swann made against Dallas 2 years ago. Butch, diving, he caught that ball parallel to the ground at about the 3-yard line. It was a sensational catch by Johnson.
The touchdown was a spectacular play that Denver seemed prepared for, but still couldn't stop. It was 3rd and 10. Denver was expecting a pass, but there is no adequate defense for the catch that Butch Johnson made. The Broncos trailed by 17 points, and they seemed to be treading water, too buoyant with spirit and defense to sink, but too empty of offense to move. Just as it seemed as if they might drown, the sea parted, and through it came number 80, Rick Upchurch. Desperate for some offense, Red Miller replaced the battered Craig Morton with Norris Weist, number 14, a younger and more mobile quarterback. Weiss inspired the Denver offense, and they fought to their first touchdown. A 3-yard plunge by rookie Rob Lidle. A streetcar named Desire once ran here at New Orleans, and it suddenly seemed as if the Broncos offense had found it. Now, if it could only carry them to a few more scores, their world championship dreams would come true.
Right now, Time magazine has good news for everyone who's ever wanted to make an important phone call, but couldn't find the number. Because if you order Time now, you'll get a free gift with your paid subscription. Time's exclusive phone file. It's a combination telephone and flip file directory to keep your phone numbers where they belong, with a phone. So instead of having to reach for a number...
Wrote it down. Oh, here it is.
You just reach for the phone, and the number's right there. With Time's gift, you can have all your numbers in one place. And with Time magazine each week, you can have the whole world in one place. Fascinating, exciting, entertaining, and informative. Time reaches to the heart of events and brings them home to you with a superb writing and photography that makes the experience of Time unique. And now it can be yours for almost half off the cover price. And with a thank you gift, that means you'll never have to look high and low for a phone number. Instead, it'll always be at your fingertips. Time even makes it easier for you to call with push-button dialing. It has call muting for privacy and automatic redial. There's a handy pen and pencil holder, an area code directory, even a built-in clock. It's a Time magazine exclusive, and it's yours free when you subscribe for 30 weeks of Time at nearly half off the cover price. Payable in 3 easy installments of just $9.79 each. And all you have to do is call our toll-free number.
What's the number?
1-800-221-1700.
Got it.
And with your paid subscription, you'll get Time's unique phone file free. So call now.
What was that number again? It was...
That's 1-800-221-1700. It's the most practical telephone ever invented. And it's part of Time's best offer ever. So don't miss it. You'll never lose a phone number again.
As the fourth period began, Denver's determined offense still needed more restoration work from Norris Weiss. What it got instead was a demolition job from the Doomsday defense. The same fierce pass rush that had destroyed Craig Morton was now supplemented with an occasional blitzing linebacker, and Weiss fell into desperate trouble.
Weiss 5 yards back, has the snap. Here comes the rush. He's up in the pocket. He is there. He fumbled the ball. There's a chase for it. The Cowboys have recovered. Dallas has the ball at the 30-yard line. That is the 8th turnover by the Denver Broncos this afternoon.
Another decisive move by the Doomsday defense had opened the last door to the most treasured victory in football.
I don't know why, Vern, but I just have the feeling that Tom Landry might have a gadget that he might want to use in a situation like this somewhere here, one of those trick plays.
Hut, hut. Pitch out. Newhouse goes left, pulls up, wants to pass. Fires it deep for Goldie Richards. Touchdown!
Robert Newhouse's touchdown pass not only settled the game, but offered a useful lesson in the Dallas style of winning. The touchdown play did not really catch Denver by surprise. Golden Richards was properly covered. It was simply a deadly accurate pass and a remarkable catch. Another precisely executed play against which there is no adequate defense. The kind of big game-breaking play the Cowboys had made all afternoon, on defense as well as offense. Perhaps the best explanation of Super Bowl 12 came from Denver's Jim Turner. We were out there thinking about winning, he said, and they were out there thinking about football. The man doing all the thinking was Tom Landry, who once again delivered an entertaining lesson in winning football. In Super Bowl 12, it was a lesson on how a superbly conditioned team of eager athletes can pry open a tough, hard-hitting game and extract from it the stuff of victory.
Gentlemen, as big boss of Big Boss Motors, I've got bad news. Our competition, that other dealer, is outselling us hands down. You know why that's bad news? Because they have better service, a better sales staff, more cars, and their customers keep coming back for more. We can't compete. Do you understand?
We're that other dealer. We're Brown Daub, and whatever it takes, we give.
Watch that bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. We're
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl Highlights. The year 1979, the Super Bowl number 13, back again at the Orange Bowl. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't remember, this was to be a Super Bowl. The Pittsburgh Steelers tried to become the first ever to win their third Super Bowl championship, had come off a remarkable season, and the Dallas Cowboys, they had put 9 players on the All-Pro team. So this was a team of powerhouses, and Pittsburgh had the same group back, practically speaking, that won the first 2. Bradshaw at quarterback, Franco Harris, Rocky Blyer, Lynn Swann. They were all there. It was something that we all looked forward to. And on that day in 1979, in the game between Dallas and Pittsburgh, we saw one of the rarities, a Super Bowl. Dallas and Pittsburgh. Watch the game. Enjoy the game when we come back.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. 4 tails all out, good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
to break free. To reach new heights. To accept the challenge. To master a more demanding world. Feel the pride. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
The upset of the week is brought to you by Pepto-Bismol. For most common stomach discomforts, the one that coats is the only one you need. Ninth-ranked Georgetown came to the Meadowlands with revenge on their minds after the Seton Hall Pirates upset them on their home court just 8 days earlier. With 6 seconds remaining, Mark Bryant hit 2 free throws to give Seton Hall a 66-65 lead. The Hoyas have one last chance, but freshman Mark Tillman's jumper is off the mark, so's the tip. P.J. Carlesimo's Seton Hall Pirates defeat Georgetown, the Pepto-Bismol upset of the week.
Tonight, this place will be filled. People will be watching movies and not watching what they're eating. Pretty soon, it'll come back to haunt them.
My tummy hurts.
Mine too. That chili dog.
Don't worry, we've got Pepto at home.
Pepto-Bismol. As it coats, it soothes heartburn and upset stomach, as well as diarrhea.
I thought we left the monster back at the movies.
It's only
Pepto-Bismol. The one that coats is the only one you need.
America's high school students are doing their best on ESPN's Scholastic Sports America. I'm Chris Fowler. Please join me every Saturday, 6:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Early in the first quarter, the 80,000 fans at Super Bowl 13 were treated to the kind of football that has become a trademark of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right down their throat. Come on, Terry.
Bradshaw, the quarterback for the Steelers. Bradshaw hesitates and then throws deep for Stallworth in the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Johnny Stallworth caught it between 2 Dallas Cowboys, and the Steelers are on the board first. How about that?
Terry Bradshaw is a country boy, and perhaps his touchdown pass to John Stallworth was inspired by the country proverb, which advises, when you're invited to the biggest party of the year, you dance with who brung you. Bradshaw had gotten to the Super Bowl by passing, so it never occurred to him to play cautiously and establish his running game first. His pass caught Dallas unprepared and gave Pittsburgh a 7-0 lead. Pittsburgh's defense was just as bold as its offense. They blitzed their linebackers, often surprising Roger Staubach with a 5- or 6-man pass rush. Late in the first quarter, on a 3rd down, they moved 8 men up to the scrimmage line. With all their manpower in the pass rush, the Steelers sacrificed themselves in the secondary. And once Tony Hill gathered in Staubach's quick pass, he scored easily. The 8-man rush had forced the Steelers to cover the dangerous Dallas receivers man for man. Another look at the play reveals that Mel Blount, number 47, was so intent on guarding Drew Pearson, he never reacted to Hill's reception. But perhaps the most remarkable part of this touchdown play was Roger Staubach's quick and accurate pass under extreme pressure.
Direct snap to Staubach. He barely gets in the way. It is caught at the 25. Here goes Tony Hill over the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Cowboys!
That is twice the Steelers have threatened and given the maximum blitz on 3rd down and long. And that, I think, might be the kind of a spark that will get the Cowboys going as we move toward the second quarter.
The second quarter began like the first. with Bradshaw throwing. Only now his mighty arm seemed ineffective as the Cowboy defense anticipated his every move. The Superman of the Steelers became a bumbling Clark Kent, an easy pushover for the big bullies from Dallas.
There's a delayed blitz, and Bradshaw fumbles the ball, picks it up, rolls out. Caught and dropped by Thomas Hollywood. It's picked up now by Hickman, by Mike Hickman. He's to the 15, the 10, the 5, and in for a touchdown if it all stands.
Dallas moves out to a 14-7 lead. Bradshaw has had 2 fumbles and 1 interception.
And he, at times, has not thrown the football well. He started off pretty well, directing that 56-yard touchdown drive, but he's since been ragged.
The play that gave Dallas a 14-7 lead began as a rollout pass. But when Bradshaw collided with Franco Harris, the ball popped loose. While Bradshaw retrieved his fumble, Thomas Henderson and Mike Hegman stalked him like 2 burglars. One held him, the other robbed him. Hegman's touchdown was a bitter pill for the Steelers to swallow, but it was just the tonic they needed. When they regained the ball, John Stallworth turned a routine sideline pass into a marathon 75-yard touchdown run that tied the game. Stallworth's run tied the record for the longest scoring play in Super Bowl history. Stallworth is from Alabama, and down there, the locals say that he's like a blend of sipping whiskey and white lightning. Smooth, with a good, strong finishing kick. With 5 minutes left in the first half, Super Bowl 13 had turned into a circus of big plays.
Hi, Louis the Lightning Bug here. Now, lightning bugs are experts, see, on safety and electricity. And one thing for sure, and I ought to know, you never fly your kites where power lines go.
You never fly your kites where power lines go.
Now, if you're looking for a tree to climb, you never climb trees near power lines.
Never climb trees near power lines.
Play it smart, little buddy.
Power lines.
For a free safety booklet, call 1-800-248-0099.
Well, it looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Monday, a big night of basketball on ESPN. Pittsburgh faces Syracuse Orange man Ronnie Cycli in one of the best inside games in the Big East. Then, Michigan State makes a run at Northwestern in the Big Ten game of the week. Big Monday starts live at 7 Eastern here on ESPN. Two heavy-hitting lightweights collide when Cubanito Perez meets Charlie Choo-Choo Brown. Friday night on ESPN's live top-ranked boxing.
In 1978, the Pittsburgh Steelers had the best record in the NFL. They are a mature, physically powerful squad with a special confidence that allows them to reach for heroism instead of merely trying to avoid mistakes. With 2 minutes left in the half, Bradshaw boldly blended the varied talents of his teammates. Like a skilled conductor, he directed them in a classic 2-minute drill. At the Dallas 7-yard line with 33 seconds left in the half, Bradshaw called a pass-run option play. Pursued by the Cowboys and with no room to run, he finally spotted Rocky Bleier in the end zone.
What a heck of a catch that was by Rocky Bleier, huh?
Would you have expected Rocky Bleier to turn into Nijinsky?
It was Nijinsky.
Oh, then Nijinsky was a great ballet dancer.
Well, Cowboys trail by 7 again.
When the second half began, the Dallas offense struck quickly to get back what its defense had so grudgingly given away in the closing seconds of the first half. Dallas drove to the Pittsburgh 10-yard line late in the third quarter.
Come on, D, now's the time.
It seemed certain they would score the touchdown that would turn Super Bowl 13 into a tie game again.
It's 3rd down and 3, Dallas at the Pittsburgh 10. Roger back to throw, has a man open in the end zone, caught, touchdown, dropped in the end zone. Jackie Smith all by himself. Oh, bless his heart, he's got to be the sickest man in America. Oh, Jackie was so wide open in the end zone, it was incredible. And he could not hang on to the ball.
A catch by Smith would have tied the score. Instead, Dallas had to settle for a field goal and trailed Pittsburgh by 4 points at the end of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, another pass that wasn't caught did even more damage to the Cowboys. This one was intended for Lynn Swann of the Steelers. An interference penalty against number 31, Benny Barnes, turned this incomplete pass into a 33-yard gain for Pittsburgh. Bradshaw's pass to Swann was a reckless throw that was up for grabs the moment it floated into the secondary. When Barnes tripped, Swann stumbled over it. What hurt the Cowboys just as much as the penalty was the manner in which Pittsburgh easily converted their good fortune into a crucial touchdown.
Giving the ball to Franco through the middle, then over the 15, the 10, the 5, touchdown Pittsburgh. They opened it up down the middle, and the big guy went straight ahead through the hole. He knocked them loose in every direction, and the Steelers go on the board with a...
Franco Harris's touchdown was an alert decision by Terry Bradshaw. He called the play at the scrimmage line when he noticed an opening through the center of the Dallas defense. Charlie Waters, number 41, tried to close the hole, but he collided with an official. And Harris had an open road to the end zone. While the Steelers celebrated their 11-point lead, another touch of misfortune awaited the rankled Cowboys. On the ensuing kickoff, Roy Jarrella slipped, and his kick bounced directly to defensive tackle Randy White. A cast on White's fractured thumb prevented him from getting a grip on the ball. And it squirted loose before he was hit.
Fumble! Ball loose! Still fighting for it at the 21. It is Pittsburgh's ball. Holy mackerel! Here we go! Bradshaw's back. And he's going to Swann, and Swann makes a circus catch in the end zone. Unbelievable catch for the touchdown. He was up in the air and made a circus catch. He looked like a flying circus, and the Southern Cal Flyer pulled it in. Holy smokes, 18 yards, and they strike again.
Swann's catch was Bradshaw's 4th touchdown pass of the day. It put Pittsburgh ahead 35-17.
Special arrangement with Reader's Digest, we proudly present one of the most extraordinary music treasuries ever made. You get 100 of the world's most beautiful melodies, and here they are. From the entire world of great music, you get the most loved melodies ever written. These 100 beloved favorites without a single unknown, unwanted passage. Here is a priceless shortcut to musical knowledge for your family. From
from Reader's Digest. Classic melodies so beautiful they became giant hits of our time. Every selection is one the whole world loves. All 100 world's most beautiful melodies are now yours on 3 records, 3 cassettes, or 3 8-track tapes. And the price, just $19.98. These Reader's Digest treasuries are not sold in any store. Here's how to order.
To save COD fees, have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-792-1200. That's 1-800-792-1200. Or send only $19.98 to 100 Music Treasures. Box 3817, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10163. Specify whether 3 records, 3 cassettes, or 3 8-tracks. Write it down. Or call now 1-800-792-1200.
With only 6 minutes to play, Dallas trailed by 18 points. There were tears in the eyes of Texas, but seldom was heard a discouraging word by the Cowboys themselves.
Get it again, Dennis! It ain't no blitz. It ain't no blitz. There he is, Tony.
In 1963, Roger Staubach's legs won him the Heisman Trophy at the Naval Academy. Now, 15 years later, they served him well again. Staubach and Tony Dorsett, number 33, gained most of the yardage in a furious 8-play, 90-yard drive. Staubach passed to Billy Joe Dupree for a touchdown that cut the Steelers' lead to 11 points.
Here comes the onside kick. It comes to the left side, and the Steelers drop it, and the Cowboys recover. Dallas has the football at the 49-yard line. Dennis Thurman picked it up, and the Cowboys may still be alive.
Get him out! Get him out! Get that quarterback! Get him in!
With only 2 minutes to play, Dallas needed 2 touchdowns to win. As they drove down the field again, it was an appropriate occasion to summon up the old cliches which salute gallant losers who play on for pride and self-respect when all hope for victory has vanished. But no, this was a team that truly believed it still could win.
Staubach takes the ball, now he's looking, pumps, throws, open man, touchdown. Score is 35-31 in Super Bowl 13.
Again, Dallas broke through Pittsburgh's defense. But now, they were caught in the deadly squeeze of the clock.
22 seconds on the clock.
The Cowboys' remote chance for victory disappeared into the arms of Rocky Bleier.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have become the first team in the history of the National Football League to win 3 world championships.
The Pittsburgh Steelers defeated the Dallas Cowboys in a Super Bowl that was everything the championship game is supposed to be. Perhaps Frank O'Hara said it best. This was the greatest game I ever played in.
Hi, I'm Nora Anderson of the Princeton Power Aerobic Workout. Uncle Bob and I are shaping up for cystic fibrosis. Isn't that right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
You can help a good cause and get in shape at the same time. February 2nd through the 8th is Shape Up Week for CF at a participating health club near you. Every time you work out during Shape Up Week, you'll be raising money to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. Right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
So when you go to your health club this week, ask them if they are participating in Shape Up for CF. And what should people do if their club tells them no, Bob?
Ask them why.
Very good. I'm so proud of you for working out so
Think
hard.
I could keep in shape like this if I didn't?
There are two ways to get an authentic NFL game jersey. Play in the NFL or call 1-800-453-2800. Yes, now you can have the same jersey worn by your favorite NFL player. The real thing from NFL Pro Line. Made by the same manufacturer that supplies each of the 28 teams. With any name and number, even your own name. And you can wear an authentic NFL sideline sweater just like the coaches. This rugged heavyweight T-shirt NFL players wear for workouts and in games, made by Champion and Starter. And carry an elegant attaché case by Wilson in genuine football leather. Call 1-800-453-2800 now for your authentic NFL game jersey, the NFL sideline sweater, the workout T-shirt for your favorite NFL team, and the Wilson leather attaché case. Have your credit card handy. Only credit card orders can be accepted. Call now for the authentic NFL Pro Line. 1-800-453-2800.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl Highlights. Super Bowl 14 began the decade of the 80s, and for the second time, the Super Bowl went back to the Rose Bowl in California. And for the first time ever, the Rams of Los Angeles, who had been failures in previous playoff years, made it to the Super Bowl. But they're up against the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are trying for their fourth Super Bowl win in 4 tries. Well, the Steelers went into the game 16-point favorites. But I guarantee you, if you don't remember it, and you'll see it in a moment, the Rams scared the life out of them. As a matter of fact, Los Angeles led Pittsburgh at the end of 3 quarters. It was a brilliant comeback by Bradshaw and company in quarter number 4 that gave the Steelers their 4th Super Bowl. Great day for the Rams, but a better day for the Steelers in Super Bowl 14. Stand by. It's coming up in a moment.
Madeline Kahn on having it all.
What is this fascination we have with having it all? Haven't you ever wanted it all? Just a tiny bit. Michelob Light has it all. Superb taste in a less filling beer. But is having it all the answer? Is it really so wonderful to be wealthy, glamorous, and have an unbelievable singing voice? Yes!
Michelob Light, you can have it all.
Are you still making shredded knuckles? Still wrestling with expensive toys? Then Wrap 2 is for you. Just attach one of these blades and away you go. A little cabbage quickly turns into a carload of coleslaw, and you can color it with radishes without raking your knuckles. Change blades and Wrap 2 slices anything. To clean, all you do is rinse. The third blade can glide through the hardest cheese. Think this ice can jam it? Wrap 2 crushes that idea. The 4th blade does all your fine grinding, but there's more. You get a second machine that makes French fries by the fistful, makes carrot sticks, and even makes diced vegetables. Plus, you get our special bowl that fits securely on the base. It's an extra hand that means no more uh-oh, and there's no uh-oh to the price. It's only $29.95. Want more? Then watch this potato. It comes out mashed. But where's the peel? Unbelievable. Try it with an egg. One push here, egg salad here, and the shell here. Amazing. You get it all for only $29.95. Order yours now.
For COD and credit card orders, call toll-free 1-800-441-2929. Save the COD charges by sending $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling to Wrap 2, Box 121, Plainville. Order this complete food preparation system now.
The Steelers and the Rams arrived at this championship game from opposite directions. In the 14-year history of the Super Bowl, never have 2 teams been so different. The Steelers were the defending champions. They had the best record in the NFL and came to Pasadena supported by the loudest, most loyal fans in all of football. The Rams, on the other hand, had the worst record of any team ever to play in a Super Bowl. And unlike the Steelers, they looked at their fans with cynicism and indifference. For these were the same people who had booed and insulted them at mid-season when they were hurt and in second place. The Rams came to the Super Bowl with a grim resolve to erase their reputation as a team with no heart and to bury forever their infamous legacy of choking in championship games.
Give the pitch to Tyler, holds that ball like a loaf of bread, turns the corner to 20 to 25.
Come get it, that's it, come on, Wendell. Come on, Wendell. That play's going to break. That play's there. 46F will be there. Dwight White is way down in the game. We blew him out on that, but boy, I'll tell you, 46F is hell of a thing. All right. 46F, boy, he took a hole a mile wide.
Ferragamo hands it off to Wendell. Tyler looking for an opening across the 50 to the 45-yard line, the 40. Look out! Far sideline, 35 to 30. Missed by a tackler, the 20, the 15, and down the 14-yard line. Come on, let's go!
Wendell Tyler's 39-yard gain early in the first quarter was the longest run permitted by Pittsburgh all year, and it's worth another look. Although he didn't become a starter until the 5th week of the season, Tyler finished the year as the Rams' leading rusher. And this weaving trip through the Steelers set up the first touchdown of Super Bowl 14. Cullen Bryant piled into the end zone and gave Los Angeles a 7-3 lead.
And right now, the Rams are winning the battle of the line of scrimmage. They're getting off the ball, and they're beating the Steelers' defensive line.
It's going to be a long day today, boys.
Almo kicking from the shadows, booms the ball, a line drive, maybe a chance for a return as Anderson gathers it in at the 2. He's back to 10 to 15 to 20 to 25. Look out the near sideline, the 30 to 35, the 40 down the near sideline. Caught from behind by Joe Harris and swung out of bounds at the 47-yard line.
And the Steelers got to go to work.
For the last several years, it has sometimes seemed that there is one league for the Pittsburgh Steelers and another for the rest of those who play pro football. For hidden beneath Pittsburgh's smooth and flawless execution is the pounding pulse of brute power. on defense as well as offense, the Steelers breed the conviction in the opposing team that it must play an almost superhuman level of football to have any chance to succeed. The Rams gave ground grudgingly and kept Pittsburgh out of the end zone until early in the second period.
1 yard line, just inside the 1.
Here it is, the irresistible force and the immovable defense. Pitch the ball to Franco, and he's running wide right, and he goes in for a Pittsburgh touchdown. Blyer was his blocker. He came outside Rocky. There was nobody there.
Now they made it look easy. Come on, Rob, let's go, you jerk.
The Steelers were still the same tough Steelers, but they would soon discover that their opponents were definitely not the same old Rams. Throughout the year, the Rams were a running team, often inflexible, always conservative. But today, when their running game faltered, they threw caution to the winds and decided to gamble on the raw passing skills of a young substitute quarterback named Vince Ferragamo. Pat Hayden, the Rams' regular quarterback, was injured and watched the game from the coach's booth, hoping that his young replacement would not crack under Pittsburgh's pressure. Ferragamo faced the famous charge of the steel curtain with poise and resilience. Although he was sacked several times, his consistently accurate passing enabled the Rams to control the ball for the rest of the first half. Twice Ferragamo moved the Rams into scoring position, only to have potential touchdown passes bounce off the fingertips of his intended receiver. Some of the points, which had slipped through the Rams' fingers, were retrieved by the toe of Frank Corral, whose 2 field goals gave Los Angeles a 3-point lead.
Ferragamo the other day said, I know we're going to win. He said, I won't give you the score, but I know we're going to win. And I was sitting 6 inches from him when he said it, so he said it, a Joe Namath-type statement.
The Rams had not only the lead, but a new image as well. A once drab and lifeless offense had taken on a new luster. At the end of the first half, nothing seemed right for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Players that are usually lively and lighthearted were guarded and somber. And the coach, Chuck Noll, who is usually grim and intense, was loose and full of fun.
And I had talked to Art Rooney the other day, and he said, I don't have a feeling about this game. I can't get a feeling. And whenever I haven't had a feeling, our Steelers have been beaten. Well, right there on the trailing end of a 13-10 score, they got to buckle down.
For the widest selection of top-of-the-line televisions in the Easton area, go see Wyrick & Sons. Wyrick's features the best in Magnavox, Philco, Quasar, and Toshiba TVs and VCRs. Pat Wyrick & Sons specializes in sales and service of high-quality TVs like the Solitaire Collection by Magnavox, the most sophisticated televisions on the market today. If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for my customers. That's Pat Wyrick's motto. Pat Wyrick & Sons TV Sales and Service, 1235 Tatamy Road, Easton, where quality counts.
For powerful adult drama, dial up Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. It happens every day.
Is Joe in? No, Joe lives here.
It happened to Marjorie. But it won't happen again because Marjorie's not a victim anymore.
Smile.
Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. 4 tills, all out, good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
The Continental Basketball Association's Best Players Plus, the halftime $1 million shot. The CBA All-Star Game, Saturday on ESPN.
Terry Bradshaw began the second half with the same curiously conservative approach he had used in the first half, nibbling at the Ram defense with short, safe passes to his running backs. But then, like a pool hall hustler who has been trifling with his victim too long, Bradshaw suddenly showed his game.
He looks downfield, has time, cranks it going long for Swan. He's got it. Swan, touchdown, Pittsburgh.
Bradshaw's pass to Lynn Swan was a concise resume of the Steeler attack, daring and explosive, able to score from anywhere at any time. The Rams had 2 defensive backs covering Swan and a linebacker blitzing Bradshaw, and still they could not damage the throw or prevent the catch.
Swan takes it for the touchdown. A perfect strike by Terry Bradshaw. I love it. Bradshaw, on his first attempt of the long bomb in this game, has hit Swan for the TD. Well, what do you think about that? The Steelers move ahead, 17-13.
Surely this stunning blow, one that has become a Steeler trademark the last 2 seasons, would finally brush off the pesky Rams. It did not. Ferragamo took a page from Bradshaw's Go for Broke book and hit Billy Waddy for a 50-yard gain. Before the Steelers could recover, the Rams struck again.
Ball goes to McCutcheon, option pass, he throws downfield, leaping drop, touchdown, Ron Smith! Back and forth we go, the Rams back out in front by a score of 19-17, and we've not seen that play all year long.
Maybe it was the fact that nobody gave them much of a chance, and therefore there wasn't much to lose. Maybe it was simply the realization by the Rams coaches that their team had to open up on offense to win.
Great play.
Whatever the reason, these new remodeled Rams had come from behind for the 3rd time in the Super Bowl to take the lead. Frank Corral missed the extra point, but the Rams' touchdown had revealed another facet of their expansive new offense, and with it, a 2-point advantage. While the Rams' offense expanded, its defense contracted and tightened up. They clogged up Pittsburgh's inside running lanes, and since neither Franco Harris, number 32, nor Rocky Blyer, number 20, has the flat-out speed to run wide, the Steelers were forced to abandon the running game they take so much pride in. Terry Bradshaw still had Lynn Swann to throw to, but even that ray of reassurance faded when Swann was knocked out of the game by Pat Thomas. With a crippled passing attack and a sputtering running game, the Steeler Express wobbled into disaster. Twice in the third period, Bradshaw was intercepted, once by Eddie Brown, and again by Rod Perry, number 49. The frustration that had played so much a part of the Rams season now belonged to the Steelers.
Time runs out in the third quarter of play. 15 minutes of football remain. The crowd on its feet in the Rose Bowl. The score, the Rams 19 and the Steelers 17.
Experts tell us how long we live is in large measure determined by how we live. Example, if you live in a large city, subtract 2 years from your life. If you work behind a desk, subtract 3 years from your life. If, on the other hand, you exercise strenuously 5 times a week, add 4 years to your life. Admittedly, there's no exact way to determine life expectancy. Life is uncertain. And because it is, we need to protect our loved ones financially. If you're a credit union member, an excellent time to do that is right now.
I'm just 35, and I've got a wife and 2 small kids who count on me. So when I learned there was a special deal for credit union members, up to $50,000 of term life insurance, I phoned right away.
At 50, I'm a long way from retirement, but I'm no kid. Like lots of people my age, I didn't want to take a medical exam, and I didn't have to.
I'm 42, pretty fit, and part of a 2-income family. One of us just couldn't get by alone, so I called about $50,000 of life insurance for both of us.
Think about your age and your family responsibilities. As a credit union member, you can apply for term life protection, the kind experts recommend because it gives you maximum coverage for your dollar. And you'll be guaranteed group rates, the lowest kind of rates. So don't just hope you'll be able to provide all the things your family needs. Make sure by calling now. We'll send you complete details of this exclusive offer and this free at-home longevity test to evaluate your own lifestyle. For yourself and those you love, call now.
If you're a credit union member age 18 to 59, call 1-800-228-3311 for information on this $50,000 term life plan and your free longevity test. That's 1-800-228-3311. There's no obligation. The information is free and so is the call. 1-800-228-3311.
Great teams aren't always great. They're just great when they have to be.
Bradshaw calls out the signals. Remember, Pittsburgh, the most dangerous fourth-quarter team in the NFL.
Now Bradshaw pumping, firing downfield. There goes Stallworth. He pulls it in at the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5, and it's a touchdown for Pittsburgh on the ball to Stallworth. And Stallworth beat Rod Perry. Oh, did he beat him? And the Steelers fire right back.
The pass to John Stallworth succeeded because of a mistake in the Rams secondary. It appeared as if Stallworth had simply beaten Rod Perry man on man. But actually, Perry should have had help from safety Eddie Brown. The Rams employed 5 defensive backs on the play. And Brown, the safety, was responsible for the deep middle zone. But when Stallworth raced through the middle, Brown ignored him and never helped Perry. Stallworth, who should have been double-teamed, outreached his single pursuer for the ball. After Stallworth's touchdown, the Steelers loosened up as though the game were over. Once again, they were wrong.
The lead changing hands 7 times, and the Rams hope that they have one more chance left.
I think we can throw on first down now. I think we could throw on first down, even drop back passes. Hey, Ray, you got to go to the end zone with it. You got to go to the end zone with it.
The Rams 86 yards away from the Steeler end zone, trailing by 5 points. Maybe one more miracle remains in their satchel in the 1979 season.
Okay, come on, Ferragamo, play action, you sucker!
Looking downfield, throws downfield, caught by Drew Hill and out of bounds.
The Rams summoned up the heart no one thought they had,
Ferragamo tripped up, regains his balance,
and slowly fought their way toward the Steeler goal.
All right, that's it. We got it. We got it.
Here's the delay handoff to Colin Bryant. 45, 40, 35. He's thrown this thing to the 30-yard line.
Fans who withheld their love for so long suddenly poured it out in cheers for a scrappy underdog who refused to give up.
Ferragamo puts him down. He goes. J.T. Thomas got him at the 39.
Why the hell didn't he audible in 97?
Wally in motion, far side, and Ferragamo going back to pass. He's going to scramble. He's going to run. The 35, the 40, and down the 42-yard line.
Ferragamo, let it go!
On first down, he looks downfield. He shoots it over the middle, long for. Get on! A diving catch at the 40-yard line. First down, Rams.
The Rams were on the verge of another score when Ferragamo made his first and only mistake of the game.
Ferragamo back to pass, shoots it over the middle. Intercepted by the Steelers. Lambert at the 15, the 20. Lambert still on his feet, cutting to the middle of the field, and he's down at the 30-yard line. First interception of the game off the arm of Ferragamo, and for Pittsburgh Steelers fans, it could not have come at a better time with 5:24 to go in the game.
Waddy was wide open, Ray. Waddy was wide open, Ray, on the post.
By day, the Rams' sparkling spirit had kept the game close. But by night, it faded into the black reality of the Pittsburgh Steelers mustering whatever it takes to win games when most of America is watching.
You're not going to throw high percentage passes against the Rams. Go deep and get the big play because they're going to take away high percentage passing.
Pittsburgh just wants to maintain possession, and it's a very big third down play. Nickel defense in for Los Angeles. Bradshaw back to pass. He sets up at the 23. He throws long down the center of the field for Stallworth. He's done at the 25 and down at the 22.
The first long pass to Stallworth had given the Steelers the lead. This one pointed the way to ultimate victory.
And now the Rams' hopes start to dim as Pittsburgh is on their way to another world championship. Backs to the wall. Time running out. They can ill afford any kind of score right here. The game will be put out of reach by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Harris flashes off the left side for a touchdown. Franco Harris flashing off the left side for a Steeler touchdown. Ladies and gentlemen, Super Bowl 14 is history. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the champions of the National Football League for the second straight year.
Super Bowl 14 took its shape from the team that lost just as much as the team that won. The Los Angeles Rams earned a dignity in defeat
which they had never achieved in victory. The Rams won respect, but the Pittsburgh Steelers won another world championship.
Watch out. It's coming. You're about to get hit with another big heating bill.
Afraid of high fuel costs? Dave Lennox has a pulse gas furnace that could cut your winter heating bills almost in half.
Attaboy, Dave.
Find out how you can cut your fuel bills almost in half. Call R.S. Hahn & Sons of Easton, your local independent Lennox efficiency expert. Ask about our Lennox pulse gas furnace with a 20-year heat exchange warranty. R.S. Hahn & Sons, caring about your comfort since 1904.
Watch that bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
Even if you aren't an investor, the stock market can affect your business. So subscribe to the Wall Street Journal and profit from the market without investing anything more than the cost of a newspaper.
Call 800-372-3000 for this special introductory offer. 13 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $29.75. Phone 800-372-3000 now for the Wall Street Journal.
Powerful punching. Bruising action. On ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Each week, ESPN is your ringside seat to see today's best young boxers exchange blows. Former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo Choo Brown takes on Cubanito Perez in Top Rank Boxing's main event live Friday night on ESPN. Count on championship rounds of Top Rank Boxing live on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Super Bowl 15 years old, and this game was played for the second time in the Superdome down in New Orleans. And I want to tell you, this was a study in contrast. Dick Vermeil's Philadelphia Eagles team had made it to the Super Bowl. Everybody suspected that the Eagles would win. Vermeil was uptight. His team was uptight. He nearly kept them behind closed doors. On the other side of the coin, a bunch of roughnecks, led by Ted Hendricks and Lester Hayes, and, of course, the quarterbacking of the man they said was over the hill, Jim Plunkett. The Oakland Raiders, they were loose and free, and some of them were down on Bourbon Street, for heaven's sakes. But when it came time to play the Super Bowl, the loose, free, and easy Oakland Raiders looked terrific, and the Philadelphia Eagles looked uptight. And Rod Martin picked off 3 passes to lead the Oakland defense. Another day for the Raiders. Join us when we come back.
Ramada wants to know what makes John Madden mad.
Try to get some special treatment in a hotel. You show them your gold card, your silver card, every precious metal card in the book, and they still treat you like a nobody. But don't get mad. Just get yourself a free Ramada business card. One little red card gets your preferred room rate, express check-in and check-out, and more. With treatment like that, why carry anything else? Yeah. Next time, Ramada.
Call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
Something bigger, to to master a more challenging world, to feel the confidence and pride of knowing who you are, what you can do. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
The 1986 Indianapolis 500 champion, Bobby Rahal, winner of the fastest Indy in history. Continuing the winning tradition of Budweiser racing teams, Bobby took the checkered flag to win the Indianapolis 500. Racing fans, this bud's for you.
I'm thinking about buying some Michelin radials.
How come?
Well, Michelin's really last.
What do you base that on?
Experience. I got 60,000 miles from my last set.
60? Pretty good. But your car's getting old. It's just not worth Michelin's anymore.
You're right. But who's buying them for the car?
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
First down.
On the game's third play, Dick Vermeil called
Double, base pass 46-47, check with me. Dick.
for Vermeil and his coaching staff in the press box above. It proved to be a play-action pass that they immediately regretted.
Play fake. Back is Jaworski with time to throw.
He's got Spag.
Drills one. Intercepted. Rod Martin.
Oh, run it. No. Throw it right to him. Hey, went cover 6 and the linebacker came off.
Rod Martin, who was once cut by the Raiders, made the first big takeaway of the game from his outside linebacker position. Instead of lofting the ball over Martin, Jaworski fired hard and low, aiming for a seam in the Raiders' zone that turned out to be a mirage. Martin's interception proved to be a harbinger of bad times for the Eagles.
Third and goal on the 2. Plunkett drops back to pass. Steps up. He looks. Over the middle. He's got it. Touchdown Raiders! It's caught by Cliff Branch. A 2-yard touchdown pass. Plunkett threw it almost like a dart.
Only quick thinking by Jim Plunkett saved the touchdown. His step-up forced linebacker Frank LeMaster to commit forward, creating a crease just big enough for a dart. The Raiders struck first, but on Philadelphia's third possession, the Eagle offense finally took wing.
Third and long. The Raiders in their 4-2-5. Back to pass. Now goes Jaworski. Looking, being chased out of the pocket to the right. He's got running room. Directing play. Going deep. A bomb to the end zone. It is a touchdown.
He got it. Touchdown. Rodney. Oh, we got a penalty. Oh, we got a flag. Who's the penalty on? Daggone rotten touchdown called back. Was that on Harold, Dick?
Wide receiver Harold Carmichael had drawn an illegal motion penalty, canceling Philadelphia's chance to tie the score. This play left the Eagles in a state of shock from which they never seemed to recover. For the Raiders, on the other hand, an unusual reversal of Murphy's Law began, as everything that could go right did go right.
Drop back. Here comes the rush. Steps up. Can't find anybody yet. Takes off running to the left. Throws on the move. turn. It's caught by King at the 40. King takes over the 50. He'll go all the way. Nobody there.
The pass covered 80 yards. A Super Bowl record.
Touchdown Raiders! And Puckett opens up the bag of tricks. Puckett on a third down play that time. Got good blocking, couldn't find the receivers. Skidded around to get open, and when Herm Edwards gambled, he came up stink-eyed.
Battles between evenly matched teams are seldom won without taking some risks. Philadelphia blitzed one linebacker and crossed their nose guard and end in an attempt to pressure the supposedly immobile quarterback. But it was good secondary coverage that finally flushed Plunkett from his pass pocket, where he gambled with a soft toss just above the reach of Eagle cornerback Herman Edwards. Alert and opportunistic, Raiders led 14-0 as the second quarter began.
Announcing Travel Internet, America's first national discount travel agency. Compare these incredible savings on complete vacation packages that include round-trip airfare and first-class hotel accommodations. Boston to Hawaii, 7 nights from just $679 per person. From Los Angeles, just $379 per person. Philadelphia to Nassau, 3 nights from only $239 per person. Los Angeles to Jamaica, 6 nights from just $529. Pittsburgh to Disney World, 3 nights, only $259 per person. From St. Louis, just $329. Los Angeles to Puerto Vallarta, 7 nights, only $269 per person. From Denver, just $329. We guarantee to give you the lowest available prices on vacation packages, cruises, and more. Travel Internet will meet or beat any published vacation package price available at your time of booking. Take advantage of these tremendous savings today. Call this toll-free number for price quotes from your area. Call now while special vacation packages are still available.
Coach, we got plenty of time and we're moving the ball well. Just we've given them a couple things. We just keep our heads and everything is fine as far as the game plan. Nothing the matter at all.
But not all was well with the Eagle game plan. Oakland's nose guard, Reggie Kinlaw, number 62, was personally shutting down Philadelphia's prize running attack.
Come on! Where the hell is the nose guard coming from?
Kinlaw's been paying so far.
Kinlaw proved to be one persistent lighthouse around which the storming chaos of the Raider defense revolved. Pursuit by Kinlaw and the Oakland linebackers completely took away the cutback running of Wilbert Montgomery and left the Eagles with only 69 yards rushing on the day. Unable to go through the Raiders' defense, Philadelphia was forced to go over it. Midway through the second period, a series of Jaworski completions set up Philadelphia's first points of the day. A 30-yard field goal by Tony Franklin. At last, the Eagles had reason to hope.
They're playing like we would like them to play to beat them. They really are, coverage-wise and everything else. Yeah. We'll get these guys. The big thing is we're all look a little bit tight, and they look exhausted already because of nerves. And we got to get them to relax a little bit.
Here's Franklin advancing on the football.
Up to this point, Philadelphia had seemed tense, even apprehensive.
Moody back takes it on the 1-yard line. Out to the 5, the 10, straight ahead 15. He has hit a ton, fumbles, followed on by Rod Martin. The Raiders have it. What a belt that time. So the Raiders get the football after a tremendous lick.
Ron Baker's hit was nearly the jolt the Eagles needed. But as would be the case all day, the drowsy Eagles were a step behind the wide-awake Raiders. Oakland was embracing its opportunities. Philadelphia was not. But while the Eagles were not playing their best, Behind almost every missed opportunity, there was a hustling Raider. However, Philadelphia's worst wound was self-inflicted, with 58 seconds remaining in the half.
Third down. Quick release. Goes to the end zone. Overthrown. And a little quick time.
Oh, Ron. Perfect call.
Good break for the Raiders as Parker really got out of the blocks that time and had McKinney beat.
On fourth down, Eagle fortunes went from bad to worse.
Snap, spot, kick on the way. It is blocked. It's scooped up by Willie Jones. He drops it at the 20. He goes back to pick it up. He's hit. He fumbles again. It's on the bounce. It's on the carpet. It's a wild melee. The Raiders have the football. Holy Toledo.
No player in the history of pro football has blocked more kicks than Oakland's Ted Hendricks, number 83. However, none was more important than this one, for it confirmed that Oakland was winning pro football's world championship in the most convincing fashion possible.
Ramada wants to know what makes John Madden mad.
Let's replay what happened the last time he tried to check out of a hotel. A slow desk clerk causes a 3-salesman pileup. Boom! You shift formations. Flap! The computer goes berserk. Then you get penalized 15 minutes for unnecessary charges. But don't get mad. Get Ramada. They do everything possible to make your checkout fast and smooth. So you won't get a delay of game. Next time, Ramada.
Call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
There's only one place to be in February for live sports excitement every night. ESPN. The dramatic concluding races for the America's Cup mark the start of 28 days of non-stop sports thrills. Mondays, ESPN teams the incredibly talented Big Ten with the powerful Big East in unbeatable doubleheaders. You'll see the best of the ACC, Pac-10, and Metro Conferences too. And postseason play begins on ESPN with the Sun Belt Tournament. Sundays mean super shootouts featuring the NHL's finest. And don't miss 2 special all-star showdowns with the Soviet national team. ESPN's February serves up the world's top tennis players at the $1.8 million Lipton International Championships. The world's fastest humans set new standards at the Los Angeles Times Indoor Games and USA Mobile Championships. For a fast pace of another kind, there's a Speed Week special from Daytona and the MISL All-Star Game. It's all coming your way live in February on ESPN.
As the second half began, Raider head coach Tom Flores realized that the key to the second half would be held by his huge offensive line. Philadelphia's defense also knew this, and by blitzing their linebackers, the Eagles hoped to break the lock, protecting the Oakland offense. This strategy seemed to work against the run, but against the pass, where it was needed most, the blitz was useless. The Raiders had gone into the game reasonably sure that, unlike their first meeting, they could protect Jim Plunkett. Using a blocking scheme devised by Tom Flores, Oakland picked up every blitz and every stunt the Eagles threw at them. Plunkett seemed to have all day to throw, a painful reality that chipped away at the Eagles' composure.
Philadelphia's defense may be a little frustrated. Maybe trying to shift to another gear that isn't there.
On Oakland's first possession of the third quarter, Plunkett drained a little more confidence from the Eagles' already shrinking reserves, moving his offense 77 yards on only 6 plays.
Back is Plunkett. Time to throw. Deep to the end zone to Branch. It is caught by Branch. Touchdown Raiders!
With the Eagle defense unsure of just what he would do next, Plunkett did what he planned to do all along. Once more, Oakland's pass protection was magnificent. But it was an adjustment to the ball by wide receiver Cliff Branch against Philadelphia's rookie cornerback, Roynell Young, that produced the touchdown. The Raiders were not hammering the Eagles into surrender. They were doing it with finesse and flair, the same style that had brought them to this Super Bowl. Trailing 21-3 with over 13 minutes remaining in the third quarter,
Plunkett's eating us alive.
the Eagles still believed that the promised land was within reach. The problem was, the only road out of these badlands was through the mountains of the Raider defense. Knowing that Ron Jaworski was being heavily pressured, Oakland secondary laid back in zone coverages designed to take away the long pass. When you're trying to throw over and between the NFL's tallest set of linebackers, there is little margin for error. And on a day when Ron Jaworski needed to be most accurate, he was not. Rod Martin's second interception tied a Super Bowl record and resulted in another Oakland score.
From 46, it's kicked well. And it is good. And Philadelphia is distinctly in a comeback mode now.
It's the high rate. Play pass 47. Had him 683 flat and to go down.
Zan blitz. Zan blitz. Zan blitz.
Time and again, the Eagles had snowballed down the field, only to melt under the hot glare of the end zone.
We got to play. Get going now, Howard.
In the fourth quarter, the legs of Wilbert Montgomery and the arm of Ron Jaworski retrieved some of Philadelphia's dignity. But midnight had come and gone, and the Cinderella Raiders were still dancing.
The Raiders right now are in a situation to close in very firmly on their second Super Bowl championship in 4 years.
Jim Plunkett's performance in this Super Bowl ball was the stuff fairy tales are made of. 10 years of disappointment were behind him, for at last this Cinderella was healthy, poised and surrounded by men whose abilities equaled his own. Jim Plunkett's 261 yards and 3 touchdown passes earned him Super Bowl 15's Most Valuable Player award. And only a great save prevented a 4th touchdown pass. Another Chris Barfield goal concluded the scoring as Oakland ended Philadelphia's dreams of a world championship.
Dick Vermeil must be feeling the sting of frustration right now.
Anyone who ever said one game cannot tarnish a great season never lost a Super Bowl.
Good as you play to get here and play like that. Sad daggone way to finish the season. Give Oakland a lot of credit. They beat our butts. Yep. Wasn't a fluke.
This tale was to have a storybook ending for the remarkable Raiders. A new Super Bowl record, achieved by perhaps the least known of all these Cinderella stuff.
Back is Jaworski. Sets up really deep. Now comes up the middle. Picked off. Rod Martin, the third time to lose. And Rod Martin once again slams the door in the face of the man they call Jaws, a sort of fitting symbol. Silver and black football is king of the hill in the National Football League. Crescendo of Raider fans beginning to rise.
Oakland's victory created the sort of joyous reaction that comes with seeing something that suggests all things are possible. The Oakland Raiders, for 17 years, pro football's winningest organization, were once again the world champions of professional football.
The Prince came calling. Prince Pete Rozelle. He had a silver slipper.
The Raiders became, of course, the first wild card to win the Super Bowl. I think it's a tremendous compliment for the organization because you had to win 4 full-season games. I think it's a great credit to you for putting this team together. You've earned it. Congratulations.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. This was our finest hour. This was the finest hour in the history of the Oakland Raiders. To Tom Flores, the coaches, and the great athletes, you were magnificent out there today. You really were. And we want to welcome back the hostages to the United States. And take pride and be proud. Your commitment to excellence and your will to win will endure forever. You were magnificent.
Johnny Unitas to Ray.
Pro Football Observer throughout the years.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights today. Super Bowl 16, 1982, the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. And what unlikely teams, based on previous records, to make it to the Super Bowl. Now, remember, in 1982, these are the teams that won the 1981 regular season and the playoffs to advance to the Super Bowl. Well, go back 1 year to the 1980 season. Cincinnati Bengals in 1980 were 4-12. And the San Francisco 49ers in 1980 were 4-12. 1 year later, they won the NFC and AFC championships and went on to the Super Bowl. And for the first time in history, the losing team outgained the winning team. Truly an unusual Super Bowl, and it brought to light a quarterback by the name of Joe Montana of the San Francisco 49ers. Back in a moment with the story.
Please, one at a time. My team is going places, and you can print that. But the really big news is that I personally have made some big deals.
Excuse me, sir. There's one big deal you haven't made.
Every locker room's got to have its jokester, huh?
I'm talking about a deal on Sports Illustrated.
Sports Illustrated?
Yeah. Yeah, see, Sports Illustrated gives you the feeling.
Yes.
Like how it feels to get caught in heavy Sunday traffic. Or come out and give it your best shot. And how
how it feels to steal the show.
They know that, kid. What's the news?
Savings of more than 50% off the cover price.
Over 50%?
Yeah, subscribe now and get 27 action-packed weeks for 3 installments of just $9.79 each. That's baseball, football, basketball, and more.
You're a real hit, kid.
I'll give you hits. What about a free videotape? The NFL Crunch Course. It's 43 minutes of the NFL's greatest hits. Makes a smashing gift, and it's free with your paid subscription.
Free?
Any more news, kid?
Plus, you get their 87 baseball preview with schedule and their famous swimsuit issue. It's a journalistic expose that promises to be the media event of the year.
Oh, wow, Major League.
Yeah, just call their toll-free number. You can even use your credit card.
Let me get the facts straight, Mac. 27 weeks with a savings of 50%?
Over 50%. Plus the baseball preview, the schedule, the swimsuit issue, and the free NFL Crunch Course tape. And that, gentlemen, is the big news.
Sir, may we ask you one last question?
Certainly, I know you boys want my...
Where are the phones?
That'll be all.
Get the savings, the schedule, the special issues, the free Crunch Course tape, and get the feeling.
What was that number, kid?
1-800.
Sports Illustrated. Get the feeling.
ESPN viewers call 1-800-621-3800.
Super Bowl history suggests the team that scores first wins the game. It had happened in 13 of 15 previous Super Bowls, and when Amos Lawrence of the 49ers fumbled away the opening kickoff, the Bengals had a chance to test that statistic. But they blew the test and then would become a victim of it. With the ball on the San Francisco 10-yard line, Kenny Anderson's pass was intercepted by Dwight Hicks, who returned the ball to the 32. From there, the 49ers would begin their quest for that all-important first touchdown that in Super Bowls past had usually shaped the action for the rest of the game. In 1981, Bill Walsh guided his 49ers to the NFC title with an offense that controlled the ball by passing rather than running. In Super Bowl 16, 5 of the first 6 49er plays were passes. When they crossed midfield, the 49ers unveiled another aspect of Walsh's diverse game plan. An exotic flea flicker pass from Joe Montana to Charlie Young gained 14 yards. 3 plays later, Walsh had another surprise for the Bengals. The 49ers left tackle Dan Audick moved over to the right side and lined up between guard Randy Cross and tackle Keith Farnhorst, giving the 49ers 4 blockers on the right side while leaving just 2 on the left. Bill Ring gained 7 yards running out of this unbalanced line. It was a little thing, but in Walsh's meticulous, precise offense, it is the sum of little things that count. A short pass to Freddie Solomon left the 49ers 1 yard away from the all-important first touchdown of Super Bowl 16.
Calling his signals is Joe. He's going to sneak it. He's in. A 49er touchdown.
The 49ers are on the board, and they made it look rather easily as they went 68 yards to score.
Super Bowls often bring out the little old lady in mighty football teams, but the 49ers protected their lead with a defense that was just as daring and creative as their offense. Fred Dean, number 74, the all-pro defensive end, was used once as a roving linebacker in the first quarter. Dean's blitz was picked up, but Keena Turner got in for the sack. A more significant blow was struck by cornerback Eric Wright in the second quarter. Anderson completed a pass to Chris Collingsworth at the 49er 8. But Wright stripped the ball from Collingsworth, and Lynn Thomas recovered. The ball-hawking 49er secondary had again snuffed out another Cincinnati scoring opportunity.
Brown right slot, F right, halfback counter, 14-0.
The 49ers took over the ball 8 yards from their own goal line. And from there began the longest touchdown march in Super Bowl history. Like the 49ers' first scoring drive, this one consisted not of a few big plays, but a lot of small ones, executed with precision and without error. With the ball on the Bengal 11, the 49ers called a play they hadn't used in 2 years.
Here's Montana throwing toward the end zone. Caught on the run by Cooper. He's got it. He's into the end zone. A 49er touchdown. Earl Cooper drifted off into the left flat. Nobody picked him up over there. And a very, very well-conceived 49er offense has resulted in 3 or 4 wide-open receivers this afternoon.
The pass play that ended this 92-yard drive began with Earl Cooper faking a dive into the line. Freddie Solomon and Mike Schumann, the wide receivers on the left side, lured 3 defenders into the end zone. Then Cooper slipped unguarded into their vacated area to receive Montana's short pass. The befuddled Bengals encountered still another aspect of Bill Walsh's clever game plan on the ensuing kickoff. David Versa misplayed Ray Wersching's squib kick, and the resulting poor field position led to a 49er field goal that made the score 17-0 late in the second quarter. Walsh had discovered this unique kickoff in the season's opening game in Detroit, when an injury had prevented Wersching from booming his kicks. Walsh noted the funny results on the hard surface of the Silver Dome, so he turned accident into design. And with 15 seconds left in the first half of Super Bowl 16, the Bengals fumbled Wersching's second squib kick, and the 49ers recovered. Wersching kicked the 26-yard field goal, and the 49ers ended the second quarter with the largest halftime lead in Super Bowl history, 20-0.
Hi, Louis the Lightning Bug here. Now, lightning bugs are experts, see, on safety and electricity. And one thing for sure, and I ought to know, you never fly your kites where power lines go.
You never fly your kites where power lines go.
Now, if you're looking for a tree to climb, you never climb trees near power lines.
Never climb trees near power lines.
Play it smart, little buddy.
For a free safety booklet, call 1-800-248-0099.
Well, that looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature.
sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
Who says you can't have old world taste and a new world waste? Old world aging and the new world's youthful spirit. Europe's finest hops in America's finest light beer. Michelob Light, old world quality from Anheuser-Busch. Michelob Light, the best of both worlds.
Michelob Light, oh yes you can have it all.
Friday night, former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo-Choo Brown faces a new kid in town, Cubanito Perez. Both are known for knockouts, and you could bet there'll be no holding back. Live Friday night at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN's Top Rank Boxing.
Like a smoldering fire, the Bengals could be smothered by another mistake or fanned to life by a touchdown. At the start of the third quarter, Kenny Anderson sparked a Bengal drive with a variety of short passes. Then he culminated the 83-yard march with a 5-yard scramble for Cincinnati's first touchdown. The cool ingenuity of Bill Walsh had shaped the character of the first half. Now the mad fury of Forrest Gregg's defense would dominate the third quarter. In the third quarter, the 49er offense was limited to 8 plays for a grand total of 4 yards.
The guy's playing so loose. He's playing the inside, take up and break it. Don't chase him in. You're getting yourself covered by the inside linebacker. On the bend in, on the out route, on the 63.
Late in the period, a 49-yard bomb from Anderson to Collingsworth put the Bengals in position to score their second touchdown. With the ball on the 5-yard line, the 49ers committed what could have been a costly error. Linebacker Keena Turner didn't hear the call to go out on the field, and San Francisco lined up with only 10 men. Pete Johnson was held to just 2 yards, but it was enough for a first down and set the stage for the greatest goal line stand in Super Bowl history. Like the game itself, the outcome of this goal line stand would be determined by a collection of small things, some done well, some not. With it first down and goal to go at the 3, 49er tackle John Coma was not blocked. A missed assignment allowed him a clean shot at Pete Johnson, and with help from Danny Buns, Coma held the huge fullback to a 2-yard gain. Second down and 1 from the 1. Watch center Blair Bush, number 58, make a leaping but futile attempt to reach Jack Reynolds, number 64. Bush was too late as Reynolds anticipated the play and delivered a stunning blow that helped stop Johnson for no gain. Bush would have preferred not to jump, but he was forced to by the charge of Archie Reese. And by the time he landed, Reynolds was on his way to the ball carrier. Actually, there were 2 missed blocks on this play. Anderson had called a blocking audible at the line of scrimmage. The man in motion, David Versa, was supposed to block Craig Pookie, but Versa didn't hear the audible, and Pookie jammed the play for no gain. Third down and 1 from the 1. Anderson passed to running back Charles Alexander, but Danny Buns dropped him 12 inches short of the goal line. It was an outstanding play by Buns and another critical mistake by the Bengals. The play called for Alexander to get into the end zone before he turned for the ball. But he made his cut too short, and Buns made him pay for his mistake by tackling him immediately. Fourth down and 1 foot.
Now as Ken Anderson is ready from the 2-foot line, calling signals on 4th down, has the ball, hands it off. He's met at the goal line. I don't believe he got in. I don't believe he's in there. The 49ers have held, and listen to the Niners crowd across the way.
The final play in the 49ers' magnificent stand was, in the best sense of the cliche, a team effort. Reynolds, Buns, and Ronnie Lott converged on Johnson and stuffed him at the line of scrimmage. Cincinnati had not only lost another scoring opportunity, but they lost something just as important: time. With only 1 quarter left to play, the 49ers led 20-7.
If you own a computer, here's how to get the most out of it without buying lots of expensive software. Get ready to write down a phone number and watch this. CompuServe combines the power of your computer with the convenience of your telephone to bring you hundreds of online services, like a complete set of encyclopedias and the AP Newswire. It helps you decide on investments, bank, make airline reservations, and shop in the electronic mall. It connects you with other computer owners and offers games that pit you against opponents around the country. You get all this and more, and it's as simple as making a local phone call. To get online with CompuServe and over 250,000 people throughout North America, see your local computer store or call 1-800-543-8000 to order direct or to receive a free illustrated guide to CompuServe. Call now to get the most out of your computer.
I believe that Schwab can perform a service, a very fine service for any investor, for the new investor to the most sophisticated. Even more than the savings on commissions that we provide investors, we give them a haven where they can conduct their business without all of the hassles and the opinions and pressures from salespeople. A typical transaction at Charles Schwab & Company can be entered by the customer over the telephone, executed and reported back to him within 20 seconds. That is very fast. But our #1 commitment is to serve our customer with integrity and, for sure, safety of their assets.
Save money on brokerage commissions. Call Charles Schwab now for this free booklet. Toll free 800-445-4700. That's 800-445-4700. Find out what Charles Schwab can do for you. Call 800-445-4700. Charles Schwab, a Bank America company.
Let's play football.
Although time was running out on the Bengals, their fighting spirit never flagged. And Early in the fourth quarter, their offense retrieved some of its lost dignity with a determined 53-yard touchdown drive.
Anderson will go back to throw. Looks, fires into the end zone. Touchdown to Dan Ross. And now, the Bengals are right back in this football game.
With 10 minutes to play, the difference between the two teams was only 6 points. And the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history suddenly seemed within the grasp of the surging Cincinnati Bengals.
Coming back, little man. We can do it. And you have to wonder if the 49ers aren't beginning to come apart a little bit here, Andy.
All day long, the 49ers had consistently made the little plays. Now they needed a big one. They got it when Joe Montana passed to Mike Wilson for a 22-yard gain. Walsh designed this play specifically for Mike Wilson because whenever he ran a pattern longer than 20 yards, the Bengals would cover him deep, assuming he would be Montana's long-range target. But this new play, named Sweet Pass Right Z Comeback, called for Wilson to go downfield 25 yards, then cut off the pattern and come back for a shorter pass. A tiny adjustment, but a big play, and it gave the 49ers decent field position for the first time in the second half. From this point on, Walsh went exclusively to his ground attack. Cincinnati finally stopped the 49ers' advance by sending defensive backs like Bobby Kemp, number 26, on kamikaze missions to knock out the lead blockers. The Bengals had given up too much ground, however, and Ray Wersching's 40-yard field goal restored strategic control of the game to the 49ers. Whatever small hope remained for the Bengals died on their next offensive play.
Here's Anderson backpedaling, throws a pass over the middle. And it's intercepted by Wright. He got it at the 45, the 40, down the sideline to 25. Cuts back in, still on his feet. Gets away from the tackler, then fumbles it. It's loose there at the 21-yard line. We'll see who got it. And the 49ers have recovered a ball just short of the Bengals' 21-yard line. That might be it right there.
Eric Wright's interception led to Wersching's fourth field goal, which increased San Francisco's lead to 12 points with just 2 minutes to play. Now the Bengals were battling not only the fired-up 49ers, but an even more relentless enemy, the clock. Once again, the resourceful 49ers proved there are many ways to play this game and win. They let Anderson complete his passes in the center of the field, but never allowed his receivers to catch the ball near the sideline and stop the clock. So, as Anderson gained yards, he lost time. With 16 seconds left, the Bengals scored on a pass from Anderson to Dan Ross. Although the final touchdown belonged to Cincinnati, Super Bowl 16 belonged to the San Francisco 49ers.
The 49ers have won it. Bill Walsh and his staff and a team that's compounded pro football observers throughout the year, winning week after week and compiling that 13-3 regular season record. And now,
for the first time in the 35-year history of the team, the people of San Francisco could proudly say those three magic words: World Champion 40.
Hi, I'm Nora
Anderson of the Princeton Power Aerobic Workout. Uncle Bob and I are shaping up for cystic fibrosis. Isn't that right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
You can help a good cause and get in shape at the same time. February 2nd through the 8th is Shape Up Week for CF at a participating health club near you. Every time you work out during Shape Up Week, you'll be raising money to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. Right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
So when you go to your health club this week, ask them if they are participating in Shape Up for CF. And what do people do if their club tells them no, Bob?
Ask them why.
Very good. I'm so proud of you for working out so
Think
hard.
I could keep in shape like this if I didn't?
Commentary. You'll read the world of television and see how television reads the world. Now add great weekly features like The Sassy Insider, all the movie lowdown, the handy sports calendar, and other than a cover-to-cover bargain, what do you have?
The world of TV in a nutshell.
Express your desire for 30 issues of TV Guide delivered right to your door for just 3 easy payments of $5.75 each. Just call 1-800-228-8300 for the best thing on television, TV Guide.
There's just one place you need to go for all the names and games making sports news. ESPN Sports Center. 3 times every day, Chris Berman and Gail Gardner bring you the latest scores, the hottest trades, and the top plays from the world of sports. Sports Center takes you on the road with live remotes from major events like the World Series and the Indy 500. Sports Center, your total source for sports, only on the Total Sports Network, ESPN.
1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 17, Los Angeles, California, January 1983, and what a difference a decade makes. 10 years before, in Los Angeles, California, Miami met the Washington Redskins and thoroughly dominated George Allen's Over-the-Hill Gang. Well, in 1983, George Allen was gone. The Over-the-Hill Gang was gone. Joe Gibbs was there as coach. A bunch of youngsters in the offensive line called the Hogs were there. And just as importantly, there was a fellow who was a running back, but they allowed him to be a hog because he was so important to the offensive line and vice versa. His name was John Riggins. And did he have quite a day? After 10 years, the Redskins got their revenge. Miami went down, Washington in control, especially in the second half. They won Super Bowl 17 in Los Angeles, and we'll be back in a moment with that story of revenge for the Redskins under Joe Gibbs.
To rise, to meet the challenge.
Steady on course 320.
To master the most advanced skills.
You're at the rendezvous point.
To meet the future with new confidence.
Also the deck, surface the ship.
Full rise, aye.
To break through. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Yes. The big news is that I've made some very important big deals.
Sir, excuse me, but there's one big deal you haven't made.
Yeah, right, kid. You see,
I'm talking about a deal on Sports Illustrated.
Sports Illustrated?
Yeah. A savings more than 50% off the cover price. 27 action-packed weeks for 3 installments of just $9.79 each. Kid, you're a hit. Hit! What about free videotape? The NFL Crunch Course. It's 43 minutes of the NFL's greatest hits. Makes a smashing gift, and it's free with your paid subscription. Free. Plus, you get their 87 baseball preview with schedule and their famous swimsuit issue. Major League! Just call it a toll-free number. You can even use your credit card.
That's right. Get the savings, the schedule, the special issues, and the free Crunch Course tape. That's the big news. Any questions, gentlemen?
Where are the phones?
That'll be all.
Sports Illustrated. Get the feeling.
Call now, 1-800-525-5700.
Played a great defense the whole day long. Special teams right from the beginning. We busted our ass. We've worked harder than anybody to get here. Nobody can beat us in a team, and it's worth $70,000 and a big ring.
Cephalo to the near side. Woodley up under quarterback, fakes the pass. Coming to the near side. He's got Cephalo wide open. Big gainer. He's got a man beat to the 40, to the 30. He could be gone. It's a horse race. It's a Miami touchdown. 76-yard touchdown pass thrown by David Woodley, and they did something weird there that caught the defense with their pants down.
24-year-old David Woodley was the youngest quarterback ever to start a Super Bowl, but he began like a seasoned veteran. His pass to Jimmy Cephalo was the second longest scoring play in Super Bowl history, and the Miami Dolphins gained a 7-0 lead over the Washington Redskins early in the first period. Angered by the Dolphins' easy touchdown, the Redskins' hard-charging defensive line helped recover what their secondary had given away. A jarring tackle by Dexter Manley caused Woodley to fumble, and Dave Butts recovered for Washington at the Miami 46. After the Redskins' defensive line caused the first turnover of Super Bowl 17, their offensive line, nicknamed the Hogs by line coach Joe Bugle, began to control the tempo of the game with a play called 50 Gut.
40 and 50 gut is John Riggins running off tackle. Running off tackle where he gets the football, he glides to the offensive tackle, and he makes his breaks from there. This is really our bread and butter, and we were having some success running to our left side, their right side, because we felt we had the great matchups. We feel, as far as physical football, we felt Bo Camper was a 250-pounder, who's a great pass rusher. But Joe Jacoby going into the Super Bowl weighed 300 pounds. So we felt in order to beat Miami, we would have to win this matchup. And Joe Jacoby was going to have to hammer and pound Ken Bo Camper.
Joe Jacoby and Russ Grimm, the two Hogs that time with the big blocks. Oh, John Riggins, the diesel getting warm.
Crank up that diesel. Let's go, diesel.
Along with the guts came the first hint of glory as Big John Riggins chugged into field goal range. Mosley's 31-yard field goal made the score 7-3. But this scoring drive was just a prelude to the more intricate web of strategy to be woven in the second quarter.
Going into the Miami game, the guy that created the most problems was A.J. Dewey. Throughout the whole season, in the two playoff games that we saw prior to going to the Super Bowl, he had a lot of sacks because he lined up in various positions. He lined up as an inside linebacker, as a defensive tackle, and as an outside linebacker. This is where he was most effective, rushing from the outside. So one of the prime things that we felt we had to do as an offense is try to get in formations that would stabilize him and force him to be an inside linebacker all the time. For us to win the Super Bowl, we had to come up with the type of formations that would stabilize their defense, where they could not afford to move A.J. Dewey. That was the key.
By constantly shifting their offensive formations, Washington kept A.J. Dewey off balance, forcing him to remain an inside linebacker, where he was further confused by the Redskins' play selection. Washington ran reverses, flea flickers, and counterplays, leading Dewey on a furious but often futile chase. With Dewey neutralized, Miami's Killer Bees had lost their sting. Late in the second period, after a Miami field goal had made the score 10-3, Washington drove 80 yards through the befuddled Bees to a touchdown. Joe Theismann personally accounted for 62 of those yards, expertly mixing his passes and scrambles with a dependable 50 gut.
Near left slot, 50 gut on red. Ready? I don't think they've worked against a lot of movement. I just don't believe they could have, because every time you move, they're really not sure what's going on back there.
At the 4-yard line, all 5 receivers went in motion, causing split-second confusion in the Dolphins' secondary.
Lob into the end zone. Garrett's there. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. He got it. Redskins are going to tie this football game.
Well, the Killer Bees have been stung. There you are.
In 1982, Bill Arnsparger's defense was the best in the NFL. But in Super Bowl 17, they looked just plain ordinary against Joe Gibbs' cleverly designed offense.
One minute, 51 seconds left to go in the first half of Super Bowl 17, and our score is Miami 10, Washington 10. Here's Hayes' kickoff. Waiting back deep, Fulton Walker. He's got it at the 2, out to the 5, to the 10, comes to the near side to the 20. He's out to the 25, turns it back. He's gone. 50-yard line, 40-yard line. He's gone. It's a touchdown. A 98-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for the Miami Dolphins. And as soon as the Redskins tie it, the Dolphins come back on top.
Boy, when it looked like the Redskins would have go into the dressing room, tied up at halftime, coming from behind, to have this happen to you in the last 2 minutes is devastating, to say the least.
Fulton Walker's 98-yard kickoff return was the longest return in Super Bowl history. A crunching block by Steve Shaw eliminated the last Redskin in Walker's path. Following Walker's touchdown, the Redskins immediately threatened the Dolphins' sudden 7-point lead. But when Theismann threw a complete pass inbounds rather than a clock-stopping incompletion that would have left time for a short Mosley field goal try, time ran out on Washington, with Miami holding a 17-10 halftime advantage.
It's game day at Soldier Field.
Hey, there's nothing like being in the NFL. So come on, get into it.
Now you're in the NFL when you get into your NFL Pro Line jersey. because now you can get the real thing, the same jersey the pros wear. Game jerseys for your favorite NFL team. Authentic.
That's my jersey.
Now it can be your jersey. To order your game jersey, call 1-800-453-2800. Have your credit card ready. Get the same jersey worn by your favorite player with his name and number or your own name. It's custom designed to NFL specs with over-the-pad cut, extra long body, and genuine locker tag. Made for the NFL by America's top sporting equipment makers. McGregor, Sandett, Champion, Russell, and Wilson. NFL Pro Line. Call 1-800-453-2800. Get into your NFL Pro Line jersey.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. 4 tills, all out good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
I hate to drive in the rain.
Really? That's when I trust my Michelins the most.
Michelin's? You think they're worth it?
Even when the weather's fine, I'm glad I got Michelin tires.
I'd rather save the money.
Well, some things in life are more important.
Could we take your car to pick up the kids?
I insist.
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
In the third quarter, Washington's misdirection plays continued to keep Miami off balance. A flanker reverse to Alvin Garrett gained 44 yards and set up Mark Mosley's second field goal, which cut Miami's lead to 4 points. It quickly became apparent that Don Shula planned to protect his slim lead with a ground attack that would eat up both yards and minutes. But when Andre Franklin was stopped, the Dolphins' offense could no longer generate any continuity or sustained life. In fact, the only pass David Woodley completed in the second half was to Redskin safety Mark Murphy, number 29. While Miami's offense was dead, its defense, like Edgar Allan Poe's Telltale Heart, was still beating, keeping the Dolphins' hopes for victory alive. The Killer Bees swarmed Theismann and intercepted him twice. The Dolphins' defense not only protected the lead, they nearly increased it. Late in the third period, with the ball on the Redskin 18-yard line, Tim Beaucamper deflected Theismann's pass and for a split second had Don Shula's third world championship in his hands.
Oh, Lordy! Was that almost the game breaker?
That was almost
very close.
A touchdown.
And number 58, Tim Beaucamper, came very, very close to an interception for a touchdown. Joe Theismann with a heads-up play. My goodness.
He might be able to play pass defense.
Theismann's alert play prevented a sure touchdown that could have crushed Washington. If he had not knocked the ball out of Beaucamper's hands, Miami would have led 24-13 going into the fourth quarter. Needing 2 touchdowns to win, Washington would have had to abandon their time-consuming running game, and Riggins would no longer have been a factor. Theismann had saved the game. Now Riggins and the Hogs would win it.
You know, I've played a lot of roles as an actor, from a cop to a country singer.
But in real life, I don't play roles. I do what works for me, whether it's my clothes or my credit card. And I don't carry my MasterCard for show. I carry it because it gives me all the possibilities and leaves the choosing to me. Possibilities and personal choice. That works for me. MasterCard. I choose it because I use it. MasterCard. Master the possibilities.
Today's world. It's elegant, sparkling evenings and spirited play. It's arriving in style in a way that sets you apart. And no matter where you're going or who you're going with, the one magazine that keeps pace with today's more exciting world is, of course, Playboy. Playboy, the magazine that offers more for the man who has more to offer. Playboy will surprise you, wow you, and keep you informed. It brings you the great authors and brilliant writing. And of course, nobody has a better eye for beauty than Playboy. Right now, Playboy even offers you something special. Terrific savings on a full year of Playboy. Now you can get 12 big, beautiful issues for only $19. That's 56% off the newsstand price. So if today's lifestyle is your lifestyle, make Playboy your magazine. Playboy offers more for the man who has more to offer.
To order your Playboy subscription, simply phone toll-free 1-800-544-1000 and get 12 issues for only $19. Save 56% off the newsstand price. So phone 1-800-544-1000. Call today.
In the fourth quarter, the Redskins lit up the Super Bowl sky with a game plan straight out of pro football's distant past.
We went to Plan B. Plan B was that we were going to not fool around with any more misdirection. We were going to run directly at them. And so Coach Gibbs told the team right then and there, we're going to go back out. We're going to establish a line of scrimmage. We're not going to get impatient. We're going to win the football game by running it.
Somewhere, Vince Lombardi must have smiled his approval of Joe Gibbs' decision. Washington's quest for the world championship of pro football turned the sport away from its pass-happy present and back to its roots.
John Riggins, the ball carrier. Riggins, the ball carrier, gains 9 yards. John Riggins, the ball carrier.
With 10 minutes to play, the Redskins reached the Dolphin 42. It was 4th and 1. The focus of the entire game narrowed to this one critical decision.
Let's go. Goal line, goal line. I left tight wing, 70 chip on white. Ready?
Here comes the diesel. Here comes the diesel. Should come with John Riggins right up the middle. Right up over the middle. Shot! Yellow 41! Yellow 41! Touch! There's the snap, and to Riggins. Good hole. He's got the first down. The 40. He's gone. The 35. The 30. The 20. He's gone. He's gone. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. A 43-yard touchdown run from scrimmage is the longest in Super Bowl history.
The play, 70 chip, and the name John Riggins will be forever linked with the most dramatic touchdown run in Super Bowl history.
70 chip, we run it various ways, and the way we scored in the Super Bowl is Clint Didier was our wingback. We started him in motion across the formation, faked him, and brought him back. Now, Clint Didier is responsible for the end man on the line of scrimmage, so he blocked the strong safety. John Riggins knows on 70 chip there's going to be one free man. It's going to be the corner. But we tell John, with a running start, and if we capture the line of scrimmage, then John Riggins should beat any cornerback in the NFL.
'70 chip was a perfectly executed play, and the image of John Riggins busting through the arms of Don McNeil will last for all time in the memory of the Redskin faithful.
Touchdown run on 4th and a foot. John Riggins has given the Redskins the lead in Super Bowl 17. The Bees are dead.
John Riggins' heroic effort put Washington ahead 20-17. Miami, on the other hand, could find no heroes in the continuing nightmare of a second half. To run or pass, the Dolphins' offense gained a total of only 11 yards in the fourth period. And the Killer Bees, tired and battered, no longer had the strength to stop Washington's procession into history.
8:49 to go on first down. Riggins, left tackle, inside the 40 to the 35. Boys, Hogs are fired up. Yeah, that's a big hog in the backfield, too, I'll tell you. Diesel.
The Hogs made the holes, and Riggins found them. There are no official blocking statistics, but Riggins' statistics are a tribute to the men up front. 38 carries for 166 yards. No player ever carried the ball so often or so far in a Super Bowl.
Riggins up the gut.
Don Shula's losing his deodorant on that sideline now. He's perspiring a little.
Riggins, left tackle, cuts back against the grain to the 25, down to the 24-yard line.
The Redskins marched 41 yards in 12 plays, controlling the ball for 6 minutes and 54 seconds in the most time-consuming drive ever in a Super Bowl.
First down, Redskins. First and goal. Here's a rollout. Rolling out to his right. He should run it in. He flips it. Touchdown. Touchdown. Charlie Brown. That, gentlemen, may be the nail in the coffin. No question, it is the nail in the coffin.
Charlie Brown's touchdown was sweet icing on a cake, baked perfectly by a tough old running back and a group of determined linemen who turned the Rose Bowl into hog heaven and the Washington Redskins into world champions.
Joe Gibbs, the Hogs, and MVP John Riggins have beaten the Miami Dolphins 27-17.
Be right back, Pop.
This bud's for all that you do.
Hey, Pete, come here. This here?
Hey, my glove. I found out Pop worked overtime to pay for it. He was always knocking himself out to give us something better.
Sounds a lot like you.
Budweiser, the king of beers, salutes everyone who's ever worked for more than just a paycheck.
Thanks. I think that's my line.
This Bud's for you.
I'm thinking about buying some Michelin radials.
How come?
Well, Michelin's really last.
What do you base that on?
Experience. I got 60,000 miles from my last set.
60? Pretty good. But your car's getting old. It's just not worth Michelin's anymore.
You're right. But who's buying them for the car?
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Just finished my first day at a great new job. You know where I found it? Here, in the National Business Employment Weekly. Every issue tells you about the best jobs available. Managerial, professional, technical. At top companies across the country. Top salaries from $25,000 a year to $250,000. Every issue has articles to help you land the job that's right for you. Writing a better resume. Coming across strong in interviews. Marketing yourself. Then when you get the job you want, articles that help you manage your career. Like setting career goals, salary statistics, how to ask for a raise and get it. The National Business Employment Weekly helps you get a great job, helps you do a great job. Don't make a career move without it.
Ask for the National Business Employment Weekly at your newsstand. Or if you prefer, get the next 8 issues by first-class mail for $35. Call toll-free 800-372-3000. 8 weekly issues, $35. Call 800-372-3000 now.
Two heavy-hitting lightweights collide when Cubanito Perez meets Charlie Choo-Choo Brown. Friday night on ESPN's live Top-Ranked Boxing.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 18 down in Tampa, Florida. The Raiders, no longer of Oakland, now of Los Angeles, were there. And so were the Redskins of Washington, back to defend their championship. But remember Super Bowl 15, the Oakland Raiders and the Philadelphia Eagles, how the Eagles showed up uptight and the Raiders were loose and out on Bourbon Street and being fined, and they easily won? Well, it was not quite, but nearly the same kind of replay down in Tampa. The Redskins apparently took their defending championship very seriously, perhaps were a little bit too uptight in their approach to the game. And the Raiders were the Raiders, just as loose as they could be and as confident as they could be. The Redskins were the favorites, but the Raiders won, and the Raiders won big by a lopsided score. Great day for the Raiders, even if they were in Los Angeles, not Oakland. The story in a moment.
This America's Cup update is brought to you by Hilton, America's business address. To bring the America's Cup home, Dennis Conner must now defeat the Australian Kookaburras.
Very impressed the way they've been coming on. Seem like they have more and more confidence in their boat and the equipment, sailing well. And I think the addition of Peter Gilmore in the cockpit has added a bit more strength to the thinking overall. And very impressed with the whole program. I think it'll be a heck of a good series.
Effort. It's what separates one company from another. Effort. It's what it takes to stay ahead. Effort. It's the difference between a job and a job well done. Effort. It's what makes Hilton America's business address.
Give me a light. Bud Light. Oh, the chili.
If you just ask for a light beer, you never know what you'll get. Give me a light. Bud Light. So if you want the less filling light beer with the first name and taste, don't just ask for a light beer.
Look, give me a light. No, Bud Light.
Bud Light. Because everything else is just a light.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
The NFL has had its great teams. They have come from Green Bay, Dallas, Miami, and Pittsburgh. But perhaps none has matched the muscle and mystique of the Raiders. Over the past 20 years, the Raiders have been the winningest team in all of professional sports. When history, the harshest of judges, comes to a decision on Al Davis's Raiders, it will look to Super Bowl 18 for guidance. Like all athletic contests, Super Bowl 18 was not only a game, but a true test of men. And right from the start, the Raiders proved they had the best men. Early in the first quarter, Washington's assistant coach, Wayne Sevier, prepared his punting team for the game's first critical play.
Punt alert. Punt alert. Hayes to punt. Greg Pruitt waits back at his own 30. Hayes needs a good punt now. He's going to have the wind at his back. High snap. He goes up, blocked. It's going to be blocked into the end zone. The Raiders on a chase. It'll be recovered in the end zone. It'll be recovered for a Raider touchdown. Lightning has struck wearing black and silver. Derek Jensen, number 31, blocked the kick, and I believe he recovered it.
It's gone. We can't worry about that one.
Oh, yeah. That guy just took an inside charge in Otis, and he missed him.
The game's first touchdown was the result of an outstanding effort by Derek Jensen, number 31, the captain of the Raiders special teams. At the snap of the ball, Jensen cut inside of the Redskins' Otis Wansley. And when Clint Didier moved out to block Lester Hayes, Jensen had an open path to the punt. In direct contrast to the aggressive play of the Raiders special teams was the strangely conservative game plan of the Raiders offense. Throughout the first quarter, it was a carefully controlled mixture of short, safe passes. It was also a ticking time bomb, and early in the second quarter, it went off. Cliff Branch, number 21, is a talkative little receiver with a gift of grab. And although he's 35 years old, he still had enough speed to beat both Anthony Washington and Darrell Green to the ball for a 50-yard gain for the Raiders. Two plays later, quarterback Jim Plunkett again located Branch, this time in the end zone for a 13-yard touchdown. For the second time, young Anthony Washington, number 24, was outmaneuvered by Branch. One quick inside move, and Branch was wide open. Another old pro who contributed to the success of this play was center Dave Dalton, whose alert block prevented a blitzing linebacker from sacking Plunkett.
Back is Plunkett to pass. Going to the end zone. Branch wide open, falling down, touchdown.
Did you see Tom Flores there, Bill? He was even getting excited about it. Well, listen, Tom has given vent to some emotion on the sideline a couple of times.
The Raiders led 14-0 and had scored with their special teams and their offense. But the storyline of this Super Bowl would be the Raiders' defense and its ability to disarm and dominate the Redskins' heralded offense. The key figures in the Raiders' defense were the cornerbacks number 37, Lester Hayes, and number 22, Mike Haynes. The Redskins' wide receivers, Charlie Brown and Art Monk, became their reluctant partners in a demanding dance that would affect every phase of the Raider defense. It was man for man, jam and juke, bump and run. And the coverage by Hayes and Haynes was so intimidating that neither Brown nor Monk caught a single pass in the first half. The ability of the cornerbacks to single cover the Redskins' two best receivers relieved the Raider linebackers of certain pass coverage responsibilities and allowed them to crowd the line of scrimmage and blitz more frequently. While the outside linebackers pressured Joe Theismann, the inside linebackers filled the gaps to stop John Riggins. Led by number 55, Matt Millen, and Bob Nelson, number 51, the Raiders held the mighty Riggins to only 64 yards in 26 carries. His longest run of the day was a mere 8 yards. Other teams were forced to use their safeties to help cover Brown and Monk. But because the Raider cornerbacks could cover them alone, safety Mike Davis, number 36, was free to come forward and help stop Riggins. Nose tackle Reggie Kinlaw, number 62, was another reason why Riggins could find no running room. He overpowered center Jeff Boston and prevented Riggins from gaining yardage up the middle. During the regular season, the Redskins scored more points than any team in history. But the Raiders crushed Washington's offense and reduced the NFL's all-pro quarterback to a hesitant passer who lost yardage making up his mind. With only 12 seconds to go in the first half, and with the ball on the Redskin 12, everyone expected the troubled Redskins to run out the clock and try to regroup at halftime. But Raider assistant coach Charlie Sumner had a hunch. When the two teams played in October, the Redskins had been in a similar situation and had thrown a little screen pass to Joe Washington that gained 67 yards. Anticipating the same play, Sumner replaced Matt Millen with a pass defense specialist, Jack Squirick, number 58, and instructed him to play man for man on Joe Washington.
Here come the Redskins with 12 seconds to go in the half. Trailing 14-3.
Theismann back. Looks off to the left, and he fires it out there. Intercepted! Jack Squirrek! Touchdown Raiders! I don't believe it! Holy Toledo!
A screen pass, and they looked like they knew it was coming. Man ran right for it. I guarantee they looked like they knew that play was coming.
Sumner's hunch was right. When Theismann dropped back, Squirek raced toward Washington, then picked off the pass intended for him and waltzed in for the touchdown. Squirek's interception was the most telling blow of the game and gave the Raiders a 21-3 halftime lead.
An electrifying, stunning development as Jack Squirek becomes the proud possessor of a Super Bowl 18 touchdown. Bill, I'm flabbergasted. I cannot believe that the Raiders back on their own 12-yard line with 12 seconds to go in the half would do that.
For the widest selection of top-of-the-line televisions in the Easton area, go see Wyrick & Sons. Wyrick's features the best in Magnavox, Philco, Quasar, and Toshiba TVs and VCRs. Pat Wyrick & Sons specializes in sales and service of high-quality TVs, like the Solitaire Collection by Magnavox, the most sophisticated televisions on the market today. If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for my customers. That's Pat Wyrick's motto. Pat Wyrick & Sons TV Sales and Service, 1235 Tatamy Road, Easton, where quality counts.
For powerful adult drama, dial up Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. It happens every day.
Is Joe in? No, Joe lives here.
It happened to Marjorie. But it won't happen again because Marjorie's not a victim anymore.
Smile.
Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice.
Come on, Tara, let's go.
All winter long, live life on the edge when ESPN delivers World Cup skiing like you've never seen it before. 16 events, including the 1987 World Championships, America's Downhill from Aspen, and the famous Hahnenkamm provide non-stop thrills. The most prestigious events from the most impressive resorts. Sunday, the event everyone is talking about. Same-day coverage of the Hahnenkamm from Kitzbühel, Austria. Sunday on ESPN. Wednesday, see the team that scores the most three-pointers per game. Providence takes aim at Georgetown in a Big East shootout. Then, the Louisville Cardinals look to regain their championship form when they meet Metro Conference rival Memphis State. It's all live Wednesday night on ESPN.
30 minutes, baby, 30 minutes. How long do we want, man? Punish us. Our game. We got 30 minutes of Raider football, baby. 30 minutes of Raider football, and it's all ours. No let up. No let up. Let's go.
In the first half, the Raiders had defused pro football's most potent offense. But in the second half, the Redskins showed flashes of the brilliance that had burned other defenses throughout the season. In the third quarter, Joe Theismann called on a variety of receivers to move 69 yards in 8 plays to the edge of the Raiders' end zone.
It's too early for the Redskins to panic. They just got to play good, hard Redskins football. They can get back into this football game.
If there's ever a team that could come back from a 21-3 halftime lead, it is the Redskins.
They've scored 30. They've averaged 34 points a game. Boy, this is going to do a lot for that whole Redskins football team to get in right here. Here's Riggins, right side, vault, touchdown, Washington Redskins.
No doubt about it. And they played Redskins football all the way on that drive. They have momentum back down.
They get them right back in the football game.
They just showed the silver and black that the burgundy and gold has come to play.
The momentum that the Redskins established was slightly dissipated on the point after, when Don Hasselbeck charged through all-pro tackle Joe Jacoby and blocked the kick.
Here's the extra point. Blocked! Blocked! 87. Don Hasselbeck, the tight end, blocked it.
It was 21-9, and there was still hope for Washington. They had scored 17 unanswered points in the fourth quarter in that earlier game against Los Angeles. This time, however, the Raiders took the ball and turned out the lights.
Said they were going to do it. By golly, so far they are doing it, dominating this Washington Redskin team.
Not many teams have done that to the Redskins.
No team has done that to the Redskins this year.
Puckett giving the ball here to Allen. Cut back over the middle. Dashes 3-2-1. Touchdown Raiders. A marvelous piece of zigzag dancing. It was a beautiful adjustment by Marcus. He saw that opening, and when he did cut back, he had plenty of room and just had to sidestep one linebacker as he made it into the end zone. Scoreboard showing the Raiders 28, the Redskins 9, and we'll be right back.
Ramada wants to know what makes John Madden mad.
Let's replay what happened the last time you tried to check out of a hotel. A slow desk clerk causes a 3-salesman pileup. Boom! You shift formations. Flap! The computer goes berserk. Then you get penalized 15 minutes for unnecessary charges. But don't get mad. Get Ramada. They do everything possible to make your checkout fast and smooth. So you won't get a delay a game. Next time, Ramada.
Call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
Hi, I'm Doug Parcells.
And I'm Joanne Reeves.
Our brothers are Super Bowl coaches.
So plenty of investment firms would love to manage their money.
But we found a firm that thinks we're important, too.
Yeah, Dean Witter.
They're helping me to plan for my children's education.
And for my retirement.
And we all know you need a game plan.
If you expect to win.
You're somebody, a Dean Witter.
A member of the Sears Financial Network.
Hi, I'm Paul Horning, and football's been a big part of my life. To keep up with it, I go straight to the source, the sporting news. For my money, nothing else even comes close. Each issue covers more yardage than you get from broadcasts, newspapers, and all other sports weeklies and monthlies combined. Who's making the tackles and getting that vital third down yardage. The previews, picks, and football's hottest issues. And you'll get the same straight story on baseball, basketball, hockey, and boxing, too. That's the way I like my sports coverage, and this is where I get it, in the sporting news. So can you.
Reach for your phone now and call toll-free 1-800-592-6000. You'll get 36 issues of the sporting news for 3 installments of only $6.54. You'll also get special preview issues at no extra cost. This is a savings of 1/2 off the regular subscription rate. It's our lowest price anywhere. So call now 1-800-592-6000. That's 1-800-592-6000.
Late in the third quarter, Los Angeles committed a rare mistake. Cliff Branch fumbled, and Washington recovered in scoring position on the Raider 36. But the vital organs of the Redskin offense were no longer functioning, and 3 plays gained only 9 yards.
A field goal means that 17 will win for us by 1. Although we ought to go for it here.
With it 4th and 1, Riggins was the only choice. Might as well die with your boots on.
Here comes Riggins, left side. No, he won't make it.
Well, I don't know. I think it might be close enough to measure. He fell forward.
Once again, it was a Raider linebacker who delivered the fatal blow. Rod Martin overpowered tight end Rick Walker, and with some help from Mike Davis, stopped Riggins short of the first down.
did not make it.
No, he didn't. So the fourth down fails, and the Raiders have taken over at their own 26-yard line.
You know, as soon as the sun went down and this became a night game, the Raiders immediately started playing better.
As Washington's hopes faded into the dying daylight, on came Marcus Allen, running with the knife.
Crockett giving to Allen, sending him wide left. He has to reverse his field, but he gets away for a moment. Comes back up to the middle of 30, 25, 40. Breaks past 2 minutes to 50, down to the 40. Picking up a blocker to the 20, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown Raiders! Holy Toledo! 7. The Raiders are mobbing Marcus Allen, who has just stood a crowd of 72,000 on his collective ear.
Allen's touchdown was a play called 17 Bob Trey O. The Raiders have used it for years, but no one ever ran it quite the way Allen did in Super Bowl 18. The play was designed to go inside the corner linebacker. But Allen took it too wide, and when he saw safety Ken Coffey charging in unblocked, he reversed his field. What began as an ugly, busted play turned into a beautiful 74-yard touchdown run, the longest in the history of the Super Bowl. This record-breaking run was the centerpiece of a dazzling display by Marcus Allen, who was chosen the game's most valuable player. In the fourth quarter, Allen's ball carrying set up a field goal, and he finished the day with 191 yards rushing, the most ever by anyone in a Super Bowl. He was lightning in a game ruled by thunder, and he lit up the Super Bowl sky with a history-making performance.
Let's keep dominating this team. Let's keep dominating. Keep dominating. Leave no doubt. That's right. Let's abuse them. Let's abuse them, baby.
The Raiders have always talked a mean game, and on this Sunday, they played one. For the Redskins, this was a defeat the dimensions of which they had never experienced. A rout from which no honor could be salvaged. At the heart of this darkness was the Raider defense. They had stripped the Redskins of their most trusted weapons and sacked Joe Theismann 6 times. Nothing on earth that blocked or tackled or passed or ran could have stopped the Raiders on Black Sunday.
With a safety blitz, no way Theismann could see him. He was jolted loose from the ball, and the Raiders take it away. And the Raiders' celebration will start.
In Super Bowl 18, the Raiders again scaled the heights of football greatness and stood alone on the summit. A team of young men filled with promise and old veterans filled with pride. The 1983 Raiders are an honor to the team's glorious past and the world champions of pro football's present.
Love the look of his heavy beard, but when I want to get close...
Announcing Noxzema for heavy beards. Its special energized foam turns that sandpaper into...
silk.
From Noxzema, the first shave cream for heavy beards.
If you want to feel unwelcome, try cashing a check out of town. But if you want an invitation at over 500 locations in more than 30 states, all you need is a checking account with a member of the first nationwide network, the bankers that changed banking.
There are two ways to get an authentic NFL game jersey. Play in the NFL or call 1-800-453-2800. Yes, now you can have the same jersey worn by your favorite NFL player. The real thing from NFL Pro Line. Made by the same manufacturer that supplies each of the 28 teams with any name and number, even your own name. And you can wear an authentic NFL sideline sweater just like the coaches. This rugged heavyweight T-shirt NFL players wear for workouts and in games, made by Champion and Starter. And carry an elegant attaché case by Wilson in genuine football leather. Call 1-800-453-2800 now for your authentic NFL game jersey, the NFL sideline sweater, the workout T-shirt for your favorite NFL team, and the Wilson leather attaché case. Have your credit card handy. Only credit card orders can be accepted. Call now for the authentic NFL Pro Line. 1-800-453-2800.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. 4 tills all out, good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 19, Palo Alto, California, right in the backyard of one of the teams, the 49ers of San Francisco. By Super Bowl 19 time, we knew all about Joe Montana and his favorite receiver, Dwight Clark. For after all, years earlier, up at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan, they'd won a Super Bowl, knocking off Cincinnati. And we knew about the Miami Dolphins. Oh, the Zonkas and Kicks and Warfields and Greasy were no longer there. And they did have a new young quarterback by the name of Dan Marino out of the University of Pittsburgh. Odd thing, many scouts said in scouting the All-Star games that Marino threw off the wrong foot, that he wasn't one of the top quarterbacks in the land. Don Shula thought he was, and Dan Marino proved he was. Miami and San Francisco and Super Bowl 19 from Palo Alto when we come back.
Ramada wants to know what makes John Madden mad.
Try to get some special treatment in a hotel. You show them your gold card, your silver card, every precious metal card in the book, and they still treat you like a nobody. But don't get mad. Just get yourself a free Ramada business card. One little red card, get your preferred room rate, express check-in and check-out, and more. With treatment like that, why carry anything else? Yeah. Next time, Ramada.
Call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
You know, life's too short to worry about impressing other people. I mean, have you ever been really impressed by a person's credit card? What matters about a credit card is how it impresses me. MasterCard gives me what I want, and anything is possible. It goes where I want to go. Could be Timbuktu. When I want, day or night. Don't talk to me about impressions. Give me possibilities. MasterCard. Master the possibilities.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. 4 tills all out, good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
Don't just ask for a light beer.
Give me a light.
Ask them to bring out their best.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. The less-filling light beer with the first name and taste. As everything else.
Ah, the dining car.
It's just a light.
Thursday, ESPN goes coast to coast with a live doubleheader. Duke and Georgia Tech meet in what's sure to be an ACC barn burner. Then, UCLA's Reggie Miller lets it fly in a Pac-10 battle with Washington. Tip-off time is 9 Eastern, Thursday night on ESPN.
We've all got a team we stand behind and cheer, believing in a dream, hoping this will be the year. Now we're all together and the trophy stands alone. And when the game is over, one team will take it home. In the end, when all is said and done, who will be the last to say we won? The action, the energy, as we watch the best excel. This is the
In the oldest stadium ever to host a Super Bowl, the youngest quarterback ever to start in one completed 4 of his first 5 passes to set up a field goal and a 3-0 lead for the Miami Dolphins. While Dan Marino is the game's state-of-the-art passer, the San Francisco 49ers' Joe Montana is football's most versatile quarterback. In an early demonstration of the multiple talents of their offense, the 49ers retaliated with a 78-yard scoring drive that culminated in a 33-yard touchdown pass from Montana to halfback Carl Monroe. The 49ers touchdown would be the first of many pearls in a large collection of offensive gems. At 5'8", 166 pounds, Monroe was the smallest player on the field, but he had made the first big play, and the 49ers moved ahead 7-3.
Fantastic. You know, they talk about Marino having a great arm, and I'll tell you, nobody could have thrown that ball any harder and on target than Montana did that time.
Well, he had plenty of zip, and I'll tell you, the run that he made on 3rd down was the one that set it up.
The balance of the game swung back to the Dolphins when Coach Don Shula instructed Marino to employ a no-huddle, hurry-up pass offense. with their run-oriented defense on the field, and without the time to send in their pass defense specialists, the 49ers were vulnerable to Miami's quick striking air attack.
No huddle offense. They come up the line of scrimmage quickly again. San Francisco cannot adjust its defense. Marino ready. He fires out the left side. Caught on the run that time by the tight end Johnson. Past the
Marino's 21-yard pass to tight end Dan Johnson was the key play in this drive. And it succeeded because Johnson beat linebacker Dan Buns, who is not usually in the game on passing situations. And man-to-man coverage is not his strong point.
Marino rolls to his right, flips to the corner of the end zone, complete to Dan Johnson for a touchdown. Just bing, bing, bing down the field in that 2-minute offense.
Dan Marino had completed 9 of 10 passes for 103 yards, and his touchdown toss to Johnson gave Miami a 10-7 lead. But this first period turned out to be nothing more than an illusion, teasing people into believing that Dan Marino was his usual unstoppable self.
Watch out. It's coming. You're about to get hit with another big heating bill.
Afraid of high fuel costs? Dave Lennox has a pulse gas furnace that could cut your winter heating bills almost in half.
Attaboy, Dave.
Find out how you can cut your fuel bills almost in half. Call R.S. Hahn & Sons of Easton, your local independent Lennox efficiency experts. Ask about our Lennox pulse gas furnace with a 20-year heat exchange warranty. R.S. Hahn & Sons, caring about your comfort since 1904.
Watch that Bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN. Friday night, former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo Choo Brown faces a new kid in town, Cubanito Perdez. Both are known for knockouts, and you could bet there'll be no holding back. Live Friday night at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN's Top Ranked Boxing.
In the rarefied atmosphere of championship competition, a game rarely turns on a single play, but rather on the accumulated results of force, finesse, and brains. In a record-setting scoring spree in the second quarter, the 49ers unleashed all of these elements in a hurricane of 21 points.
It's caught there by Craig, gets it and goes in for a touchdown. Roger Craig taking the pass from Joe Montana. Good for the score, and the Niners are back on top. Get it in, Joe! Montana toss back short drop, fakes once. He's going to run it himself. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers! Handoff given to Craig. Craig batters his way to the goal line. He goes in for a 49er touchdown.
So now it's an 18-point deficit with the 49ers out in front by a score of 28-10, and the Dolphins being pushed all over the place.
The Dolphin linebackers became so pass-conscious, heading downfield with their backs to the scrimmage line, that they often neglected Montana's ability to run. And his 59 yards rushing was the most ever for a quarterback in a Super Bowl. The 49ers' success was not only a triumph of tactics, but also a tribute to the talent in their offensive line. In the second quarter, the Dolphin defense, which had struggled all year, was suddenly pried apart by the 49ers, and points poured through on all sides. The 49ers were equally impressive on defense because Bill Walsh had rearranged his personnel and completely disarmed Miami's explosive attack. He shifted to 6 defensive backs with 1 linebacker, Keena Turner, and 4 down linemen. Since the 4-man front is often vulnerable to the run, the Dolphins immediately explored this possibility. But the 49er linemen were penetrating too quickly. Gary Johnson, number 97, and Fred Dean, number 74, crushed the weak Dolphin running game with quickness. The 49ers' revised defense exposed the Dolphins as a one-dimensional team, and then proceeded to destroy that dimension. Their relentless pass rush did not dull Marino's determination, but did limit his effectiveness and caused him to play below the level of skill with which he led Miami to the AFC Championship. In the first 13 minutes of the second quarter, while the 49ers were scoring 21 points, the most prolific single-season passer in NFL history completed only 1 of 6 passes.
Marino has to get something started, or it might be the biggest blowout in Super Bowl history.
But I think that maybe that pass rush is starting to put some heat on Marino and forcing him to do just a little bit of what he didn't want to do, throw quicker than he would like.
Oh, we got to give him a little bit more time. We got to give him another half a second, huh? All right.
The Dolphins had started the game with a bolt of offensive lightning, but they were ending the first half in a drizzle of dreary incompletions.
To break free. To reach new heights. To accept the challenge. To master a more demanding world. Feel the pride. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
The leader in long-distance service now costs less. AT&T has lowered weekday and evening prices 13.8%, the largest single reduction in our history, but not the first. Since 1984, our prices overall have dropped more than 20%. Of course, you can always look to AT&T for the highest quality service, and now, see where our prices have gone. AT&T, the right choice.
Every time you hear your furnace start up, it's costing you money. Want to save money for a change? Then call your insulation contractor and insulate safely with CertainTeed InsulSafe. It's non-combustible, pure white fiberglass that may help lower your fuel bills all year long. So stop listening to your money and start saving it. Ask your insulation contractor for CertainTeed InsulSafe.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Jim Kelly in Fremantle, Australia. So the matchups are set. Dennis Conner, in his own personal quest to bring the cup back home, takes on Ian Murray and Kookaburra 3. It's a best-of-7 finale for the America's Cup. And we'll see you on Friday night, January the 30th at 7:30 Eastern Time. It's a special one-hour edition of the America's Cup Challenge Down Under. And then that same night, Friday, January the 30th at 11 o'clock Eastern Time, our live exclusive race coverage begins. We'll see you then. Dennis Conner against Kookaburra 3.
With 2 minutes left in the half, the Dolphins regrouped, and for a fleeting instant it looked as if Miami and Marino were regaining control. The Dolphins zipped down the field for 72 yards on a splendid drive that had its principal momentum furnished by a 30-yard pass to tight end Joe Rose. The drive culminated in a field goal by Uwe von Schamann, and San Francisco's lead was cut to 15 points. On the ensuing kickoff, von Schamann's grounder was fielded by reserve guard Guy McIntyre, number 62. At first, McIntyre wanted to down the ball, but after some encouragement from his teammates, he decided to get up. He coughed up the ball, and Miami recovered.
Ball's going to Miami with 4 seconds left.
Well, there's a rookie mistake.
Oh, boy. Here's Uwe von Schamann ready to attempt a field goal of 30 yards. He kicks it, and the Dolphins get a gift, 3 points.
And going in here at half, the Dolphins will get the second half kickoff, Don, so that does give them an added little lift at this stage.
The second half began in conditions perfectly suited to the filming of the Hound of the Baskervilles. The 49er defense rolled in on Miami like the fog, and the Dolphins fell into desperate trouble. Clayton, the shining light of Miami's receiving corps, was only a dim, distant beacon, obscured by San Francisco's close-guarding secondary. Marino was never able to recapture the brilliance that had made him the NFL's most valuable player in 1984, and his protection folded before the unrelenting pressure of the 49er rush. Marino was sacked 4 times in the second half, the most ever in his 2-year career.
Back he goes to full forward pass with a rush. He's going to be sacked. They got him. They got him back at the 15-yard line, throwing him for a loss on the play of 11 yards.
For the Miami Dolphins, the song of Super Bowl 19 was a sad one. Composed years ago by singer James Taylor, who wrote, "There were sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground."
You know, I've played a lot of roles as an actor, from a cop to a country singer. But in real life, I don't play roles. I do what works for me, whether it's my clothes or my credit card. And I don't carry my MasterCard for show. I carry it because it gives me all the possibilities and leaves the choosing to me. Possibilities and personal choice. That works for me. MasterCard. I choose it because I use it. MasterCard. Master the possibilities.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
There are 2 ways to get an authentic NFL game jersey. Play in the NFL or call 1-800-453-2800. Yes, now you can have the same jersey worn by your favorite NFL player. The real thing from NFL Pro Line. Made by the same manufacturer that supplies each of the 28 teams with any name and number, even your own name. And you can wear an authentic NFL sideline sweater just like the coaches. This rugged heavyweight T-shirt NFL players wear for workouts and in games, made by Champion and Starter. And carry an elegant attaché case by Wilson in genuine football leather. Call 1-800-453-2800 now for your authentic NFL game jersey, the NFL sideline sweater, the workout T-shirt for your favorite NFL team, and the Wilson leather attaché case. Have your credit card handy. Only credit card orders can be accepted. Call now for the authentic NFL Pro line. 1-800-453-2800.
One of the top teams in the nation, the Clemson Tigers, take on Virginia in an ACC matchup. Live Saturday at 4 Eastern on ESPN.
Bill Walsh has built the 49ers into a championship team by teaching them to do the unexpected. And Joe Montana is Walsh's prize pupil. As good a passer as he is, Montana may not be in Marino's class. But as great a passer as Marino is, he can't beat you as many ways as Montana can.
Get six! Oh, get six!
In Super Bowl 19, the 49er offense did more things and did them to a more refined degree than any team in Super Bowl history. They won in a performance that seemed more musical than physical. Every note was perfect. Montana orchestrated Walsh's symphonic offense and proved that football is still a team game, not a one-man aerial circus. Roll over, Montana. Tell Marino the news. The 49ers gained 537 yards in total offense, the most ever in a Super Bowl. A 40-yard completion from Montana to Wendell Tyler late in the third period put the 49ers in position to clinch their second world title in 4 years.
And the Miami defense just cannot cope with the 49ers now. Back to pass on 3rd and 10, Montana. Looks over the left side. Caught by Craig on the way to the end zone. And Craig goes in for the score. Roger Craig taking the pass from Montana. Goes 16 yards with hardly a hand laid on him once he got that ball. And the 49ers are slowly turning Super Bowl 19 into a rout.
What a bag of tricks by Bill Walsh.
The touchdown put San Francisco ahead 38-16. And Roger Craig became the first player ever to score 3 touchdowns in a Super Bowl.
Came to see an offense and the wrong one showed up.
The final voltage in this execution was switched on by the 49er defense. They shut out the Dolphins in the second half, intercepting Marino twice. The first by Eric Wright. The second by Carlton Williamson.
Picked off that time by Carlton Williamson.
Pandemonium is breaking out.
It's all over. Super Bowl 19 is in the record books. The 49ers have won it.
Dan Marino's year turned into Joe Montana's day. And the San Francisco 49ers became the first team in NFL history to win 18 games in a single season. They were not only champions of the world, but masters of the game.
got a team we stand behind and cheer. Believing in a dream, hoping this will be the year. Now we're all together and the trophy stands alone. And when the game is over, one team will take it home. In the end, when all is said and done, who will be the last to say we won? Oh, the action, the attitude, and the words the best they say. This is the
This ESPN program has been brought to you by famous Glidden Paints. Your paint should be this good.
For over 50 years, United Airlines has been a favorite of business flyers. Today, only United serves all 50 states and over 150 cities.
You're not just flying, you're flying the friendly skies.
Staff and a team that compounded Pro Football Observers throughout the year.
On one Sunday each January, even casual observers turn their attention to America's most watched sporting event. The Super Bowl's 20th anniversary celebration brought together the largest and most diverse audience in history and added the down-home flavor of a New Orleans street party. Over 127 million viewers worldwide tuned in on the festivities, while two groups of true believers reminded everyone that there was still a game to be played. Inside, under the Louisiana Superdome, the World Championship of Professional Football was at stake. The Vince Lombardi Trophy awaited either the 18-1 Chicago Bears or the wild-card New England Patriots, who had gotten this far by upsetting 3 straight playoff opponents on the road to New Orleans. But New England's momentum could not match the confidence of Chicago quarterback Jim McMahon.
We had a feeling we would blow them out because, you know, you can't be a championship ball club if you have doubt in your mind anyway. Just getting there, we knew we were going to win the ball game.
Middle linebacker Mike Singletary was just as sure.
Everybody was just kind of looking at each other. We didn't say much. We just looked at one another. And that's how it was right before the game. Guys just walked around and looked at each other and shook their head in reassurance that this is our day. I don't care who we're playing, we're not going to be denied.
The Chicago Bears were ready to take a title and make it their own.
Let's do it. It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
A change has come over a bank in your town.
The bank doesn't look bigger. Somehow it is bigger.
It's part of a vast system with vast resources.
That helpful assistant manager has changed.
How?
He's got more to be helpful with.
They're even willing to talk things through with us. They must be on our side.
Look. It's a member of the first nationwide network, the bankers that changed banking.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. Go tell all that good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
Don't just ask for a light beer.
A couple of lights.
Ask them to bring out their best.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. The less filling light beer with the first name and taste. Because everything else...
Ah! Last call!
It's just the light.
Powerful punching. Bruising action. On ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Each week, ESPN is your ringside seat to see today's best young boxers exchange blows.
Former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo Choo Brown takes on Cubanito Perez in Top Rank Boxing's main event live Friday night on ESPN.
Count on championship rounds of Top Rank Boxing live on ESPN.
Chicago coach Mike Ditka had played in Super Bowl VI, and he knew the special pressures of this game could lead a team to early ruin. On their second play, his Bears seemed to follow this self-destructive pattern.
High formation backfield. Here's the handoff. Peyton Cutter steps the right side, fumbles the football as he's hit, and the Patriots have recovered, it appears, at the 19-yard line. New England football at the 19-yard line, and Larry McGrew comes out of the...
Normally mistake-free Jim McMahon called the wrong formation, and normally sure-handed Walter Payton dropped the football. Only the Patriots held true to form. In 1986, they led the NFL in forcing fumbles. Larry McGrew recovered the ball on the Chicago 19-yard line. New England gratefully accepted the gift, while McMahon took the blame.
The coach sent in a weak side slant play is what we call it. And, you know, I called the wrong formation. The motion man was supposed to come and block the end man on the line of scrimmage. I was sending him away from the action where he was supposed to be coming to it. And, you know, just one of those things there. Well, second play of the game, I just spaced.
But the Patriots may have celebrated too soon. They waved hello to their sudden good fortune, then just as quickly kissed it goodbye.
Stanley Morgan to the left side, Steffen starring wide right, and taking the handoff. Eason looking to deal, pops to the left side, going for Lynn Dawson, and it's incomplete. Pass sailed over the head of Dawson, who had a step on the coverage down the left side. Neil Tony Eason takes the snap, looks to throw, looking left, throws the middle, and it's dropped incomplete. Three incompleted passes. They settle for three.
While Tony Franklin gave New England the earliest lead in Super Bowl history, ominous overtones filled the air. Patriot coach Raymond Berry had decided to depart from New England's reliance on the run and attack the Bears with play-action passes. The bold strategy nearly worked. Tony Eason's first pass was on target to a wide-open Lynn Dawson, when suddenly the tight end's left knee gave way. A cinched first down was lost, and Dawson left the game with torn ligaments. Eason's second pass was just as true, on a slant to Stanley Morgan. This time, the misfire cost the frustrated Patriots a touchdown. Morgan appeared to drop the ball cleanly, but a replay shows that he had help from Mike Singletary.
The second play of the game, my responsibility was really to get out there, if it was going to be a pass play, to help the cornerback as much as I could. The receiver was coming across the field, so it really made me take a hard turn inside. I couldn't look back for the ball. I had to look at him, and I had to read his eyes. And I was hoping that that would be enough to make him drop the ball, and it was.
New England's near misses did not end with the first series. In a long afternoon of what-ifs and might-have-beens, Barry's passing fancy was doomed to failure. The Patriot defense also dropped several chances to continue its turnover touch. Twice in the first quarter, number 55, Don Blackman, had his hands on a McMahon pass with nothing in front of him but open field. These missed opportunities filled the air with storm warnings, and the hurricane-strength Chicago Bears were on the horizon, ready to inflict a natural disaster. The stunned Patriots watched their fragile lead get blown away in a record-smashing tidal wave of points.
Patriots, it appeared, jumped off sides, tossed to Sui.
Chicago's last NFL championship had arrived with the Beatles in 1963. Now there was a new wave quarterback to emulate.
And we've got a bunch of loonies. I mean, we got some crazies on our team that just cannot stomach losing. I think that's the biggest thing I've done for this team is bring some personalities out of the closet. Because, you know, they saw what a fool I make of myself sometimes. But I think I do the little things that help us win. Being able to pump people up and to, you know, to have some fun.
But McMahon's greatest fun begins when the Bears put the ball in play. The punk rocker turns into a street tough who is more than willing to mix it up with the big boys. McMahon took all the shots that New England had to offer and came up for more, but his coach called for a less reckless approach. Mike Ditka wanted McMahon to use his mobility within the pass pocket to attack New England with his right arm instead of his body. Ditka's aggressive game plan called for a wide variety of passes, everything from quick hitches to cross-field misdirections. Throughout his pro career, McMahon's detractors had complained about his impetuous go-for-broke attitude, but no one had ever questioned his courage or desire. And in the biggest game of his life, number 9 kept getting back up to find the open man, connecting on 12 of 20 passes. During Chicago's cold weather playoffs, McMahon had started wearing gloves. In the climate-controlled Superdome, he kept them on to get a firm hold on an offense that would gain 408 yards for the day. The quickest strikes went to Willie Gault, a wide receiver with world-class speed, who sprinted untouched through the Patriots for 129 yards on 4 catches. In desperation, the New England secondary turned to intimidation. But when Patriot defensive backs got hung up with Chicago wideouts, McMahon simply set another part of his multifaceted attack in motion. Everyone played a part as the offense stepped out of the long shadow cast by the Bear defense, proved that Chicago was more than half a team.
Announcing Travel Internet, America's first national discount travel agency. Compare these incredible savings on complete vacation packages that include round-trip airfare and first-class hotel accommodations. Boston to Hawaii, 7 nights from just $679 per person. From Los Angeles, just $379 per person. Philadelphia to Nassau, 3 nights from only $239 per person. Los Angeles to Jamaica, 6 nights from just $529. Pittsburgh to Disney World, 3 nights only $259 per person. From St. Louis, just $329. Los Angeles to Puerto Vallarta, 7 nights only $269 per person. From Denver, just $329. We guarantee to give you the lowest available prices on vacation packages, cruises, and more. Travel Internet will meet or beat any published vacation package price available at your time of booking. Take advantage of these tremendous savings today. Call this toll-free number for price quotes from your area. Call now while special vacation packages are still available.
You know, life's too short to worry about impressing other people. I mean, have you ever been really impressed by a person's credit card? What matters about a credit card is how it impresses me. MasterCard gives me what I want, and anything is possible. It goes where I want to go. Could be Timbuktu. When I want, day or night. Don't talk to me about impressions. Give me possibilities. MasterCard. Master the possibilities.
Monday, a big night of basketball on ESPN. Pittsburgh faces Syracuse Orange man Ronnie Cycli in one of the best inside games in the Big East. Then, Michigan State makes a run at Northwestern in the Big Ten game of the week. Big Monday starts live at 7 Eastern here on ESPN.
For defensive captain Mike Singletary and defensive coordinator Buddy Ryan, the challenge was to shut down the Patriots after the quick early score. This the Bears did, emphatically and almost completely. By halftime, New England's total yardage read -19.
You know, it's kind of like kill a flea with a sledgehammer type attitude. You don't want to let up. The biggest thing that I remember about Tony Eason was just coming out of the huddle. I saw a look of confusion, maybe of doubt, disillusion, whatever. The confident look just wasn't there. I think it was because we were getting to him and putting pressure on him, putting him on the ground.
Back to throw. Eason looking around. He's hit by Steve McMichael and brought down.
Ball down.
Cut loose. The Bears say they've got
Bears, they do.
Eason's first 6 plays ended in a sack and 5 incompletions. Yet still he continued to throw as the Patriots gambled to alter their run-oriented attack. Backfired badly.
The thing that got New England to the Super Bowl, we didn't see it that day. They tried to throw the ball against us, and it just wasn't the day to do it. They just came out and they tried to pass. Well, automatically, our ears are going to fly back, and those guys love to pass rush. You know, it was just Highway 88, I guess you'd call it.
Highway 88 was not a safe place for Tony Eason. After 3 sacks, 1 fumble, and no completions in 6 attempts for -36 yards, Eason gave way to veteran Steve Grogan, who would fare no better until the game was completely out of hand. The Patriot quarterbacks were not the problem. Chicago's 46 defense was. Buddy Ryan had created the most devastating defense in Super Bowl history.
When you talk about the 46, you're talking about pressure. That's what we're really all about. It's just the pressure that we're trying to apply. Basically, it's a 7-man front, and you always have at least 6 guys coming.
Even when the Patriots stopped the blitz, they still had to deal with pressure up the middle from down linemen like number 99, Dan Hampton. All these flying bodies were meant to give New England the impression that Chicago had more than 11 defenders on the field at once. With all their options exhausted, the Patriots had no place to run and nowhere to hide. The 46 seems to defy logic. With all those people rushing the quarterback, someone should be open downfield. But if there was, the Patriots seldom could find him, and even when they did, success was not guaranteed. The 46 even beat the Patriots at their own game, forcing 6 turnovers and giving up only 2. Like kids at a company picnic, the Bears were having a field day. But they were not without compassion for the Patriots' predicament.
All the things that we can do off 46, we've got at least 50 different faces, at least 50 different things we can do. That's a minimum of what we can do with the 46. And you take a young quarterback such as Eason coming into the game and trying to figure it out, there's just no way in the world, especially coming out trying to pass early. And by the time they went to a running game, it was a little too late.
The Patriots' running game couldn't solve the 46 either. With 11 attempts, New England gained only 7 yards in a devastation so complete that even the Bears couldn't believe it.
They totally dominated that football game. It was a thing of beauty. Everybody did their jobs. They were hitting people, causing turnovers. You know, New England was supposed to be the team that, caused all the turnovers. I mean, just look at the statistics at halftime. I mean, minus 19 yards. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, you can't even write a script for that.
This outrageous script called for Chicago to hold New England to minus yardage until the score was 30-3. And that was before Reggie Phillips scored with an interception. But Mike Ditka knew that the unbelievable scenario was true. He had watched his team outscore 2 previous playoff opponents 45-0.
I love the look of his heavy beard, but when I want to get close...
Announcing Noxzema for heavy beards. Its special energized foam turns that sandpaper into...
silk.
From Noxzema, the first shave cream for heavy beards.
To rise, to meet the challenge.
Steady on course, 320.
To master the most advanced skills.
You're at the rendezvous point.
To meet the future with new confidence.
Also the deck, surface the ship. Full rise, aye.
To break through. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
California Cooler reminds you, when the going gets tough, the tough go indoors. California Cooler, official drink of the indoor party season.
I believe that Schwab can perform a service, a very fine service for any investor, for the new investor to the most sophisticated. Even more than the savings on commissions that we provide investors, we give them a haven where they can conduct their business without all of the hassles and the opinions and pressures from salespeople. A typical transaction at Charles Schwab & Company can be entered by the customer over the telephone, executed and reported back to him within 20 seconds. That is very fast. But our #1 commitment is to serve our customer with integrity and, for sure, safety of their assets.
Save money on brokerage commissions. Call Charles Schwab now for this free booklet. Toll free 800-372-3000. That's 800-372-3000. Find out what Charles Schwab can do for you. Call 800-372-3000. Charles Schwab, a Bank America company.
In their eyes, you could see Patriot pride had suffered a crushing blow. But even in defeat, the New England defense kept one pregame promise and kept it with a vengeance. The Patriots were determined to stop Walter Payton, the NFL's all-time leading rusher. It was as if Payton's greatness brought out the best that New England had to offer. After years of personal brilliance with losing Bear teams, Peyton had finally found himself at Pro Football's summit. Yet, ever the team player, he offered to serve the greater good in a lesser role, as a decoy.
You know, they came out in the paper that week saying, you know, we've got to stop Walter Payton first. You know, and they did a good job with that. They stopped Walter Payton. I think they were too worried about Walter and they forgot about everybody else. I faked the ball to Walter, and their whole right side of their defense, you know, thought he had the football.
New England's preoccupation with Peyton opened a whole horizon of offensive opportunities for the rest of the Bears. Overlooked backfield mate Matt Suey took center stage with the day's nicest run for an 11-yard touchdown. Jim McMahon also used the Peyton decoy to score once on an option play and later on a 1-yard dive.
Inside McMahon on a keeper, leaps the line to the end zone for the touchdown.
Soon everybody was volunteering to run the ball into the end zone. But big number 72 already had experience at the goal line. His name, William Perry, alias the Refrigerator.
He's a happy big boy. You know, he's just happy-go-lucky guy, just enjoys himself. People come up to him and say, hey, you're fat, you know, and he says, yeah, so what? Yeah, I am. You know, it doesn't bother him. Because there's a lot of 300-pounders in the league, but they're not quite his shape. You know, most of them are 6'6" or 6'7". Fridge is what, 6'1.5", 6'2". As everybody's seen now, he's a heck of an athlete for being a big guy. The man can play, and he can hit. And as far as that ball game, he played a whale of a game defensively. You know, he rose to that challenge. When you get that big a man moving and it hits somebody, you know, something's going to give, and it ain't the fridge. You know, he hit Mike Singletary that game, too. You know, Mike almost broke his neck after he hit him.
This guy nails me. I mean, I couldn't believe it. He nailed me. But anyway, the running back ran out there in the flat. I ran out there to cut him off from the sideline, at least. He turned back in, and as I turned back in, I saw this huge mass. Every time I think about it, it's kind of funny now. It certainly wasn't funny then.
The amazing story of a rookie named the Refrigerator reached a fitting climax in Super Bowl 20. William Perry made 3 tackles and 2 assists, flattened 1 teammate, started 2 fights, attempted 1 pass, gained 2 yards, and scored 1 thunderous touchdown. While the Refrigerator was Super Bowl 20's most versatile player, Richard Dent was selected its most valuable. Someone from the defense had to be chosen, and number 95 was the most likely candidate, having spent the day plundering the Patriots' backfield, forcing fumbles, batting down passes, and finishing off sacks. By the 4th quarter, Dent and his fellow starters were on the sidelines watching Chicago's 2nd unit finish off the scoring. A safety made the final score 46-10, leaving the Patriots to contemplate their role in the most lopsided game in Super Bowl history. New England had faced a uniquely talented team at the very peak of its potential. It's very doubtful that any team in football could have stopped Chicago on this day. The Bears ended their record-setting Sunday with one more Super Bowl first. They carried 2 coaches off the field in tribute to a classic performance by which all Super Bowl winners past and future will now be judged.